Alright, so we're picking up where we left off with the unwelcome solicitors. For those who missed, we did have our colony wipe yesterday. It was actually not even that big of a raid. It was like 12 or something melee, but we did turn on the pirate factions that are turned off by default. And the only thing you need to know about them is they usually come in with relatively decent tech, and more importantly, they tend to be a blend of a whole bunch of the different xenotypes. And so if you imagine, like, this base is almost perfectly set up for giving a demo of what happened. So pretend we've got 12 or so melee raiders in here, pretty decent, mix of baseliner and a whole bunch of stuff. I've got my 5 or so combat pawns down here, and what I wasn't knowledgeable about is right around there was a Mega Sloth. We did have the wall in between, and the plan had been simply this door would be open, we would shoot at them while they come in, I would step in, melee goes here, ranged goes there, we fight, we kill them, we win, thumbs up. Oh look, the caravan has disturbed the pollution infestation. Violet's gonna die. Merchants will probably also get pretty wrecked as well. But we'll just see how this turns out and then we'll finish the story. Yep, they both died. Meanwhile, I'm just going to go ahead and change your zoning for no reason. Alright, would you look at that? And nothing of value was lost. Okay, but yeah, so what ended up happening is, like, you know, plan was duck back here, put our melee at the choke point, put a range behind, their melee feed in, 1 on 2, we just keep repeating it till they're all dead. Except for that Mega Sloth there. So what happened is, my camera's like this. Kind of trying to keep track of the range against the melee, I'm getting ready to go back. And so I'm fighting them, and I'm getting ready to back up, and I see this Mega Sloth coming down, I'm like, what's with this Mega Sloth? And, you know, I pause and I click, I was like, oh, it's Manhuntered. But by then it was already kind of down here. And so I took my 1 melee and I ran them back to intercept the Mega Sloth because it was already getting close to my range, people was going to tie them up. But at that point I had, like, the Mega Sloth wasn't blocking the door, but it was like here kind of thing. And then, you know, I had my melee pawn like there. And then, you know, this was closing in down there. And you get the idea. I probably, in the hindsight of the moment, I probably could have snuck them through and risked getting hit by the Mega Sloth on the walk by. Killed the Mega Sloth. And it would have still been messy, but then, you know, held the point. But in the moment, because this wasn't quite that close, I was like, we'll just knock down the Mega... Like, you work on the Mega Sloth. We're knocking down enough of them. We'll probably be fine. I was wrong. We were not fine. But ultimately what happened is it basically knocked down everyone who went out to the fight. And then I had, like, my pacifist. And, you know, the pacifist didn't... The pacifist could have been fine. I could have just retreated them off the tile. But at that point, it was like, okay, I've got the ship, I've got this whole situation, we're raiders, so I have to fight or we take a huge mood penalty. Let's just call it kind of thing. So we had the pacifist try to run out to rescue the 1 downed pawn that survived. And just got shredded by the Mega Sloth that was still angry because I wasn't going to work around it. Okay. Take all the tox potatoes that we stole. And take the trace amounts of all of these fabrics we're not going to use. And then what are you going to give me in return? Watermill generators. Excellent. Perfect. So it'd be nice if you actually had some stuff I wanted. Oh, right. I have all of these to get rid of as well. So get rid of all the poor and normal quality bedrolls that we've been stealing. So I got 2, 3, 4, good. I can't quite get rid of those. So keep 5 of them. Alright, so needless to say, right now, I should not accept this deal because that is a lot of money not going our way. I'm going to grab the Nutrimine. We don't have a use for it. Oh, the Chem Fuel. I need Chem Fuel. That's perfect. And we can get a second horse. Deal. Cache of goods. Meanwhile, we have safeguarding the aristocrats. I may not accept it, even though that'd be nice, because I do not have a room that qualifies, and I'm not going to put the time into fixing that. Oh, I think I sold them all my bedrolls and then bought back one bedroll. Cool, man. So this will help with our one big problem we've got going on. For that, those who missed, I do actually have the grav ship underway, but I don't... Oh wait, never mind. That was the last run that I didn't have the means of doing that. The marriage is on. Parker Lugas and Gilmadesh have agreed to get married. Cool. I didn't realize we had a couple in the colony. Meanwhile, a poor quality jade statue? Come on. I'm gonna need you to do better. I would like you to keep hauling all this in. I don't mind if the silver stays out there for a minute, because the silver doesn't rot. But it'd be... Sight Stealer revealed. Sight Stealer shrieks. Okay. Everyone in the safe zone. Because what that means is we've got some more Sight Stealers coming. Now, they can come almost instantly, they can take a day or two. It's usually not super long, but that's fine. Yeah, and I only left 5 chem fuel out there. If it rots, 5 isn't going to mean anything. Yeah, we're starting to get our grav ship built. The downside is I'm pretty sure all of our steel... No, actually, we got steel in here still, right? No, we don't. Okay, that's right. We've got lots of steel on the map. We just recently mined it, so it hasn't gotten where I need it. Okay, what we're gonna try and do is I'm going to see if we can very carefully do some minor surgery to the Sight Stealer and knock off both its legs. We killed it. We did knock the leg off, for what it's worth. We just knocked the leg off a little too hard and may or may not have taken the torso with it. Because if I knocked the legs off, I was going to make another room for another Sight Stealer to bioferrite extract. Alright. What do you have that I could take? Honestly, I'll take it all.
Take a sip.
We just keep getting these poor quality statues.
What's the worst that could happen?
Hydrate? Yeah, we could do that. Alright, so let's go out here. Schedule and temporarily unrestrict you. You can apply that. Haul that in. Haul this in. Haul this in. Because that means you'll just peek out the door and back. They should be good as long as they're there. Once those 2 other people leave, then we'll need to not be out there. Oh, Thrumbo? Let's get you inside, friend. I know you're going to eat all my crops, but I don't want you out there getting mobbed by all the Sight Stealers by yourself. Now, we have electricity so far as the technology, but I don't have good options for electricity quite yet. Okay. We actually can do the chem fuel production soon. Just waiting on the construction. The big thing is I don't have enough steel in here. Rained all day? Yeah. I get how that goes. Alright. New lovers. Apple Lords tried to woo Illispin, and by comparing her to the deep expanse. Illispin responded well and is now Apple Lord's lover. I mean, I could see that. I could see someone, you know, comparing someone to like space or whatever and landing relatively well. Do we have anyone that's not converted yet? Yes, I've got 2 who are not converted yet. We were working on converting Kraysk, and then we were going to use the ceremony to try and get Apple Lords converted over. Yeah, so we're going to do what we can towards getting this ship built. But until we get the Sight Stealers handled, that's going to be kind of a limited effort. If you're not sure what I'm doing, you can actually hear the Sight Stealers while they're invisible. So I'm occasionally just going off the side, zooming in really far. Because I can't make the proximity detector yet. Because what they should do is they should kind of run around here up close. And once they do that, we can get our people in position and kind of hold the line at the door kind of thing. Can't tell if I hear him or not. I don't think so. Watches each dandelion grow. Yep. Mighty fine dandelion right there. They're out there. Okay. I'm not going to delay fighting them. Because we're probably not looking at a pretty big group yet. The plan's straightforward. We get everyone in a position. Animals, you are permitted to follow. Probably not all of them. We got baited. And by that I mean it just took him longer to get around than I thought. Alright, so you'll get back inside. Okay, we're gonna have another wave of them. That's fine, we'll let everyone get patched up real quick. Okay. Yeah, it's just the Sight Stealers took longer to get around to this side than I thought they were, so as we weren't getting more, I'm like, where are the Sight Stealers? And we stepped out just in time to get ambushed. It's fine. I don't think anyone got serious hits. You got a couple of scratches, couple scratches, couple scratches, couple scratches. It's okay, we're into it. Wait. Like, wait, hang on. That may be true, but also maybe not a healthy thing. So for the horses, we'll limit them to 10 horses and no more than 2 adult males. But we probably won't want that many. Realistically, once the graph ship's up, we're done with the horses. Starvation on who and why? Yeah, so that's the one good news. The Sightstealers don't tend to actually do that much damage. Their big danger is just, as you saw, you can get swarmed. And they can come in pretty ridiculous numbers later on. That one wasn't too bad. Now, you don't need to do that trick if you just put up a proximity sensor. If you put a proximity sensor anywhere near one of your doors, then it's a non-issue. Okay, and this is just, we have cube withdrawal from the golden cube showing up, and Gilgamesh is getting pretty close to being downed by it. Or they'll go unconscious for it's like 2 or 3 days or something like that. How did you get hurt? So we got a spot of blood, and one of them made like a sound like it was in pain. But we're clearly not out there to cause it. So I'm really not sure about that. They're definitely out there again, though. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, there can be a decent number of them. So if you were just out there when they showed up, you could very easily be overwhelmed. Alright, so let's go ahead and set you to be outside. Give it a couple more seconds. How are you doing? Okay, let's set the animals. Have you just go outside real quick. Alright, I think we're in the clear. There are 8 Sightstealers that are still up. So let's do some science. Okay, this Sightstealer is almost ready. And both my melee are bleeding pretty bad. Okay, we got one leg knocked off. Let's see if we can get a second one. Yeah, another leg hit. Nope, that's the arm. Hit the other leg. Nope, that's the torso. Nope, that's the head. That's the hand. That's your lung. That's a leg hit. Come on. Ah, that's a failure. All right. Try again. Sorry, missing its right leg. Got the arm off. Up, killed it. It's okay, we'll do this with practice. I'm also doing this just that way we have them killed. So you don't have to worry about them getting back up. Almost every one of them is missing a leg. How many of these are in that door? Oh, you're hitting the door. Don't do that. Okay. Alright, well, they're all dead. Okay, so what I'll do is they did destroy that tile of wall. We'll go ahead and replace that. Gilgamesh is going to get down pretty soon. Are you all patched up? Good. Alright. Corpses, entities can go over there too. Now, before we have anyone run away, let's just get the one out of the door so that door can close. Okay. Cool, so we got people running around. We still have the grab panels here somewhere. We just haven't hauled them back in. Man, I can type, I promise. Disease, infection on you. Let's go here. We are apparently already set for Glitter World, which is a bit wasteful, but I can live with that. Okay, you're already on it. Are we playing Randy or Cass? I tend to prefer Cassie. I just have Randy who has just way too much downtime. Like, Randy will hit you hard sometimes, but a lot of times I have Randy just goes to sleep for years at a time. You're like, please, Randy, I'm begging you, do something. And I'd much rather game consistently give me a punch in the face than sometimes treat me nicely and sometimes nuke me from orbit. Like, don't get me wrong, some of the random, like, pile-on effect Randy can do can be a lot of fun for just the chaos. But man, the number of times he's gone full sleep mode has been a lot. Let's actually make it over here on this side. Okay, we do have some uranium. Let's start with the structure out of uranium. I end up usually having a lot of it. Alright, so random research gave us the acid cooler. Alright, so I am going to want tiles at least along here. Because that way we'll have where we can basically already got a place marked for when these get to be the bigger ones. We can also go to our shelves and say furniture. Marble shelf and marble shelf. Okay, you just went down from your withdrawal, I think? No, Leon went down. Why did... Oh, social fight. Yeah, that'll do it. I have difficulty having sympathy for you, friend. Oh, do not use the good medicine. Yeah, that's fine. When you go to treat those bruises, don't waste a glitter on it, please. Okay. I've almost got you converted. Yeah, you should be way, way, way more than fine. Even if you had a 0% 10, you'd probably still hold up alright. Okay, so I know I'm going to have the crafting bench there. We could put storage and all that back here. Wall there. Wall there. Engines here. Engines here. Okay, now you go down. Because cube coma. So rescue you. It's fine. By now I probably have a gun in here you could be using instead of that great bow. It's only a normal quality. I thought I had given you better. Store. Just allow the great bow for a minute so it doesn't sit out here and rot till we can get you a better weapon. Okay, so we've got this. We will go ahead and put Hall over here. This will be a steel door, so it opens a little faster. It'll do the same on the other side. Okay. Passive cooler, that's done. Now pemmican. And for those who missed, we do have semi-random research set up. So where the research is just flying through like that, it is just choosing what it chooses, and I'm at its mercy. So we'll get some research that's good and helpful, and we'll get a lot of research that's really not what I need. And how are we doing on our conquest need? Yeah, we've had a recent conquest, it's not been too long. We got an inspired taming. Nothing I particularly feel a need to tame, though. Alright. Yeah, so we're just gonna keep working at the ship, that's fine. And I think we'll do what we did in the last one. We'll have a bunch of extra doors inside the ship for when it comes to moving around early on. We'll leave most of them latched open, but it's just that way if we do have anyone gets onto the ship, as we run through the doors, we can close them behind us kind of thing. Because steel ends up just not really being that big of an issue. Alright, we got blight on our crops. The Odyssey Spit should be able to get ahead of it. Alright, solar panels are available. Let's get you over here. Entity containment is good. Then there's bioferrite shaping. I'm trying to mostly keep Illispid going around the outside area of it. Because the more we do that, the less opportunity it has to spread. And we're good. Now I'll bring that back down so I don't cut trees forever and leave the crops to rot or anything. Okay. And we're getting all those scars all healed up. You're gonna be down for 2 days because of your coma. Right now we'll lock all the doors open so far as getting on and off the ship. Because it's still an open space, there's no point in them getting stuck in any of those doors. Alright. Now, we can use chem fuel as our power source for now. It's not my favorite thing to do, but it actually works relatively well, all things considered. You just stop once in a while and rip up a forest to satisfy it. Okay. And then we go production, biofuel chem station here. Let's actually scooch that back one. And add one extra tile back here. Then we have the uranium here, here, there, and there. Because in short term, I could put the biofuel chem plants here and here. Right next to the biofuel processing. And then until we have the better storage containers, we can chuck some storage down in the spot that they will go. Get our power set up here in the back. Alright. I really need them to haul those back. So we got 178 more tiles to work with. Let's get them to get this main segment done. I can go furniture. Let's put a light here. That'll actually cover all of our needs, just the one light. Yeah, I'll probably have to do one, maybe two more raids before we have the ship done and ready to rock and roll. Right, because you have recent conquest at 6. They won't have that having power yet. So chem fuel from wood, do forever if you are down to a very small range. Chem fuel, do until you have 1,000 at any distance. Right now, toggle the power off on that, because we don't want it turning on and powering this stuff and getting shorts and all that if it rains. Solar power, it's chosen wake up next, that's fine. So we now technically have the minimum viable functional ship. It's got an engine, it's got the control panel, it's got the fuel container. That is enough that technically that ship can take off. Needless to say, it wouldn't be a good time if it took off right now. I want to give them a moment to actually build what they've got here. Okay, and you're back up. So where did your great bow, though, go? There's your great bow. Alright. We should be getting a bunch of double strands soon. I also want to see how far our uranium actually gets for building the ship hull here. Go ahead and cancel building those. And that. And the reason for that is we're ultimately going to be getting stuff moved over the ship. There's no point in me working on that stuff back there. I turn that off. Again, I don't want them to start that thing up until we're ready. I need them to build out the rest of this interior space. Then we'll worry about that. Okay, meanwhile, Kraysk, haul that back. Lunar, haul this back. You haul that back. You haul this back. And I'm just doing that really quick to get it so I can see how many actual panels I've got left. So as I'm planning the ship, I don't commit to building more than we've got panels to actually build. We got steel down here we probably won't drag back or mine or anything. Same here. You should have Kraysk converted here. Yep, okay, so Kraysk is converted. We've got one person left to convert and then everyone's on our ideology. That's good news. Got more uranium ore there. Got steel up here. Steel over there. Steel over here. Components there. Steel here. Like I said, I'm not expecting to get remotely all of this up. But But I figure just queue it all. If they get to it, they get to it. If they don't, they don't. I'm not too fussed with it either way. But we do have a dedicated mining person, so might as well put him to use. You wanted me to deal with a mech cluster for a bunch of Lucy or some rep that I'm going to immediately lose by attacking people. Nah, that's fine. Just working getting that ship done. Alright. Trying to remind, you're a caravanning animal, like you're not a rideable animal, but you will carry stuff. Yeah, pack animal. Oh no, pack animal, no. Do I have that backwards? Because I remember they used to be capable of more and then they nerfed them and stuff. Yeah, so it's not a pack animal. That's honestly fine. Okay. Uranium section of hull there. And then I'll get this first section enclosed. Which is just the guts of keeping the ship up and running. Because imagine I'm going to make part of the ship out of uranium, and then a lot of the ship is just going to need to be steel because it won't have enough uranium. And the only reason to do that is it makes the hull health way higher. It doesn't have any impact on its aesthetics so far as like how much people like it. Would you make a better than normal statue? Wake up production. Alright, so we're going to be making pentioxylin. We did grab the Nutramine because I had more money and knew what to do with. Just in case we got that, so... pretty happy about that result. Storage, clear. Stop yelling at me with statues. I'm a sensitive artist, okay? Look. Sometimes, not always, sometimes you become a starving artist because of the quality of your work. That's so mean. Alright, so everyone get to the safe zone real fast. Animals to the safe zone. Okay, so you've got people approaching from multiple angles, so melee and bows. Yeah, so you got one bow over there and one bow down here. So it's mostly just melee, and it's attacks. That's not what I meant to. Attacks melee. Yeah, no, it's just funny. It's like the thing that's making it so interesting to me is like your character's got like 12 or 13 art. I'm like, man, you should be occasionally breaking out the occasional masterwork and everything now. But just bad RNG. So I wanted to check this. They are attacking immediately. So I feel pretty good about just running out here and engaging them wherever they come in. Assuming we can get people in position in time. You have all these bonuses. Why are you struggling so much? And how badly do you get hit? One Equistab. Only one bleeding wound between the whole group. It's just like, I mean, it's foggy rain. Thing of the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, like, we've got the range bonus thing going. But it is foggy rain. Man. Unloading everything into them. The shotgun's gonna be too short range to matter. There. Just... How do you become a pawn? Oh, the way we have that is you'll notice on the top where it says join the queue. Basically, put your name into the queue. You have a poor quality longsword. That's fine. Alright, so again, let's double check. Just bruises. So, you actually got hit pretty hard. We need to get you treated right away. You just got bruises, you just got bruised, you just got bruised. So Apple Lords here took a recurve bow to the neck, as well as a equistab. So not insignificant, but that was the only one who got any meaningful injuries. That's what people are doing? You thought it was people doing a queue in case of giveaways? Yeah, no, the thing is I use it for both purposes. Like, what'll happen is if I'm doing a giveaway, I'll open one for a giveaway. But yeah, no, it's not for a giveaway. That's gonna be a waste of a glitter, but let's go ahead. And have you both do the glitter world. Deal with that first. I used to be an adventurer until I got a recurve bow to the neck. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That is a way you stop being a adventurer pretty quick. Get a large size projectile to the throat. It's very, very negative impact on your long-term career. And continued life. You got a cute little otter. Does the otter actually have any cool stuff going on? Just tamed this garden attack. I was curious if it had like special ability for fishing or something, because there are a couple animals who will do that. I did see there was like a Reddit post that was going on about, you know, cool things you can do, and the one was saying, hey, you can make the animals that fish, you can force them to fish reliably by starving them, so restricted them to a tiny little box in the water so they couldn't get more food, so they would just fish aggressively to get the food they need, and they would get more, and you're just like, yep, that sounds like a very RimWorld coded thing to do. Being like, hey, we need food. What if we use starvation? You seen deer walking around with an arrow in its neck? Yeah, no, there's lots of those things out there. Like, there's, you know, alligators you'll find have like a knife stuck in their head and they're just going around. Assault in a camp. Yeah, that'll probably count for us. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll accept this in a minute. I'm going to take it for the Luciferum and the Uranium. Because I'm planning on angering the Empire, so there's no point in becoming friends with the Empire right before we piss them off. Toxic fallout. Basically, everything that isn't one of our growing areas, let me just tell them to cap a roof over it. Because honestly, if we manage to do that, they could probably just not even worry about the zoning stuff. So, you chose a world tile that is a quarry, and basically it's a hole in the middle of a tunnel of mountain around it. How do you defend yourself? You set up in the middle, of course, of the graph ship, holding enough wealth to feed entire worlds. Yeah. Meanwhile, animals, you get in here as well, Thrumbo. That's gonna slow down my ability to do a bunch of things here, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, so Lunar's gonna go around and slap up ceilings as fast as they can, so that I don't have to restrict movement too much. And that just is what it is. You need to treat yourself. And realistically, I should probably preach health you. Because in this case, my doctor is one of the ones who's sick. Because, of course, it's the way it always is. Think about making a box to the entrance like in? And dig one wide tunnel, said wall, so you can follow the opening. Yep, kitty snuggles. Yep, we are getting kitty snuggles. Alright. You getting him too? Excellent. Yeah, no, we do have our one cat running around the colony getting their kitty snuggles. Alright, so I gave you a preach health. That should help you get through there. A mech hive that'll attack soon. It is a large militar group. They started the marriage and then delayed the marriage. Okay. So I should probably initiate on them. Which does suck because going out the toxic fallout. But let's go out there. Let's deal with it really quick. And the reason I'm saying initiate on them is we got a lot more range. And they're not particularly fast, if I recall correctly. So if we initiate on them, we can knock down a good chunk of them before they get a chance to respond. Okay. Yeah, so we're aggroing them in like 1s and 2s. So you are kind of killing them the moment they get into range with us. Alright. We kill that one. Now we retreat. Okay. Okay, so we got the last couple. Yeah, that's what I figured. Gonna hold that door open. And go to animals. Put you on follow and tell you to engage. Excuse me. Where do you think you're going? You're just straight up ignoring my people. Okay. The rest of you go about your day. And you two deal with the last one. Alright, so that shouldn't be too bad. The only injuries we got is we got a bruise from a shotgun, and then whatever happened to the thrombo, which is the thrombo got absolutely wrecked. Which we'll get to them in a moment. Because we gotta deal with all the people and the flu and all that. Did you treat the thrombo? There you go. Or Thrombo sitting back there just like, don't mind me, I just got a bunch of shotgun shells stuck in me. It's no big deal. I've had worse. Penny-oxalin, do forever. Assignment. Manage drug policies. Social drugs will go on to here. Do this. Every 5 days, regardless of mood. Alright. Hey, Infinity, how's it going? And are doing our best to get the area covered for the toxic fallout. Mad Boom Rat, I'm gonna choose to just ignore you. Visitors, well, you're gonna find a Boom Rat. Don't mind me. Man, with the Preach health, and with the, Glitter World being thrown at, you're winning decently against that flu, but not by as much as I'd like. Well, don't blame me. Okay. In your opinion, Vintage Story is better to watch? Cool. I didn't really ask. The reality you run into is the feedback I got for a lot of people was Vintage Story was fun to kind of poke my toe into, but a lot of people much prefer RimWorld, so it is just kind of one of those things. Everyone's going to have their preferences, and that's fine. But the reality is, when we go and we look at the platform, RimWorld has far more replayability than Vintage Story does. RimWorld has a lot more people seeking out content for it than Vintage Story does. That doesn't in any way mean that Vintage Story is a bad game. But, you know, it's just the reality that you may have a preference for Vintage Story, but just unfortunately, when it comes to raw numbers of people, the masses have different view. Like, if we check... Like, we could check on the data on here. So if we were to go and check Vintage Story and filter it by English channels, its average viewership for the last 30 days, Vintage Story that is actually up 100% at only 200-something. It was averaging about 100 average viewers previously. Meanwhile, if we look at RimWorld, for example, it's at 6,900 average viewers. And prior to that, like when it's at its low, it was still averaging about 1,400. It's just the reality. The problem, I think, with Vintage Story, as far as like long-term watching, is it can be very slow and repetitive. Like, I say this as I very much enjoy it, but from the watching perspective, you know, it could be run out, grab thing, come back, work on the process, and something as like I'm building a roof or whatever can be literally like session after session after session after session just building a roof because of the amount of effort it takes. And it's fine to enjoy that content more. But the point being, as someone who does this for a living, the reality is I have to be mindful about what draws an audience. And yeah. One of these has a lot more growth potential than the other. Yeah, some games are just better for streaming, even if the streamer enjoys playing them. Yeah, no, exactly. I've, like, low-key, off-stream, I have been playing a lot of Vintage Story since we checked it out. Like, that is a game I've been going hard on off-stream. But the reality was, while I was streaming Vintage Story, I was watching the viewership slowly go down, even compared against Vintage Story, like, on the channel. So, yeah. Vintage Story might be well-suited for sped-up Let's Play, but streamed alone, it's pretty difficult to stream live. Yeah, no, I think it would cater a lot more to collaborative play, or modded play. You prefer less mods at once, but you don't care? Less mods on what? On this? Or on Vintage Story? Because Vintage Story is literally playing vanilla, like no mods. Would you try Arc Ascended? Oh, yeah, I'm running very, very little mods. Very little mods. About the only meaningful mod I'm running is this Fog of War mod. Otherwise, it's just random research. Everything else is just music in that. This is very, very, very close to vanilla run. But yeah. It was okay, but it's a little slow to watch. Yeah, no, I think... Yeah, no, it's mods, plural command. I was talking... You're talking add-ons? Do you mean DLC? Because generally speaking, people want to see the DLC content, so yeah. No, it's just very much too many DLC. I mean, that's fine. The reality, though, is what you're asking for is kind of counter to what generally people seek in RimWorld. Which is totally fine. Like, you obviously like what you like. Let's have you manually... put it in the chem fuel tank. It'll toggle that power so that this comes online so you can actually craft stuff. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things. And that happens. Like, that's actually one of the things that can be very frustrating, is if you have very atypical preferences, you are often at the mercy of what people are seeking out on the platforms. Alright, we'll take the fishing book just to try and guarantee ourselves that. Alright, so it's a Revenant Spine. In this particular case... Ooh, actually... No, containing you right now is going to be bad. So what I am going to do is I am just going to go schedule, unrestrict Aeolion, go smash that Revenant Spine. Normally I'd really like to keep Revenants, but that little box down there is not going to have good containment. It's going to be way better for me to just play it safe and just smash it. Schedule the Leon. We'll have you haul the book in. I actually don't care about the hat at all. Let's see, I think since most of the viewers have seen plenty of vanilla base, they like either DLC gameplay or in particular Odyssey or Overhaul mods, but they all have their own edges and core to deal with. Yeah, no, I think it's the reality is when you look at playing just a straight up vanilla, no DLC, no mods kind of run a RimWorld, the content is fairly limited because people forget mech clusters are royalty. So if you don't have royalty set up, you don't have mech clusters. You have all the anomaly stuff will be missing. You will be missing like the Impids, the Neanderthals, and all those Wasters. All of those are DLC as well. And like you take away about all that, and RimWorld can feel very hollow at that point. That it's just reduced the amount of things that can happen in the game by so much. All right, so we got about 70% chance of positive outcome, just shy of a 20% chance of instantly converting. All the ideology stuff, that's DLC as well. So it is one of those things that straight up vanilla RimWorld is excellent when it came out, but as time has gone on and people have seen that content, it's not the one we needed. It just takes a lot to keep it, interesting. Because like going back to just straight up vanilla, you don't have anomaly, you don't wish to get it? Cool. That's certainly a choice. I think you've said that a number of times. Like, not today. It's like, it's cool that if you don't like anomaly, like, no one's making you. I don't know. It's a little bit weird for someone to pop in, for me, for someone to pop in and just be like, I like the other game you play more. I think you should play this with less. I don't know, it's just a weird take to me. I'm not trying to like make a big scene of it. It's just kind of a strange thing. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do those corners. We'll start making this into a rec room / bedroom area. You like the DLC with babies? Yeah, it's biotech. Yeah, no, it's, I didn't take it as being told to play a certain way. But, like, as a content creator, like, low-key, it can be a pretty negative experience when you're streaming and someone pops in and is like, I would rather you're doing something else. It's like, cool, that doesn't feel great. You agree, and you like Vintage Story and other games like RimWorld. Make better stories and create good engagement. Yeah, well, that's kind of a big thing. Are you going to have trouble flying all the stuff on your ship? Oh, we're not going to be bringing everything with us. The ship isn't going to be able to be big enough to support everything we want. We're just going to bring what we can. It's the only DLC we got? Yeah, like, these days, I would say Royalty is the weakest of their DLC offering, which it's also their first. But, let's see, Vintage Story is also the single character. In RimWorld, people can get their own pawn. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of good stuff going for RimWorld. There's a reason why RimWorld's been one of the games that has been on the channel you know, pretty consistently for a very long time. If it helps, you can't play RimWorld for crap, but you got hooked with Tim streams and now just really enjoy watching the gameplay. That's how I feel about Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is a game I just really did not enjoy. Like, I've genuinely had a really just, I am not having fun, I don't want to keep playing this game kind of experience with Dwarf Fortress. And it was just the obtuseness of the UI. Like, it being Pixar and all that, I really don't care. That's fine. But, like, it would ask you to do something, you'd have to go through, like, layers upon layers upon layers of UI to figure out where the thing it wanted you to do was. You just kind of had to memorize it all. And I was just like, I'm sorry. I just spent, what was it, $40 to get the Steam version of this game? People are like, well, it's better than the ASCII version. It's like, I don't care if it's better than the ASCII version. This is the version I spent $40. I actually refunded it. I was just very upset about it. I enjoy watching it, though. Like, I think the stories that Dwarf Fortress builds are amazing. But man, does it need some polish on that UI. You like watching others play RimWorld? Whenever Randy Cassie does what Randy Cassie does, you grump. But you're always curious about other folks read their story. You really think of getting Vintage Story? Yeah, no, I mean, I genuinely, like I said, I've been playing a lot of it off stream. It's just kind of one of those ones that, like, on stream, the pacing was... Like, you can play it. Like, for example, Kildrix is playing a lot of Vintage Story and makes that content work for him. But it is just, for streaming purposes, it's a very slow-paced game. You do watch him too? Yeah, Kildrix is great. Kildrix is excellent. Absolutely recommend. But yeah, no, it is just one of those things that the pacing on Vintage Story tends to be pretty slow. It's probably one of those games that for streaming would potentially benefit by going into the settings and just speeding up a bunch of stuff and all that. I usually don't like doing that. Have you done Oxygen Not Included? I've done a lot of Oxygen Not Included. I enjoy that. That game's very hit and miss on the channel. Sometimes people really engage with it. Sometimes we get like one good stream and then the viewer count just starts dropping off hard. Because that is another game that could have some pretty, like, it's the early game is very streamable, it's very good. When you start getting to mid and late game, what ends up happening here with it is, one, because of like how the wiring is hidden behind the layer of the background and the piping is hidden behind the layer of the background, it's one of those games if you don't see a person start a run and you jump in after the start, it's really hard to get into. It can be a real hard one for that purpose. Oh yeah, so we're out of steel is what's happening here, which is why nothing's getting done. And we're dealing with toxic fallout, which is just the what if we, you know, couldn't go outside for much time. We have our face masks on. I should probably let them out. Wait. Oh, okay. Okay, it was the other couple. I thought we were having a marriage ceremony, and then the couple getting married broke up during it. No, it was we had two couples, one is getting married, and apparently the other couple must have saw them and went, no, we don't want that. Never mind, we're out. Yeah. He's got a lot of Vintage Story mods. Yeah, Kildrix does a lot of mods in Vintage Story. I think you have to, though. Let's see. You bought it just because you saw it here. Yeah, no, that's excellent. Soul vs. World isn't engaging for some folks. Yeah, well, that's the thing. That was, a number of creators and I have been discussing, like, different directions that the Twitch platform has tried to move in. So there's been a whole thing that's been very not secret that there's been, like, a big push on Twitch for content users. Okay, who is getting hunted where? Alright, let's get all of you. We can start running down towards this door. But, there's been a big push for doing a lot more group and collaborative play. With, like, you know, stream together and all that stuff. And it boils down to the Twitch people did their numbers, and it went, hey, we see that collaborative play has a higher rate of engagement by the viewers. And when viewers have a higher rate of engagement, there's generally a higher retention of viewership. Therefore, it's better if we do that. And it misses the fact that there's, like, user preferences and all that. And I can tell you when I do collabs, like, I still think they're worth doing, but I do them as one-offs, that, genuinely speaking, there's a lot of people who find having 2 or 3 different voices involved and things constantly on the go, they find that very, very not relaxing. It's just not the content they want, which is totally fair. But, you know, in isolation with that little bit of data where you're like, you know, collaboration leads to higher engagement, engagement leads to higher viewership, therefore everyone should do collaboration, it's missing the forest for the trees. That, you know, you saw the one metric, you jumped onto it, latched onto it, and ignored all the rest of the data around it. And it's easy to do that. Like, it's a very common pitfall for people who deal with data who aren't knowledgeable on data. But it's definitely one of those things that, like, a lot of the value I provide my viewers is with, like, the commentary, and generally we don't do, like, really high-intensity games and all that kind of stuff. Not that there's never moments that aren't, like, high-intensity or whatever, but generally, you know, we're doing colony simulators and all that. Even when you look at, like, an intense moment in RimWorld where you got this raid that's busting down your door and you're, like, min-maxing your gameplay to try and get through to the other side, it's not the same as, you know, clutch moments in, like, Counter-Strike or League of Legends or whatever, where everyone's doing, like, their split-second exact timed calls and, like, routing around and having to do reflex shots and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, that's low-key when I watch people and 2 or 3 people are talking over each other. I can't handle that. Like, it's just not fun for me. That's as a viewer and as a creator. It's one of the things you'll notice a lot of times when I'm doing a collaboration. If people are very talkative, I'll get quiet. That's what's happening there. Is I don't want to talk over people and all that. Overload senses, yeah. But I'll tend to be quiet unless I have something significant to input. So, like, if we're just chatting back and forth, I'll basically just let people chat. But then, you know, it's like, well, we should do this, and you're like, hey, wait a second, actually, you want to be careful about that. Like, you know, I'll chime in those moments, but otherwise I'll kind of just stay quiet and let it be. Don't bother hunting. I mean, there's one last animal, so there's nothing left for you to hunt. Yeah, a lot of collab play seems more about the group involved and not the game involved. So unless you have a good group, the game isn't. If the game isn't top notch, it distracts the overall experience. At least for you, it seems the games meant for collab have a lower quality for story content and lean much more into group gameplay. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I'm saying is. It is one of those things that you can have different collaborative groups that can make really good content together, but also, what do their audiences want? But, yeah, no, I generally, you know, agree to the sentiment that when it comes to a lot of collaborative gameplay, a lot of times, can't see which side's the top. I guess it really doesn't matter. When it comes to a lot of collaborative gameplay, you know, yeah, there's the chemistry of the group involved. That's certainly part of it. But also it matters, like, what your audience is. That's a major part of it as well. Because, like, even if I've got an extremely good group so far as we just really jive together, we've got us the nice thing. If we've all been building up audiences of, like, chill, relaxing gameplay, and then we're doing our collaboration, and, you know, they end up being higher energy just by the nature of what's going on in them. That means I built up one audience, and I'm providing content of a different type. And you can do that a little bit, but that falls into when we talk about these things. I'll mention there's, like, the indulgence, where, like, I am playing this game because I want to. I'm not playing this game because it makes any kind of sense for the channel. And you do a certain degree of that. Like, every once in a while, you gotta be like, you know what? Today we're gonna play this game that really nobody's looking for. It is what it is, and that's okay. You just, you know, you dip your toe in, you have a little bit of a good time, and then you get back out. And that bed gets disassembled, and that bed gets disassembled. I think we got all the beds being moved. It said, one of the fun collabs is when you all tried to kill each other, indirect methods and price. Oh yeah, with Brildane and Snoot and Killadrix and Digwood. Yeah, I think that was a really good collab for the channel. Like, it again, and even talking amongst them, they're like, yeah, we should totally do this again. You know, and by then, like, the numbers started really dropping off on Project Zomboid. But, it was also one of those things, though, when you were looking at it, that very genuinely, with a lot of that stuff, we're gonna move this light. I'll put this light here. And build another light there, because then we'll make this like a mini rec room. But yeah, that one is really fun because one, you know, everyone involved, like there was definitely like the chemistry among all of us. None of us were like try hard or sweaty about any of it. Like, cause there was certainly ways I could have killed them indirectly that wouldn't have been really fun for anyone involved. It would have been just like tee-hee, I got the kills and you didn't kind of thing. So like, I really wish my elaborate trap had had a chance to be tested. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because for those who weren't there, I had set up this whole big elaborate trap that what would happen is you had this house and I covered it up so you couldn't see in from the sides or anything like that. Okay, so we can start replanting these. So you couldn't see in from the sides or anything, but I made it so the front window you could see in, and I can't remember what it was. It was like a flamingo or something someone would want in there. And so then I had an open window on the side, but the blinds were closed, so you'd have to climb in to deal with it. And it was a whole bunch of tables in sequence with a fire on the end of it. So had you tried to climb through the window, your character would get animation locked, walk across all the table, and then step down into the fire. You know, thus killing you. And so it's like this whole big elaborate trap that the odds of it working were very low because you needed someone to be willing to walk into what looked like a very obvious trap, considering I deliberately put something they wanted in the thing. But I really appreciate, especially Digwood and Killadrix, who 100% knew the other one was getting ready to kill them. But they'd be like, hell with it, let's bite. So like Digwood making the incredibly poisoned soup, and just talking to Killadrix. And, you know, Killadrix was like, I'm not eating that. There's no way I trust you eating that. He goes, no, here, I'll have some first. And, you know, drank some of the soup. And Killadrix's like, all right, whatever, fine, I'll drink the soup. Meanwhile, Digwood's running off the screen and goes to die because the soup was super poisoned. But, like, you know, if people are trying to min-max and win, you wouldn't, like, the moment anyone tried to give you anything, no one would engage with it. So I appreciated that group. Kind of went more into, like, the role-play side of it than, you know, gotta win and all that stuff. It's particularly good, especially because the animation lock means they'll get to watch moments as death approaches. Completely helpless, deliciously evil. That was the exact thought, is there would be a good, like, 10 seconds and watch themselves walking over there. Alright, Chimera. It's a pretty decent group of Chimera. So let's get everyone back assigned into the safe zone. I'm going to want to pop a door here to give them a path of entry. Alright, so this is going to get pretty spicy pretty fast. I was hoping for a little bit more time before they made their move. But we're not going to get that. Alright, Based, you have a good one. Let's see, if you have high stress and or low mental resources, your brain is already exhausted, struggle watching, listening to multiple voices. Oh yeah, no, that's kind of like a saying when it comes to my thought process around a lot of it. Is I try and go, what is the value I provide? Is what I'm doing in line with that value or against that value? And there's a lot of stuff that's really amazing content for some people that is just not well suited. Oh, you are already downed? That is not what you want to see. Yeah, so these things are hard to knock. I'm willing to bet you lost a leg or something. Okay. Okay, so what happened to you? Oh no, you just happen to have... That's actually weird that that knocked you so fast. I mean, it's fine. You're not actually in that bad a shape, all things considered. You're bleeding pretty good, but I mean... You're a frontliner, and that's just what frontliners do, is they bleed from everything. You're still mad you didn't get the Thrumbo plushie? Yeah. I have a couple of plushies. I'm not like a big collector of them or anything. For me, the Thrumbo plushie just... I don't know. That was a plushie that really didn't sell me on it. Like, to me, the fur just kind of looked weird. But for those who enjoy it, like, don't let me yuck your yum or whatever. But for me, the plushies is like, I don't know about this one. Alright, Bioferrite Shaping. Cool beans. Yeah, so Gimmo to get all that sorted out. It didn't seem to look like the Thrumbo in game, that's why you didn't get it. I mean, for me it looked fine compared to the Thrumbo in game. It was just like the fur they put on it just kind of... I don't know, there's not much stuff that has fur on it that I'm really on board with it. Not even like from like an ethical or moral thing, because it's fake fur. Not like, whatever. But it just doesn't look good in a lot of cases. I don't know. But I know a lot of people haven't. There's a lot of people really like it. So again, don't let me yuck your yum. Just because it's not my jam doesn't mean it's like objectively bad or something. I'm gonna need you to haul that one out of the door, or you're just gonna go back and forth forever. There we go. Yeah, Versa, didn't they have a boom rat as well? The boom rat looked a little bit better to me. That said, I didn't get that one either. I did get the shirts, though. Or one of the shirts. I got the shirts of the 3 storytellers when that one came out. But you got Ambu? Yeah, Ambu was good. Like, I very much enjoyed the Wandering Village. I don't think I enjoyed it to a degree I would want to, I would get necessarily a plushie for it. I think there'd be like other IPs I would pursue a plushie first. But the Ambu plushie is pretty adorable. Cargo pods landing nearby. They're delivering Cobra eggs. Cool. Alright, so we're probably getting pretty close to being upset from lack of conquest. We're neutral, so we're right about to be. So we do have a quest, hopefully it didn't expire yet. Camp Assault, where we could send 6 people to go after 3 wasters. We will do that. Leon, let's have you grab your Zeus hammer. It'll try and give you a minute to recover. But once we got one of our melee people up, we're going to go ahead and send down that group to go get it. Because then we can use that for the Luciferum, which we're not using right now, but we'll probably use eventually. Molostite complete. Don't really care. Your daughter bought a God of War model, and we had to pay heaps for the last sun to go with it from the other side of the world. Cool, we got the grab ship, you know, hive mind being detected thing. We have a lot of plushes. You don't usually think too much about something if it's cute. Yeah, no, it's totally fine. Like, everyone's got their collections. Yeah, I used to have them here on the desk. Like, I've got the little spiffo here. Who's got his like little backpack and all that with this stuff, and that's Project Zomboid. I'm guessing it fell off the desk. Where did that go? I also have one. It was from the first game that ever sponsored the channel, The Tenants, that you got like your Uncle Steve or whatever it is, and they sponsored it and they're like, hey, we're gonna pay you for this. It's like, oh cool, like this is my first sponsored game on the channel. This is really neat. Like, you know, it's this tycoon game where you kind of run like your apartments or whatever, and it was pretty good. Like, it's not an amazing game, but it's fun and enjoyable. But then they sent me the little plushie of Uncle Steve. And I'm like, you know what? That's really sweet. That's kind of cool. And to be fair, to this day, I still, like, that sticks out in my head because of the people who've sponsored the channel, there's been very few have done anything, like, above and beyond, you know, what was initially discussed, just so far as money. You're like, don't get me wrong, the money's what I need to pay my bills. But, like, having someone go is like, hey, we sent you this, like, little plushie, or... You know, with, like, Project Zomboid, it wasn't a sponsored thing, but, you know, I got to be in the test group, so if you actually go into Project Zomboid, my name shows up in the credits in the top right. So as they rotate through the different names there, Rual Storge does show up there, which is pretty cool that they gave me that nod and all that. Alright, Flash Storm, that's fine. We got this quest. I want to take it. Alright, so they almost got everything moved over. Even bought a capybara from Green Hell. It came with its own backpack and a plush banana. Could you put out all those fires? There's a lot of fires. Now that we've lost all of our crops due to toxic fallout. Maybe a silly question, but are the granite beds part of ideology, or just durable than wood? Oh, these ones, the granite slab beds, are ideology. There are granite beds. You can just make a regular bed out of granite if you want, but the slab beds are an ideology thing if you do, like, pain is a virtue ideology. Alright. And then you got that done. So that'll wall that off. So then we can... Oh, man. The break room stuff is not going to fit all in there. Right. Transport pod crash. Normally I would say yes to this, because it's not a bad pawn to add to the roster. I'm going to probably pass on it, because... we're going to be in a very tight ship. We're still building it out. So I'm going to let that one go. Alright, so we need to accept this quest and we're going to do it. Okay, how good is your shape? You're only down a couple hit points on most of these limbs. I am going to send you because you have the shield belt. So you're going. And you're supposed to send how many people? 6 people. So let's send... all of you. All right. So looking at this, we got 1 sentry gun over here. So from the right side, I've got to worry about the sentry gun. Really high pollution on the map, unfortunately. There's supposed to be like 5 of them. Alright, so it's looking like one of those ones where they're just going to be all rocking tox grenades. Yeah, it's looking exactly like that one. That should be an easy one for us. Bonk. There should be more of them here, if I'm not mistaken. I thought there was supposed to be like 5 of them. I might have just misremembered. Yep, so now what we could do here is to alleviate this problem. You can go break that wire. We will uninstall you. And we'll claim and uninstall you. Alright, who can do construction here? Alright, so you're going to undraft and uninstall. And you... Where's the other one? Are going to undraft and uninstall. It'll go orders, allow all. Set to load all the people. And then items, grab the meals, grab those. I don't care about the tox grenades. Okay, so we're gonna get everything loaded up. Meanwhile, pop over here. And let's just send someone out to go fetch the Luciferum so it doesn't rot. Cool. Get him one more won't hurt? No. Generally speaking, I tend to not... Like, I would rather have fewer pawns than more. Like, literally, once you start to get up to, like, 12 pawns or so, I actively go out of my way to not get more people. That it does start to make it too chaotic, not very fun for me to play anymore at that stage. And I've done a couple runs where we got up to like 20-something pawns that was just like, it was just frenetic that I'd literally be kind of tired after stream because it was just so much chaos going on. So while this pawn was certainly good with Brawler and Too Smart, like Too Smart, it's a good one, but Brawler being good. I was looking at the other stuff here being like, okay, they can mine, but they're also a pigskin, which means a higher hunger rate, and then they have worse handling and all that. I'm like, I don't really need that. Now, they're like a solid pawn, like they're running up, you know, very neurotic industrious, or, you know, nimble brawler, or something like that. That's another story. It's like, no, do I have space for this person? No, we're gonna find it. Another normal quality statue. We'll need to go in here and go zone, home zone. Alright, yeah, you're in the home zone. Alright, so here's the challenge we're going to have to figure out. So I think one thing we're doing is we're not bringing the big table. As much as I'd like to, I think the big table is just not happening. So we'll bring that in over here. And that over there, so that's a recreation. We need to bring the statue thing. So we're going to shove that in there. Because that's a religious symbol. If we don't bring it, they'll whine about it a whole lot. We can put the lectern right up here. Put the ideology point right there. For ideology things, I should have the pews. I wonder if we could use the pews as chairs for the table. I've never tried. I'll put the pews here. This is quickly just becoming an ideology room and not even like a proper like rec room or whatever. Get the drums in here. Okay, so the only thing I'm missing is the table. Okay, so we got fishing through our book. I'm gonna try it. I don't think this will work. But let's go find the 1x2 tables. Get marble 1x2 table. I can't put it here because of the way those drums are turned. That's fine. Okay, so I'm going to go down here to a 1x2 table. And we'll see if that works at all. Or if they won't accept those tables. And if they don't accept those tables, then this becomes an ideology room, and we build a separate rec room off the ship. Because I still have 117 tiles, which I would like to use for a production room and storage. Yeah, we can start with that for now and just see how far that gets. Meanwhile, we'll do the thing we did at the other ship where I put a door on the front and the back of like the support arm. That way you can go out, go either way here. And then this could be fully enclosed. That way we have an entryway on this side and an entryway back and forth here. I haven't given ourselves a defensive position yet. More than likely, I'll end up needing another grav core to do that. With that said, I missed track of time, so let me go ahead and step away. As people know, I usually take about a 5-minute break as my first big, like, it is my quote-unquote big break for the stream. Just around the time my wife gets home and all that, so I'm going to run downstairs, welcome her home, throw some food in the oven and all that, and I'll be back up. But thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes for more RimWorld.
I listen to all my pioneers, often when they're not even aware of it. So due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo choo mother.
Yes, Ada. Choo choo indeed. In hindsight, the one I probably should have done is the cow where it's like the Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run. I wanted to run back this. Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. And I don't have both my melee people up this time, I have just the one. Alright, if you want to just grenade your own people, I am down to let you do that. Who needs what enemies when you got friends like that? Alright. But I could absolutely put myself in a hurt locker with how much spicy I'm into. Like, one of my favorite flavors is habanero. Like, I think I have genuinely somewhere in the area of like 12 or 14 bottles of different types of habanero hot sauce in the house. I don't have a problem, you have a problem. I can quit anytime I... Yeah, I don't know about anyone else, but if you have a colony where you've got 12 kids that you've raised there, definitely MVP parent. Because that is a lot of kids. Yeah, so we gotta find a lung, an eye, and a kidney. Like, the farther up and left you go... Oh, yeah, no? Okay, this map just has weird numbering. Oh, hey, car. Don't mind me, I was just, you know, distracted driving a little bit. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! We've done it, chat. We successfully murdered a whole lot of trees. Okay. Good job, man. So we got a bamboo... Okay. Resting is acceptable. Go to health. Glitter World, and you need immediate medical attention, because you're like 20% behind. I'm already dealing with one. They have to wait their turn. Breaking news, Rual single-handedly cuts down the Amazon. Hey. That's what it gets for taking up so much of the planet. It's all like, I produce most of the air on the planet. Look, nature, no one asked you. It also feels like it caters to that specifically. Yes, that's... You okay there, boat? I'll just give you a moment to sort yourself out. Nothing's breaking, right? No? Alright. I mean, you take your time. When you're ready, you can settle down. It's making terrible noises. I'm not sure how well you can hear it, but it's going crunch, crunch, crunch. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so... Back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. Alright, train, I presented you a nice large target. Excellent. Ooh, coconut chicken. Oh yeah, that fills us up. Be riding those fire kills zip line seems. Yeah, I don't understand. So we're supposedly on floor 1. Let's go to 0, because I assume we opened the door then. Textures. Don't kill me. Okay, everything's fine. We just escaped the map a little bit there for a minute. All right, let's get back to it. Yeah, no, too was just getting home. We were talking about like going on the cruise and everything. And she had like a piece of clothing that wasn't fitting quite right, and she's like, "It's because I'm fat." And I'm like, "Well, no, you're not." And I was like, "It's okay though. We're getting ready to go on a cruise, and everyone loses weight on a cruise. That's the way it works, right?" For those who don't know, that's the opposite of how it works. Cruise is one of those things you go on it, and then you get home, and you're like, "Where did I gain like 10, 15 pounds from? What happened?" It's like visiting the family for your holidays. You always come back and be like, "Where did all this weight come from? I'm not allowed to gain weight this fast. This isn't how this is supposed to work." Alright, just checking one or two things really fast. You love a good cruise? Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. It's been a while. Alright. Just checking, because I had a message I would need to make sure it was nothing urgent. Okay. Yeah, and that's always... It's like, so... I don't get to take a lot of vacation. Even before content creation, I didn't take too much vacation very often. Most of my travel that happened before that was work stuff. Like, I'd have to talk at some conference or help organize some event or whatever. And then, you know, the vacation was... I had to be there for a week for the event planning and all that, and to do the event. And then you just, you know, tack on 2, 3, 4 days or whatever on either side of it, one side or the other, to, you know, make it your vacation. Since you get the company to already pay for the plane and everything to get you there and back. The only thing you're on the hook for is those extra couple days of hotel stay or whatever activities you do. And sometimes you get lucky and that sends you to fun and interesting places. And sometimes you get sent to these places you're like, "Man, there ain't nothing here." Like, this town, what is it? It's a conference center. What else is it? No, look, that's the whole list. It's a conference center. The only thing to do here is a conference and eat a couple things nearby. But, you know, you'll be someplace like Salt Lake City. And they have a couple of food options there, to be fair. But if you like spicy food, your only real option there is like curry. It was pretty funny that I had a buddy at the company I worked for was based in Salt Lake City for a while. And he's like, "Man, I'm gonna take you to the best Mexican restaurant in all of Salt Lake City. You're gonna love it. It's authentic. It's great." And I was like, "Heck yeah, I'm genuinely looking forward to that." And we got there, and it was some of the blandest food I have ever eaten. And I'm like, "Man, you all have bad taste." You've been to Vegas more times than you'd like to at this point. I've been to Vegas once. I've been to Vegas more times than I'd care to. To be fair, I did have a good time, but my god, that place is expensive. Where I live is a touristy place that we have people come by and go, "How do you live here? It's so freaking expensive." And it felt like straight up just getting food on a discount compared to Vegas. I was genuinely upset with how ridiculously expensive Vegas is. Like, you get like these like, don't get me wrong, you can get some like really good food and all. And I know people will be like, "Oh, well, you just got to go a couple blocks off the strip." I'm like, right, but if traffic sucks and everything, you know, and I don't have a car, they've kind of got a captive audience. Because, like, the monorail thing they have only goes from, like, the bottom of the strip to the top. It doesn't go out away from the strip. Nothing against the rest of Vegas, but the strip for conferences is its own thing. You don't want to be around anymore. Yeah, no, that was... I'm glad I went to Vegas for the experience, to try it once. But it's definitely, like, the antithesis to what I want in a vacation. Like, when I want a vacation, I want to relax. I want to not be blasted by noise everywhere I go. I don't want, like, I don't want to go for, like, a burger and it be, like, $30, not counting a drink. Like, it's, like, $28-something for a burger. We went to this place and got, like, a pretty sad spaghetti thing. And I'm like, the spaghetti thing's, like, $20 a person. And it's, like, it's just pasta. It's not even, like, got fancy stuff going on with it. It's, like, literally just someone threw some pasta into some water warmed it up, and then tossed some like ragu on it. Like my homemade spaghetti is leagues better, let alone some like fancy restaurant or something. Like your food court food would still cost you $30 a head. I was genuinely upset about it. And again, I enjoyed going for the experience. I don't regret it. But anytime it's like, hey, you want to go back to Vegas? Like, no. No, man. I'd rather stay home. Like, I'd genuinely just rather stay home. Which it's funny, because of the places I've traveled in the world, I can't really say that about almost any other place. Like, that's kind of been the only place I've had that kind of reaction. Rome is a complicated one. Rome, it's interesting for like all the history around those buildings and everything and all that stuff. That part of it's very charming, but the people in Rome suck. Like, that's not being mean about like people who are Italian. It's just specifically Rome. Like, the number of people trying to scam you is astronomical. Like, even like the travel guide, like so far as like Italy has its own like travel department or whatever and has a guide for its like cities and all that. And like, if you go to the one for Rome, they're like, yeah, if children approach you, shove them away. They're going to rob you. And you're like, what? This is like the government's official guide. And they're being like, yeah, if you see children, like, you know, kick them. They're going to rob you. It's like, what is this? And to be fair, Rome has the second most pickpocketed place in the entire world at Trevi Fountain. And they recommend, like, making sure any pockets you have are, like, on the inside of your jacket and all that kind of stuff, so they're really hard to get at. Like, that's just how bad it is. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Or they talk about, like, if anyone tries to hand you anything, to, like, deliberately try to not let them give you anything kind of stuff. Because there's a scam they'll do, like, they'll have, you know, someone who will be like, oh, here, would you like a flower? And they'll give you, like, a rose or whatever. And they'll say something, you know, some for some. And they're basically wanting you to pay them for the flower. And if you don't give them enough money, or you don't give them money, they start yelling at you and making a scene. Now, if as a tourist, you don't know what the rules are there, you're uncomfortable, you don't know what to do, you're likely to cave and give them the money to make them go away, which is the scam. And if you try and walk away, they'll follow you around and harass you and all that kind of stuff. So you don't do it, but they'll practically like walk up to you and like almost shove it into you, so you naturally kind of grab at whatever's being thrown at you, to like set it up and all that, and it's really awful. But we had like multiple restaurants we went into at Rome that we would put in our order and we'd check our receipt afterwards, and there'd be a bunch of extra items added to it. Like, we had a place that tried to be like, oh yeah, you know, €18 for the ravioli. It's like, we didn't get a ravioli. Like, it's like, I got this pasta dish and she got that thing, and we got some bread. There was no pastries of any kind. Like, there was no like dough filled with stuff in any of our food. We did not get a ravioli. And they'll be like, oh no, we'll take care of it. And they take it back, and they take like one of the like 8 items they've added off. You're like, no, we ordered just these 3 items. These are the 3 items we're paying for. And you end up wasting an extra hour with these people bickering back and forth. You can't just walk out, because then, you know, the cops will arrest you because you walked out on your check. You're not allowed to do that. And that was just Rome. We went to Florence. It was lovely. It was wonderful. But Rome, I don't... Like, it's one of those places it's like, yeah, go check out the sites and then leave. Like, don't stay. Like, you just don't stay there. There's a lot of cool history. There's a lot of cool tours. There's a lot of cool that stuff. But it is got a very strong scam culture in there. Let's see, what you always tell people about Vegas is that you've been there once and you didn't stop. You're on a backpacking trip, decided to drive down the strip to see it, and it's legitimately funny to be in a van full of crunchy outdoorsy types looking on in horror, being too much excess. Take us back to the mountains, please. We've seen enough. Oh yeah, no, Vegas is definitely a city of excess. So we'll see if these tables work. I don't know if they will. I don't think it'll allow them to use the pews as... No, actually they're using it. Alright. I didn't think that was going to work because I've never tried it before. Okay, so that is our dining room, rec room, my ideology room. That does work. It's a bit cramped, but you know, that's nothing. Oh, that ruins it all, doesn't it? We have an altar. And the altar's 2x3. I don't like exposing this thing to potentially being attacked. You know, should our people break and all that. But if I move all this, I can move the one set of drums over, and we can fit the altar right up against this. How good is the vampire species? They're very strong. You do have to be careful because they do have a tendency to kill the people that they get into a mood break with. Well, I can build a new one. It's just, it's 2x3, and it needs to be in our ritual room. And there's not a 2x3 space available. So, I gotta finagle stuff to make that happen. Can you expand the room? That's the maximum distance that way. But yeah, no, I'm just taking a little bit of the wall. So we still have the hallways to keep raiders out, but if we tantrum, we can potentially destroy our grav core. Which is not what you want. Okay. I reinstall you. How many drums do I actually need for this thing, for it to count? Is it 4? It's 6 drums, so I do need 6. Alright, so we gotta move these drums somehow. I could reinstall you over here. I could reinstall you over here. Reinstall you up there. Oh, I see. I had it backwards. You should be rotated this way. You should be rotated that way. And we could just install you back here. We'll figure that out in a minute. Thank you, Wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
Love.
Love. The sphere came after. Your story is from 10 years ago. That, oh, I missed something about the mortar shells. You're not sure it's possible, but if you move the cover to the right by 1, so the missing wall is blocked by the console. Yeah, no, it was the intersection points that were the actual problem, not where, like, is the intersection there. And could you even make it so they could path around it better? By taking these 2 drums and moving them like that. And it will make it so it kind of... Alright. Imposing monument for nothing I care about. We need to raid someone. Oh no, we already did. Okay, we did raid someone. Oh, right, because we did the quest. I was thinking is like, oh, we need to raid someone. We're going to be getting angry real fast. Yeah, so that should work. For now, I've got our rec room and all that built. And I still have 61 tiles to work with. Yeah, I should be able to use up that space over here. So what we're going to start doing is moving equipment into the ship. Yeah, we don't have enough. So we're gonna have to switch over. How much uranium is still on there? Is that all the uranium we have? Oh no, I got tons of uranium. Never mind. They just haven't hauled it back yet. Okay. Okay, and this will be our production room. And then we can move all of our production stuff in here. And it'll just take our remaining tiles and move them up here. And that could be our storage room. Yeah, that should work. Like I said, the only negative is now with a tantrum they can attack the grav engine. It does look like, I think the grav engine had a lower max hit points before. I do think they buffed it. Because it really sucked when one stray hit destroyed your grav engine. You're like, well, ship's done. But with the door, now I have this whole side walled off there. Rare thrombos. Okay, they both male. Alright. You. Inspired surgery. You cannot tame. They Leon can tame. So you can try both of them, because if we get a male one, we could start breeding thrombos. And we can start trying to like juggle them for thrombo fur as well as for weapons. It will make us way more dependent food-wise. There's about 2% chance per tame of actually landing it. Did you not actually tame them? Alright. The Boutique Thrombo Farm? Yep. Oh, and we have a battery. We'll want to install that somewhere. We'll worry about that in a minute. Alright, 1.5 chance. Hey, a good statue! Finally! That's at least acceptable. And is a serene statue depicting Kraisk dancing seductively. The statue has a furrowed brow. Keep in mind, dancing seductively while having a furrowed brow. That's certainly a look. The work is infused with the idea of affection being done in a graffiti-like style. Sculpted into the statue's face is the image of a poplar tree. Alright, so just to clarify, Kraisk is dancing seductively with a furrowed brow in such a manner that it looks like there's a poplar tree for a face. In a graffiti-like style. I could see that. Not as a statue, really, but as a painting. Little tricky to pull that off. Little tricky to pull it off in a statue, though. See, to be honest, Paris is the same about stuff being bad, people being bad, but they're just gruff bad. Non-Parisian French feel the same way. People just don't like the stereotypical people from Paris. And the scam artists all around important places, like the Louvre, and Mount Moreland with its 1,000 amateur painters trying to get by. Yeah, well, I mean where you have like because I've been to Paris, where you have, for example, where you go and they'll have the areas where there's like a bunch of different like performing people who are trying to make a buck and painting people trying to make a buck. That doesn't feel too bad. I do know we ran into a couple people who were like that, who are a little bit more scammy. Where again, that they're not trying to like actually get you some art. Again, like the person who runs up and like shoves stuff into your hands and then tries to make a scene if you don't give them money, that kind of thing. And there's a certain amount of that in any major place. Like, you can run into that in LA and all that as well, from my understanding, that you'll go to certain parts and they'll try to practically, like, shove, like, CDs into your hand and be like, you know, you gotta pay for that. That kind of thing. And you've got a little bit of that in, like, Vegas as well. The catacombs were... That's a busto? Paris was pretty cool when you went. You went there for work. Yeah, and I generally had a good time so far as most of the stuff when I went to Paris. That's been forever ago. Colonist needs rescue because you got in a social fight. Oh, that's you know what? Honestly, that's fair. Right. That's the reason I had you set. So let's go to your assignments and set you back to no drugs right now. Because this is the last person we're trying to convert over to our ideology. But yeah. They mean they were empty from a tourist standpoint, but they were very humbling, heavy, existential to be there. Yeah. Nah, but it's any like major... See, well, actually, I won't even say it's major one, because like, you look at places like Central Florida where you've got, you know, Disney World and Universal Studios and all that kind of stuff. Because a lot of that's effectively pay-to-play kind of thing to be in the area, you don't really run into a lot of the scams and all that going on right there because they can't get to that spot to scam. The police will show up and shoo them off. But at the same time, then you go over to like International Drive and you'll have... They're not scams over there so much as... And there's good stuff on International Drive too. But you'll run into a lot of stuff that's like... You know, it's tourist trappy kind of things. That, you know... They're kind of trying to pull a fast one on you. Alright, well, unfortunately, horses, I hate to be the bearers of bad news. You've been around here for a long time, you've taken good care of us and all that, but I'm not bringing you with me. And I'm not freeing you. We do like food and leather and all that, so, you know. Japan essentially free of it, or nearly any petty crime. But not specific for the tourists. They're extreme exception in the world. Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say, is like, the touristy area we have around Disney and all that, you don't run into the scams. Stuff is outrageously priced and all that. Which is a big reason you probably don't run into the scams, is someone trying to go there to scam would lose money just paying for the privilege to be in the area to try and pull the scam. So it's kind of one of those things that, for better or worse, that kind of deals with it. Alright, we're going to go ahead and get rid of the brewery. We're not going to keep it. Because if we're traveling between places, I'm probably not going to be doing that. We have the machining table. So I'm actually going to go ahead and get rid of the smithy as well. And we'll switch over to an electric stove. Trying to think how I want to organize this to maximize the space a little bit. Alright. Well, needless, I think we should put the electric stove over here. Move the stonecutter's bench here. Move the drug lab there. Move the tailoring bench over here. Move the art bench over here. Okay. Deconstruct the normal chairs. Imperial ship down. I'll just let it go for right now. And you are angry because you used a drug, you got broken up with, you're ravenously hungry. Everything is awful. That's a masterwork chair, love to see it. Berserk because you're ravenously hungry. That is actually really dangerous. Because you're a Neanderthal with some really solid melee skills. There's a good chance Apple Orge does not survive this. Because I can't afford to take chances with someone so dangerous in melee. I even had it so just my non-melee pawns are on it. Yep. Well, that's what you get. If only you hadn't been so stubborn about not taking drugs and all that, you could have been around. Well, that is the first death of the colony. I believe. To be fair, we spent almost the entire run trying to convert them. Okay, I know I got seriously hurt there, because that was a bit of a risk of people losing limbs fighting a solid melee pawn who's a Neanderthal in melee without weapons. And I had the Zeus hammer right behind, that way, if things got ugly and a limb popped off, we're just gonna Zeus hammer and hope for the best. So what? You were our cook, weren't you? I can't look at their stats. I'm pretty sure they were our cook. Oh, they were our cook, past tense. Alright, so we were able to actually absorb what we lost out of them. So we have our grower, we have our construction, our mining person, our crafter, our artist, our cook, and our researchers. We're okay. So we were able to absorb that loss without too much of an issue. Granted, I would have liked to keep having multiple melee pawns. Okay, so deconstruct you. Power. Oh, and for right now, we can grab that battery. And I'll shove it right here. There's the electro harvester. We can reinstall this research bench here. Reinstall this research bench here. And this research bench here. Double research bench would block the... Oh, right. That's fine. We can leave that research bench alone. That chair's good. Gonna make a replacement there. So meanwhile, we'll go here, zone, remove the roof off of that. We'll tear down those walls, and we'll build out the last section of ship to make our storage room. And then after our storage room, the ship's done. We're ready to go. There's nothing else holding us to this tile. It'll be time to begin the conquest. Oh, we have the butcher bench. Yeah, let's go ahead and put you there. Okay, we can go orders. Really not much left in the case of wooden trees. Alright. Yeah, so you should be to the point... Yeah, you've got the chem fuel maxed out. I just told them to keep grabbing chem fuel from that immediate surrounding area, or wood from that immediate surrounding area to all of that's chem fuel and wood. Okay, so we've got you. So bills, add, cook simple meal, do until you have 10. Make the tea forever, and make the pemmican forever. So meanwhile, stop using you. And go here and order to deconstruct all of that. Alright, so Scyther, Centipede Blaster, there's a Tesseron, there's a Pikeman, and you have a Psychic Suppressor. So there's nothing I could realistically shut down on this. So I could definitely run up and just smash the Tesseron in one hit. And deal with the stuff there. The biggest threat is that Centipede, but being able to run up to it really fast and get my melee pawn on the Centipede should make that not a big problem. So I'll just give our people a chance to recover. And then, like I said, what I'll probably potentially do... There's tube television. We'll probably just want to run up and, again, get probably they Leon to take out the Tesseron as fast as possible. Then we'll have them split over to go after the Centipede that pops out, and we're just going to shooting gallery this thing. We do have helmets on everyone now. We don't have body armor on most of our people. So there is a risk of getting, you know, a liver or a heart or something blown out. And if that happens, that is what it is. Okay, so I've got 61 tiles I could still put down here. It's just enough tiles to be upsetting, isn't it? I'll have one extra tile that way. Because it made it an even number. It's fine. Alright. So I don't have a reason. In this case, I don't think the accuracy is going to be a thing we have to worry about. Let's get everyone ready. I'm going to run them along the wall side just in case stuff triggers and wakes up early. We are going to bring the Thrumbo and just unleash it on anything it can get at. Now that's set to unleash the Thrumbo as soon as it's ready. Okay. Your Thrumbos are already out of here, right? Yeah. Same colony as last night? Yes. Cool. So there'll be no centipedes coming out. Alright. And with that, just shoot the crap out of this thing, and barely a fight. I don't even think anyone got a bruise, even. Because my big concern is sometimes you get those things that spit out the mechs, the assemblers, and sometimes they'll be able to spit out a mech almost instantly. And if that would have been the case, I would have had a centipede and a scyther to deal with. But they look like they're going to take almost a full day to do it, so that worked out perfectly, because that means I basically was fighting a Tesseron and a Pikeman. Which the biggest risk is if that Pikeman got a shot off. You know, there would be there would be a small RNG chance that someone would take a hit to the heart. Without the body armor, that's always a real concern. Even with the body armor, it's a concern. It's just a much higher concern when you got nothing protecting you. Oh, hey, horse. You don't get to be excluded. And I've got one spare tile. So it doesn't take a shelf. I'll put it back here, since that's square anyways. And it also means what I could do is for the one little sentry drone we got, I'm just going to stick it off the back. So if anything goes to the engines, they'll get drawn to the sentry gun because they'll be actively shooting at them. Okay. And then we just move our shells from up here down there. And we're good to go. Deconstruct that. Oh, right, we got that marble shelf for the food. Is there some place in our break room we can shove that? Yeah, that'll work. And while they're moving stuff around, they won't get done anytime soon, but we'll queue those up to put down the slate floors in them as we end up with slate. Because that's the stuff we'll want mood bonuses on. We can worry about that as time allows. Because they should build this first. And then once that's all built, that's basically it so far as our, what we can build before I have to do more of the Odyssey content to get that squared away. But that's fine. We got our shelves for the wood already dedicated. That's going to be a shelf for food dedicated. We will want a shelf for medicine dedicated, which I don't have yet. So let's go in here and say furniture, marble shelf. Put one right there. We got a mad boomalope. Right outside the perimeter. There we go. Just sidestepped and try and minimize the friendly fire risk. Since I was right on his butt. Complex rating, we can do that soon enough, that's fine. Alright, so they've almost finished with the ship part there. Cool, and with that we will get our uranium hull situated over here. And deconstruct our stuff for brewing. It's not going to be needed. Okay, we got a raid. It's almost like they know I'm trying to leave the map. They're like, no, don't let him go. Okay, 10 people, all ranged, all rockin' bows. Can you're way up here. We'll try to rally them. And you are Impids. And you're weirdly just standing there. That's fine. Okay, so if we go up here, I can give myself cover while denying them cover. Can I get over here? No. Yeah, because our shotgunners are gonna have to run up closer. So you over here. Alright, never mind. The Thrombo is not interested in listening. It's like, nah, I'm sending. That's not gonna be great. We don't have cover and they do. Who took a headshot? You lost an eye. Now it shouts after all that time? You're real late to that call, Thrombo. Alright, you all get inside. Because that was definitely not a good, smooth fight. Alright. Yeah, the Thrombo just meandering and not following, even when I took it off the attack, definitely hurt us. Yeah, so you lost an eye. That's the biggest one. You took a neck hit. That's really bad. Okay, you don't do that. You treat them as fast as you can. Okay, so now you just need to go around, get everyone tended. But that's the reason I made the comment, is I want to have a shelf in there that they've got the medicine. You've still got people to tend, so stop dealing with other stuff. Alright. We also still have people who need the scarification ritual done. Okay, so everyone should be treated now. But before I forget, we got people still set up higher from infections and stuff earlier. Don't want to waste Glitter World on cuts and bruises. And how bad is yours? Yeah, you're going to take a minute to recover. Oh, you're not... Are you wired in? Oh, you ran out of fuel. It's just running on the battery for the moment. Yeah, refill that generator. And refuel that one. So that if I need to turn it on, it's already filled. What it's going to check real fast. 2 days until we can attempt the big conversion ritual again. And in the meantime, there's a lectern in there. There's pews in there too. Okay, so that gives us... Huh. Wonder why those pews aren't counting. I guess they're just backwards? There, maybe moving that over will satisfy it. Work Frenzy on Illyspid. You can latch that door open now. So they can run around in there, we don't worry about too much. Meanwhile, we're going to keep reinstalling benches over here. Or shelves or whatever. And no matter what, we're going to be short on space for all of them. We'll shove as many of them in there as we can. Then we're going to set the shelves in this area to have low priority. It'll set the shelves down there to be higher priority. But they should carry everything over. Okay. Please stop social fighting. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Any serious injuries? No, just a bunch more bruises. Just put them on the pile. Are you just not... Okay. I can respect the you did that to yourselves, go treat yourselves mentality, but also kind of need you to actually treat them. Was like, I'm going to keep playing my game, don't care that you're bleeding in the other room. No, well, I finished my game, but now it's bedtime, so you're going to have to wait for me to patch your bleeding wounds till the morning. It is one reason I like having two doctors on different schedules, which I don't have right now. Having them on different schedules alleviates a lot of those problems. I guess I should include those tiles if we can get to them. We'll see. No longer incapable of walking. Oh, did you not get treated and you just got left to bleed out? Well, I'm glad you made it. That'd be a pretty disappointing way to lose your, lose a thrombo. I guess in the meantime, we'll go back here and say furniture. We'll add an animal sleeping spot for the cat and the thrombo. Thrombo's now going to be allowed to be inside. Actually, Thrombo could just be unrestricted now. Okay, so this work now? Cool. So I'll do the scarification to deal with that. Get people their scars they so desire. And we should be able to follow that up by the conversion ritual, which... Oh, wait, never mind, we don't need it anymore. The person who needed to be converted did go berserk and die, so... Yep, no, we're all converted. And boring. Trade caravan. We'll get Krask next in just a minute. Alright, these trade caravans I'm going to take advantage of while we can, because pretty soon the number of people who like us in the world are going to get to be greatly reduced. Oh, we got a bunch of flake, so we'll drop that off. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? We already learned fishing, so take that book. Not really worried about nutrient paste. Take the worn out clothes. Raider colony, yep. We could keep the rest there, and I think that's good. We'll just keep the money. Alright, so if you could run down here and haul the Nutrimine that's left outside in. So we have that for making our penioxylin. Alright. So we're almost good to go. What's the color of radiology? It was like a yellow, right? Like a ever so slightly greenish yellow. Alright. Yeah, so we're basically waiting on that storage room, then we're good to go. They're partially burning their time because they are working on this, but as you can see, they're hopping between everything. That to make the flooring, they have to have people make the brick, and because our crafters are split between a bunch of things, and there's one of them, it's not really that big of a concern. Okay, get rid of all the animal sleeping spots that aren't on the ship. Start bringing them over to the ship side. Yeah, and they're remaining linked with all those. So any that get left over here, we'll unlink the ones up here and then low priority them. Oh, you're getting the bioferrite. I was hearing the goopy noise. I was like, what? Ages-wise, right. Thalion needs to be de-aged soon. And that's going to be going to a location, slamming down a ritual spot, just not even caring, and de-aging as able, which is 20 bioferrite. So pretty much each time we raid, if we've got someone there who has survived that we don't want, they will have to pay the toll of being de-aged, or having their age stolen from them so we can de-age. Oh, right, because you're grabbing the uranium. I told him to build the Hall of the Uranium. Because it's something you use so little of. It makes the health of the ship so much higher. I was using steel in the past runs, other than places I really cared about, then we went out all the way to plasteel. But even then, I was just hucking uranium everywhere, so... Alright. And so now with this, we're going to want to go here and put the roof back on that. And sterile floors. Because the unwanted people get condemned to the Age Stealer 9000. Yeah, the only downside is I'm really not leaving a space for the Site Stealer on the ship. We just don't have it. So we don't have particularly good source of bioferrite. But it could even be with how much I'm not going to need to de-age that often. It's most likely going to be one of those things that I just, you know, as we deal with anomaly stuff, we get a little bit of bioferrite here and there. Sometimes go out of our way for sources of bioferrite if we have them. Because once I get the ages down, we don't have to worry about it. Okay, so I can't change the color yet. We have to get the advanced lights for that. Because then I figure we give the ship some kind of color. We can lock these doors open. Because then we have the entryways on the ship, those 3 doors. Those are set to open and close. Internally keep the whole ship open. When your colonist just got bad back at only 42, you didn't know that could happen that early. It can happen. It's something like 28 is like the first time you can have it. It's just the odds are very low. But once you start getting to like 50s and that, it gets really, really probable that each year, like each time you hit a threshold, that something happens to your colonist. It starts to become a very real danger. I don't know the exacts of how the math works behind the scenes, but yeah. Oh, we still have these two research, or these two... benches here. We could put one of the... We'll put the bookshelf here. And deconstruct that bookshelf. You should have a chair. And you should have a chair. And you'll get a chair. Alright. Actually, for that matter, do not assemble those. We got some good ones up here, so let's grab the excellent chairs that are already up here. And move them. Alright. And honestly, deconstruct the bedrolls. We're not going to use those anymore. There we go. We're finally getting all those shelves moved. Then pretty soon it'll just be, you know, them hauling as fast as they can haul. We'll begin our scarification. Because Krask doesn't have any scars yet. They're getting mildly upsetty spaghetti because they haven't gotten any cool scars to show off. They show at the local, you know, punk rock place, and they feel like a poser because they don't have any tattoos or scars. There you go. Yeah, so now everyone's got their desired scars, so we don't need to do that for a while. Okay. And ultimately we can get rid of these research benches later. That way we'll get the high-tech bench and it'll fit in there, right here, with the other thing to expand it. We'll probably by then have a room for the research. Like pop a second little back room off of this for the research room, all that stuff. Oh, meanwhile... do not refill those. Queue them up for deconstruction. I'm not waiting for all that to get deconstructed, just to have them set up for it and all that. Alright, we'll have to check when we've got this all emptied. Like, what is still in here. We are going to want to bring some steel and some stuff in here. Ultimately, I think we will eventually do the same setup I've done the last couple, where I'll have, like, a shelf dedicated to it. Let's actually do that right now. There's bound to be a shelf I don't have already queued up to go someplace. Yeah, so you'll be a steel shelf. Oh, we have the machining bench. So if you're missing why I'm going, we unlocked the machining bench and I need to put it in our production room somewhere. I think the reality is, I think one of our research benches is getting gone. Or the butchering table. To be entirely honest, let's just get rid of the butchering table for now. That's one of those things I won't be using too much of, and we can go to a tile and I can just plunk down a butchering table outside the ship to avoid the mess anyways. And that'd be perfectly fine for our needs. We definitely want the machining table available. All right. Void sculptures. Okay, so I'm going to unlink and link these. Storage, critical, clear. And we'll go to here and choose to add weapons that are not biocoded. For the melee weapons, we can take most of them off except the longsword, the mono, the plasma sword, and the Zeus hammer. And persona weapons will all be allowed for grenades. No frag or that. EMPs are acceptable. And then we'll go in here. And we're going to take off the weapons I don't want to hold on to. Right now, we'll keep those on there. Okay, and those will be our weapon shelves for right now. We'll also add the armor. So any armor, but no tainted and no biocoded. Okay, so that way we've got our equipment right here at the front. So it's now its own separate thing. Meanwhile, so we'll unlink you. You're your own shelf. Clear, critical. So plasteel, gold, steel, and uranium. So basically, and also set our need go components and advanced components. So pretty much any crafting materials, we'll tell them to put on that bench. That's not going to be nearly enough for that, but at least that way there's always some dedicated space. We will go in here, and now we're going to say hops. I don't want to see hops in here anymore. We're getting rid of our stuff for brewing, because I'm not bringing all that extra space and all that. Okay, so let's move up here. So unlink, link, storage, low priority. Okay, so with that, it's just a matter of hauling. Which should kind of happen on its own. Because with all the construction stuff cleared, that should be a thing. For right now, we're going to go to all this. No more sewing. We're not going to be here long enough. So harvest as you're able, but nothing else goes in the ground. Relaxing socially. Yeah, because once we get most of this loaded up, we don't have a reason to stay here anymore. We can just go on with our lives. Actually, even for that matter, to help clear this up. We'll go in here and say orders. And it's just shelves that's queued, and the things there. And the one bedroll. Alright. We're going to want to go here and say, don't put the stone blocks in there. We don't want to waste inventory space in that. We'll also say no to the great bow in here. Only bring it if it's unique, because we never know what weird effects you get on a unique weapon. And make you take that apart so you research inside the ship. Alright, how are we doing for our need for conquest? Are we getting to the point where I'm going to have to make a move here soon, like it or not? We'll have to go relatively soon. So let's do this real fast. We're going to go... Everyone drop what you're doing in Hall. Bring it all over. And then once we've got that, we can worry about letting people free to do their other tasks for a minute. Wanted prisoners. I'm literally going to be going and leaving soon. I just need my people to haul the junk in. Oh, and you got that shelf built, so storage, clear, critical, medicine. And you've got meals set there. Okay, so as you can see, they're very quickly getting that place cleaned out. Now you can let them go back to their tasks to mostly just harvest all this. Okay. Weather controller. Okay, we got that nearby. We got a quail. So you just run outside and deal with the quail. That's probably the weather controller's the blind fog. Alright, quail's dealt with. Okay. Yeah, so pretty soon, they'll finish with that. They'll run down, grab whatever steel, gold, and all that we still got laying on the ground. That'll be good, too. We can also go here. And it'll create a new, very low priority one. So if something doesn't have a home, they have some place to dump it. That also includes stuff that I got them putting in here. Alright, so we need to go in here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We also need to go in here and say, hey, weapons. Don't carry any of these. Wait, what? Yeah, it's fine. So that way those melee weapons I saw him throwing on the shelf, they're gonna chuck them outside. Yeah, we got a little bit more still in there. And then we'll have everything moved over. Combat supplier, that'll be good. We can get rid of some junk. And then slowly we're going to stop seeing trade caravans and we start moving around attacking people. Okay, so get rid of all of this crap. I don't want it. And it's just adding to wealth and it's not useful. Okay, we've got this up here. We'll grab your medicine. I'll sell the reinforced barrels for now. We might want those eventually, but they're not that hard to come by anymore. We've already got ourselves a really good weapon there. I'll just take the money. Ah, I see. Unlink that shelf. Low priority. Okay, we're almost full. Okay, so now we're just grabbing random crap I don't care about. Okay, so let's go fix our work priorities. I don't think I had one dedicated to doing any of that. Alright, so now I should get back to that, so I should harvest this really quick, which will be good. We actually don't really need that badly. But we should be good to get out of here pretty much any time. Was there any of the materials on the map I wanted to stop and go after? We didn't have, like, plasteel left behind. We do have a bunch of random steel here and there. We got some components up here. So go haul those components in. Yeah, you got a lot of steel randomly all over the map. But I don't have shelf space for it. Oh, did I not set you to allow steel? Hang on. That explains that. Steel is allowed in this bench. Not that there's room for it anywhere, but you know. They could work on that. Yeah, so I think we're basically good to go. Nothing else I want to grab. Alright, so with this, we should be able to launch the ship, bring everyone. We are going to destroy the existing map. So I'm going to go ahead. I don't know if that counts as a conquest thing, but let's destroy the weather controller. So we can start moving around, hitting targets that we know are kind of in our league before we start hitting main bases and all that. And with that, we are now beginning our effort of conquesting. Hey look, we angered our neighbor by toxic dumping. Huh. That should probably be something I worry about. Oh, weird, they're way down there. Huh. That's certainly an interesting... So they've got their actual bases way down here, but then they've got the actual weather controller up here. I mean, good on them for having a defensible position, at least. Because if I push in on them... Alright, so yeah, thruster breakdown. That's understandable. And you all have bolt actions. That's genuinely like having a proper plan down there. I am curious, because all the solar panels are up here and not attached to that. So... I'm curious about a lot of that. So animals for right now, stay in the safety of the... Well, actually, stay in the home zone around the ship. For our workers, or people I should say, keep them in the safety of the ship. Leon, if I can have you go out here and just go give that thing a bonk. Oh, they're gonna attack me? I'm down for this. Yeah, because you all bolt actions? They're nothing but bolt actions. Yeah, so they're gonna roll up on me with a bunch of bolt actions while I've got an army of shotguns. So let's go ahead and try and take advantage of this. Let's duck down around this corner so that way they want to walk around here. And when they walk around there, they take time to line up their shot while we fill them up with a whole lot of shotgun pellets. Are you going the long way around for some reason? There's no door for you to get. I guess they're going for the engines? Alright. I thought there was 5 of them. I'm only counting... We killed 2. Where are you going? Oh, they're going after the sentry gun in the back. Hey, Leon, just go up there. Alright, well, that was easy. Especially since the forced weather they were applying was blind fog. So, you know, in a situation where you would probably want to make sure you had a lot of accuracy, or like blind fog, you'd want to just use what you can get a hold of. They're like, what if we took very aim-dependent weapons and then put up blind fog so we couldn't see our target? It'll be great. Trust me, friends. So schedule, unrestrict everyone. Wait, is there a sentry gun down there? Yes. So what we can do is honestly we just wait, those solar panels will wear off. So let's claim this, go up here. Leon could probably solo it if need be. Because my trick of running up and breaking the wire is not going to work because the battery is in line of that. Alright, and that did count. So, yep, recent conquest. Reform ideology. Alright, that means per the rules we gave ourselves in the last one, we go to our scarification. So reform, next. Scarification is now heavy. So everyone's going to need more scars. Yeah, I'm assuming Yeah, so that's got minus 80, so if we just wait, it's going to drain its battery. And I can just take the gun without even having to fight. Alright, so when everyone wakes up in the morning, we'll add a scar. Vanilla bases are boring. Yeah, no, they don't. It is very easily right now the spot the game is kind of at its weakest is the vanilla, like, interactions with the other factions and all that. There's just not a whole lot there. Checking for ancient dangers or anything of real substance here. Yeah, I mean, we got some components and steel down there, but let's not run past the sentry gun to get murdered trying to get easy to access stuff. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so what we could do here real fast is, for the moment, we just let you drain your battery. Looks like people are up, so let's begin doing the scarification. And the reason this one you don't get the bonus for the moral guide is the moral guide is the subject of it. So we'll expect a pretty sad result on this one. What we can also do here is go to our stone bench. Let's move Slate up to the top. Oh, wait, that's not the top. Hey, spectacular. Cool. So let them work for a while. Oh, you hadn't gotten treated. That's annoying. Shoot frenzy. Oh, we can go over here and say dumping stockpile and regular stockpile and low priority. That way they can just work on their stuff really quick. That'll be fine. Get stuff hauled in and moved around and all that. And the cat's required to stay on board the ship. They'll actually be kind of a tricky one with the cat, because the cat needs meat to be happy. So you're going to have problems keeping meat on board. Because we don't have a fridge or anything like that going on yet. Let alone space for it. Also, while we're looking at that, so... yeah, I'll start moving down towards the mech relay down there. So we did our conquest. Monumental construction. Probably not happening. Yeah, that's terrible. Because I don't want to stay here long enough to cut all the brick to do that. And how goes your battery? Okay, your battery's almost done. And then, like I said, once the batteries are done, we just grab that and bring it up. Put some batteries in this area so that when these go offline, we kind of have a little bit of a buffer. Oh, right. We need to go production machining bench. We'll also want to add heaters and all that to keep things going. So put a heater in that room. And a heater in the bedroom. And I'll likely need to turn on our second chem fuel generator at that stage. Yeah, so we'll definitely want to go out of our way to try and snag power cores to, or the grav cores to make our ship bigger, and as soon as we can get the power cores going. That'll end up being a thing that's going to take a while. I'll have to get the bigger research benches and fabrication and all that kind of crap to realistically do it. but that is going to be one of our kind of goals to get there. Because once you get the grav core power, managing power on your ship becomes way easier. Okay, so grid is now in the negative, so we turn on our second generator. I want to go bills, add, shred mech, do forever, helmet, do until you have at least one at 80%. Go ahead and put the uranium on that list of things we can use for the helmets. Oh good, we're helping a bear get a taste for human flesh. We're doing a civil service. Alright. Yeah, it's fine with all these. What I'll also do, and I know I'll probably regret this, I'm gonna put a fire in the corner in this room. I'm gonna go bills, burn apparel, do forever if it is not clean, and bills, burn apparel, do forever if it is below 90%, and it is not armor or utility. So that'll also help with the temperature a little bit on the ship. But it will make it so we can, as apparel gets in here and it's no good, they'll burn it and get rid of it. Alright, so the gun is offline. We're going to go down here and we're going to say, okay, all of your base are belong to us. Uninstall the batteries. Uninstall the gun. You go poke that door. See if there's anything exciting in there. Not really. Okay, so we've got 2 spare batteries now. 3 spare batteries. And no idea where I'm going to try and shove them. Because I really didn't leave room for them. Right now we can go up here and say dumping stockpile. Clear, critical, batteries, and mini turret. It's not a really good solution, but at least then we'll take the stuff with us. Alright, before someone gets killed, let's deal with that bear. I also just came to the realization here that, with the cat, I am going to have butcher creature forever. Because the cat's going to want meat. That's the only way we get meat. We definitely will need to make space for a butcher table somewhere on our ship. Right now, I just don't have it. Honestly, as terrible as this would be, I have a butchering spot in the ship. It's a crappy one, because I don't have proper room for the full bench, so we get only part of the mileage. But that's fine. And you still need to grab that extra battery and everything, bring it back. How much longer on the cooldown? 8 in-game hours. That'll be fine. It'll be kind of one of those things to, each time we land, kill, like, an animal to feed the cat. If we can get to the point of pemmican and all that, that'll work too. We can also go down here. Once we land on a tile, just give them the okay to fish. Because anytime there's fish, that'd give us a little bit of food for the cat. Alright. So you've got a little bit more to haul in. Okay, so ship's ready, so I'm going to manually take control and say, bring me the battery. Bring me the mini turret. I would like... There's something else we want to take out of here. What we can probably do is go to our textiles. Go to our leathers, and we'll clear off the main thing for leathers. We'll put the Thrumbo Fur and Thrumbo Mane on there. And then for the wools, we'll take all the wools off. So that way they take a bunch of these random things. I've only got like little scraps of 10s and 20s. Get them off the ship. Goju's production, so now I got nutrient paste. And I got that all back. Okay, well, I don't think we dragged this out. Yeah, there's a little chem fuel left outside. There is apparently an unfinished simple helmet laying outside. That's perfect. Let's get out of here. Because we don't have a reason to stay on a bunch of these tables. Alright, so that would leave the cat behind. Animals, cat, you are restricted to stay on the ship. Get back on the ship. Okay. Now, launch, accept. Alright, so let's go. You've got a bunch of potatoes I don't need. You've got pemmican and light leather I don't need. We'll probably jump over there because pemmican the cat can eat. They're just going to move between target and target. We're going to start kind of hopping back and forth to get to the south. We are going to end up having times where I have to launch the ship and land the ship and only go a couple of tiles because of the fog of war, where we don't really have anything at the Newt site. But that's okay. And we could potentially attack the Impid base. The only problem is the Impid, like, the bases won't show you what is there until you attack. So that can be potentially dangerous. Alright, so let's land. There's no sentry guns or anything like that. I believe this site is one of the earlier ones we found, so it's only got like 2 people. So it should be one we just walk over real fast. Overheated engine, so we're stuck here for a little while. So they've got a bolt action, a revolver, and like 4 auto pistols. Okay, so they actually got some firepower. And I failed to notice the sentry gun directly in my face. So I misjudged this entirely. Do we have any ancient dangers or anything exciting? So want to mine those components. And queue those up for mining. We probably won't bother with them though. I got steel over there. Alright. Yeah, so it looks like we have the range advantage, that they only have 1 bolt action versus all our junk. So if we can get up close enough... Shoot that one if you can. Alright. You got your sentry gun over there. So, recover you. You didn't get a bad hit? Nope. So we're going to claim this door. Deleon will duck in. Don't go that way. And then we just have you Zeus hammer that wire. And now the sentry gun goes offline. Or not? Okay. It's weird that's cabled in way back here, but okay. Okay, so Leon, we're gonna go ahead and give you 4 construction, make you uninstall that battery, and that should take care of it. So we're getting the sentry guns relatively quickly. And batteries, for that matter. Claim, uninstall, deconstruct. Go run in here to check out their stuff. Orders, allow everything. Tell them to cut down all the neighboring trees. And go orders. Allow all so they can grab that pemmican and bring it back. Alright, you took a couple of hits, but no biggie. Then meanwhile, they'll just keep at it. We do have far too much cotton, but that's kind of fine for right now, because what'll end up happening is as time goes on... Okay, so I guess... As annoying as this is going to be... Bring in more batteries and sentry guns. Worst case, I could deconstruct those into steel and components, but that wouldn't be a particularly good use for them. Just check, make sure there isn't like a legendary or whatever in there. Busted transporter. You'll give me something I don't want. I need to go to your preferences. Don't give me anything like that. And with that, that means they're offering nothing I care about. So what I'm going to go ahead and say is I'm going to accept it for goodwill, and I'm just not going to do anything. That way, if they win, that's fine. Don't care. I'll take apart their shuttle, use it for materials. If they lose, fine. Don't care. I'll take apart their shuttle and use it for materials. And anyone who happens to die in the engagement, maybe I get some equipment out of it. Not likely if the Empire dies. They have a tendency to just fall over and have all their equipment get destroyed. But every once in a while, they'll drop a weapon for you. Okay. So, full melee raid. Rolling on in. And how do we do? Only got one person who is arranged that's not caught up in melee. So this is probably looking like a pretty done fight for them. Not unless this person back here starts really just... No, actually, they're gonna win it. So bio-coded, bio-coded. Oh, you know what? Anomaly. Psychic ritual spot. Let's see here real fast. Do we actually have chronophagy researched? Oh, no, never mind. Okay, you get... I was going to say you get to live, but that's actually not true. You get to not have your age stolen from you? Alright. So you got flak jackets and all that. I was low-key kind of hoping that these ones will get out of here with me having enough time to steal their clothes. Because I don't care about trashing my reputation, but I also don't want to trigger them to go hostile while I'm standing here and they've got some decent weapons. Yep. We're just not going to get the goodies. It's fine. Oh, I also need to go down here. If it was like marine armor or cataphract armor, I would absolutely be like, yep, you're standing right there. That's fine. I'm willing to fight it. Give me the goodies. But for a flak jacket, I'd rather save that penalty. It's fine. We're helping. Okay, and we got Empire reputation that we won't have for very long. That's cool. That's the only update you've got. Dupes doing construction inside an active nuclear reactor like they're Chernobyl liquidators. Do one job, then get out. Yeah, no, there's definitely times in Oxygen Non-Clear where you're like, this room is on fire, but, you know, I really need this thing done. Well, go get your one thing done, and then go lay in a bed with your scalding hot burns all over your body and recover. And then, in a little while, you get to go back in and do the next one. Just don't fall down in there. You won't like the results. That's what suits are for? Gross. Imagine actually giving your people protection so they don't die. You know what the material cost of those suits are? I'm teasing. It's actually the correct decision. But also, do you know what the material cost of those things? Suits, even lead suits, do precisely nothing against 12,000 rads. I mean, they can go into space, too. Did you know? Yep. Well, that's, you can go out in the vacuum and Oni without a suit on. Not for long. But you can run out there, hold your breath, and run across it and get a bunch of injuries, and, you know, it's fine. Alright, time to get a new scar. You can go into hard vacuum in real life with that suit on. Not long, but you can. Yeah, but the time span is very short. It is a very, very short time that the human body can endure hard vacuum. And one would argue, even if you go out for that very short time, most likely you will never be the same. And I don't mean in a you've had a amazing and life-changing experience, so much as you've had a really bad for the human body, likely having permanent injury type experience. The body does not appreciate significant pressure differentials. Okay. So they are making pemmican, so the cat will be pleased. Oh, you're not even in the right zone. Yeah, Thrumbo can go and venture out. The cat must stay aboard the ship. Bags of mostly water. Yeah, that's what human beings are. We're the vast majority of us is water, with bits of carbon in there, you know, to make that water mean something. you know, carbon and other stuff. Okay, and how much longer do we have in the engine? 4 days. That's because we overheated when we landed. That kind of thing will improve as we get more people with intelligence on board. And we get upgrades for our ship. Man, they're slowly getting that rec room to be genuinely extremely nice. Do we have the thing where it's like really nice rec room or whatever? Nutrient paste, that's auto doors next. Yeah, no, impressive. There. Because then they'll work on that room. I'm really liking the slate floors. I do think over time we'll slate floor the entire ship. We'll just go room by room to do it. Which, for whatever reason, has taken the song from South of Midnight Rougarou, and I'm just hearing that in the back of my mind, just being like, Rougarou. Such a great game. I don't think it's a game that has a lot of replay value, but I really enjoyed South of Midnight. Like, don't get me wrong, the combat was not going to win any major awards. Like, it was fluid, it was fun, but even on the hardest difficulty, it was relatively... It wasn't easy, but it was definitely not hard. Like, it would punish you for not paying attention and not doing whatever. The Thrumbo is such a good boy hauling wood. Yeah, and I'm hoping we'll have a chance to get an Alpha Thrumbo. We'll see. Yeah, so we're basically just stuck dealing with stuff until... Just for my own sanity, make sure there's no roof on that, please. I don't need either of you dying because I wasn't watching as you removed the walls supporting a roof above your head and crushed yourselves. Because it's a very normal RimWorld thing to have happen, especially if you're deconstructing things. You had an ungodly number of Huskies one game, to one point where someone complimented your Husky conveyor belt. Yeah. Well, it's really fun when you get, like, a lot of Thrumbos going. The big problem is the Thrumbos will eat you out of house and home. They do glutton for food. But at least to their credit, it's food well spent. A Thrumbo can endure a lot of abuse in a fight. So even if it can't get much damage in because it's just getting blasted, it'll tie up a lot of enemies for a while. And you get a group of Thrumbo, and you can usually just stand back and just fire. And genuinely, most of your Thrumbos will die to friendly fire, but you almost don't care. It's like, yeah, the wall's moving. It's fine. At least the grav ship, you can move them to grazing land. Yeah, no, it's, I do kind of wish I could have, like, because we had a zone that was called outside. And I'm willing to bet if we look at the... Yeah, so the outside zone's just gone. I do wish you could sit there and be like, I have a zone, but this is the negative space of the zone. Please remember that. And so when we land, I could just click a button and it kicks all the animals out of the ship. Or another alternative would be, with your zones, having a not allowed zone. That's a cool idea for Run It theme, actually. Probably not for stream, but sci-fi nomadic herders. No, it could be a fine one for stream. It'd be hard to pull off just because having the food you need. Alright, we will preach health the person who got the flu. So we can just make sure we get that secured. Because imagine with our rating and all that, we're probably going to actually do pretty good on a lot of stuff like medicine. I even expect food to not be that big a deal, because all we have to do is just periodically be going, oh, there's a place with 2,000 potatoes, let's land and take those potatoes. Okay, so we're set for the season. Find the next target. We do have an ancient complex. I'm debating whether or not we take the time to hit ancient complexes. Because on one hand, if I land here, I might get a little bit more line of sight there. But ultimately what's going to happen is I'm going to have to jump to the edge of what I can see before jumping to the next one. The big bummer with that is that means really upgrading my engines doesn't do a whole lot for me because I can't see the map to take advantage of it. But I think that's fine. Oh, rating ideology, you'll bite? Yeah, now can we get a shout out for Jonathan Ong, who's another fantastic content creator on the platform? Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Basically has every one of their streams that not only will they be playing a whole bunch of music and doing a lot of chat interaction and all that good stuff, but we'll actually have someone be like, hey, can you play this song? And they'll actually work through figuring out what the song is and playing and everything on the channel live, and it's really kind of a slick thing to watch. So it's not like, you know, a lot of music channels, it's like strictly a concert, which is absolutely good as well. But like there's a lot of learning, a lot of interesting things going on in addition to that. Alright, so I'll have you tend there. Alright. Just getting that flue handled and all that. And unfortunately, we're stuck here for 2 more days while our engine cools down. Alright. Yeah, so this run we didn't get. The last 2 runs we got hydroponics way before I could take advantage of it. But with the nutrient fungus, we could use that for nutrient fungus purposes, but this one we can't really. Ah, they're refrigerators. Like, man, I'm surprised those bodies are not bad yet. How are we doing on our tailoring bench, by the way? Looks like a tight ship. Is that part of the rating thing? No, it's just the way the Odyssey thing works. You have a hard limit on how big you can make your ship. So like right now, I'm at 432 tiles out of 500 I'm allowed, but I don't have the materials to make any more floor. So it gets to be like very claustrophobic at the beginning. But as the run goes on, I can get a thing that lets me add 250 more tiles. And you can do that until you get up to 2,000 tiles, which gets to be a pretty large ship at that point. Yeah, 2,000 is the absolute max, but that is, like, it's not big like you'd have a big sprawling colony if you're doing like a mining base or whatever, but it is a relatively big colony. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and say no rotten, no human-like corpses here. And then we'll go way over here. We'll say zone, dumping stockpile, and we'll say low priority, but anything's accepted. That way, start moving over. Let's see. You've mostly only seen 500% runs, so you've never seen anyone survive enough to get a max sprawling things. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't typically do the 500% stuff anymore. Like, those are very fun to watch for very challenging, sweaty gameplay. But it can also be very limiting gameplay that you can't make really fancy or interesting bases because that ends up blowing up your wealth, which kills you in those runs, and there's so much around wealth mitigation and all that. So I still play at a decent difficulty, but I definitely don't play on the higher end difficulties as much anymore. Because part of the fun is being able to build like large bases with all these sorts of things. So there's definitely a balance though, because at the same time you turn down the difficulty too much, where the game can't reasonably beat you. It ends up being one of those things that you get kind of bored after a while. So I found, for me personally, Strive to Survive is a pretty sweet spot. Which is also, I can't remember where it was mentioned. There's somewhere in when you're looking at the difficulties with Strive to Survive and saying, hey, if you're doing weird challenge runs, that's the setting they recommend. Which is why I kind of settled on that, is I would always do the ones where I do like 100% pollution on the map, choose a tile with 100% pollution, choose people who don't like pollution, and then don't allow myself to use any of the cheesy strats of like bagging it up and just shipping it off the tile. I have to just endure it. And doing that on like 500%, you just don't get anywhere because you're fighting the 500% thing. Let's see, you have 30 elephants and 10 cows in your grab ship. You have to lay down a perimeter every time you land. Yeah, Well, that's the whole thing. We're gonna drop these 2 points outside here. That's kind of a bummer one as well. You need medical treatment, but you are busy relaxing socially while dealing with the flu. That's fine. But yeah, like for example, these fine floors we're doing here, you wouldn't want to do that in 500%. Weirdly, floors are worth really high amounts of wealth in RimWorld. Like, cartoonishly high amounts of wealth. You'll have a base that's worth like 500,000, and you'll realize like 250,000 of that is just the floors. You know, and then maybe 100,000 of that will be, well, probably like more like 50,000 of that will probably be your pawns themselves. Because as your pawns start to like max out levels, get all sorts of bionics and armor and all sorts of stuff, their wealth value starts to get pretty unreasonable as well. People love their marble floors. Yep. Alright, and with that, our dining room / rec room / ideology room is fully floored. With really fancy floors. And we, of course, immediately have a social fight. Good for you. No serious injuries, I'm assuming? That's fine. Of course, we had to do that right before it was time to leave. Oh, and for the people who missed, the name of our faction is Unwelcome Solicitors. So if we look at our people, for example, we've got our solar salesman, we got our car insurance salesman, we got our car warranty salesman, we've got the aluminum siding person, we've got the window salesman, we got the handyman sales, and we've got the Girl Scouts, which granted, the Girl Scouts are actually kind of wanted. They show up with the Thin Mints, they know what the number is. But it is a solicitor that technically you weren't looking for. So, it was more as just trying to fish for more people who show up. Oh, you know what? The Proliciser's gone. We'll switch you off of that and go for Proliciser. Man, this is a hard word to spell. It's Proliciser or something like that. I don't remember how you spell it. I'm pretty sure I misspelled that. Let's check the other ideologies. I can probably find one that's got it. Procelizer. So I can go here and go bio. Yes, proselytizer. It's That's fine, whatever. It can be misspelled. Alright. So let's go ahead and let's get the animals on board the ship, because it's time to go. We got the goodies we wanted to come here for. Okay. So let's go hit the ancient complex. I was gonna skip it, but that gives me an opportunity to maybe get a unique weapon, mech resurrection serum, other stuff like that. It is also another target to hit, so we're just gonna keep on moving, keep on hitting things. But we need to be working down to the southeast, so that we can go and potentially get a grav core. So we have a mixed biome, so I'm going to go ahead and just shove this thing right up by the door. Oh yeah, we could do telemarketer. Okay, we've overheated again. So we're going nowhere fast. I'm going to go ahead and queue to mine the various things on the map. I should prioritize, but I'm not gonna. That steel way out there. Okay, but with that, let's go ahead and get our people together. You are not actually that close to being fully healed. It is pretty inconvenient that you beat the crap out of each other right then. That said, we're stuck on the map for a while, so this thing ain't going anywhere. So let's just let our people run around. And once everyone's healed up, we can worry about that. So we'll go over here. Come on. Cut down trees. We'll want to go down here and say dumping stockpile down there. Regular stockpile over here. Low priority. We can let them mine and do their thing. There is, like, no animals on the map, so we'll kill the one rat if we get the chance. Okay. So you got the torso, you got that. Yeah, and then our next target after that will probably be the farming site. Yeah, because I wanna be going down here towards those. They won't go back up to the hunting site. We'll go to the farming site down there. We'll jump down here somewhere. It should also be interesting that as I'm moving around destroying tile after tile, if I do get stuck into an area and I keep destroying the tiles, I do wonder if it'll start pushing stuff farther out because it'll be less, you know, appropriate tiles to deal with. So let's bump you down back to the regular medicine. So you're fully healed. So then there's just the one person who has the flu. And you're basically on the other side. Even if we run out, we'll be good. Alright, so let's get our people moving. Bonk. Got uranium. Got silver. Nothing to worry about out here in the main hallway. Luciferum. One interesting problem we're going to run into is we do have pain as a virtue, so we like having scars. So I might run into the weird problem where I need to scar up my people, but we decide to use Luciferum because of all the little bonuses it gives us. Okay, you took a hit. You out of here, you out of here. That's a hit to the heart. Please extinguish that man. Okay. So get you here. Alright, you all step out of here. You get down there, get ready to smack. Please smack. I don't know why you're not smacking. Please smack. Why are you standing there? Alright. So that room is off limits for a minute while it burns. And that room is off limit for a minute while it burns. Okay. And you did patch up the person who got shot in the heart. You did not. And instead you're cooking meals. Typical RimWorld doctors. Doctoring a 1. Can't be bothered. Or Neanderthals, absolutely canned your elephants. Yeah, no, Neanderthals and melee is a fight you want to avoid. Between robust and the melee damage bonus and everything else they got going for them, they take a lot to take down. How bad could a gunshot wound be anyway? Doctoring one pawn. Scaring me going in there. It's cooling off, but you're scaring me going in there. Okay, that room's fine now. Those rooms are coming down in temperature. Alright, so unfortunately we're stuck on the tile for a couple of days because of the overheated engine. Our people are slowly getting better at this. 12 out of 30. You just landed here 12 out of 30. Could be a rough couple days. Yeah. Alright, so that should be acceptable temperature-wise. And this room doesn't have anything we care about, so I don't want to pop the fire there. But we'll open that box and see what our last prize is. So Agent Complex took no time to go through. Breaking this person out, I probably am not going to bother. I also didn't see what the reward was. And maybe we'll never know. No idea. Because it didn't land out here. Which means it went in there. The most likely things would be Luciferum. Stuff like plasteel or gold and all that would be very likely. Medicine is another strong possibility. Alright, and they'll just keep doing their thing. And you're fully healed from your heart injury. Let's go ahead and do ourselves a scarification ritual. We've got the time. Let's get some scars. Okay, we'll let everyone have a chance to do their stuff. And they'll do another round of scarification. If you're out there working on that, we don't really need it that badly. Sure, let's just do another one right away. Because we got a lot of scars to be adding up. How much Luciferum are we up to, by the way? 20. So I'm not going to start embracing the Lucy yet. But, I do really like to make my melee pawns have Luciferum these days. Just all the bonuses they give you can be really nice. Normally the scarring healing being a bonus, in that case it's going to be a weird thing where I'll have my scars heal, and then I'll need to turn around and re-scarify our people. That's going to be a weird back and forth. And once we see people start waking up, we'll do another one. Will that proc pain as a virtue more? Well, so the scars themselves cause pain and a virtue. Ooh, that's actually a question. I think Luciferum reduces pain. So if anything, that would actually take away from pain as a virtue. But that's usually not a thing I have to worry about too much. Is that we got a whole bunch of scars that should feed pain as a virtue. Hey, a bear. Please, sir, complain and keep your pants on. Okay. Random. YouTube being weird. As it do. You think the actual ritual itself? Yeah, but I mean, the ritual gives you like 1 or 2 each time you do it. Like, the scarification ritual is actually relatively mild in its benefit. But, you know, it's a thing. So I'm basically waiting for people to wake up, eat a meal, and then we're going to do another scarification. Because I need to get them all up to 3 scars now. And then the next time we reform the ideology, it'll be 5 scars each of them needs. And the scars have 2 big consequences. One is it gives them a bunch of pain. And that is a bonus for pain as a virtue, but one of the things that cause you to knock down and potentially kill you is pain. You do Luciferium so that your scars heal, so that we have more opportunities to carve new scars, is my logic. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a terrible plan for the game. So time to get another scar. So you should be fully scarred up. Yeah, so you got both of your eyes have scars on them, and you scarred your left leg. The good news is the scarification doesn't penalize the parts. It does reduce their max health. Now in this case, it's half a health per one of them. That's fine. What you have to watch is sometimes you'll get them where they're not as good, so aching. Which is not bad, it gives you more pain. But there are potential implications for that. Yeah, so you're reaching a pain threshold where it's actually penalizing your mobility. Alright. We got one person who's taking care of stuff, so we'll do another scar. So we're just basically spamming it at this point, just trying to get these scars in. Because if we look at this, for example, insufficiently scarified -2 to their mood. Versus we go to Parker here, scarified +2 to the mood. And it's just permanent passive. It also has a side effect of giving them more pain. And that extra pain is also a permanent mood bonus. If we look at Parker here, so Parker here has scarified, so that's +2, and they should have somewhere on here minor pain +3. So just having those scars is a permanent +5 mood bonus. Okay, so everyone needs to sleep, eat, do their rec, all that stuff. We still get almost 4 days on the tile. So you're definitely going to need to hit a target that's got food next. Because if we don't do that kind of thing, sooner or later I'll have to like land and grow things. Which is not what we're aiming for. Okay. We're actually slowly reducing our stuff in here by using up the bits of cotton. We're putting the steel in there, and that's good. But it just means once we got a decent amount of steel in there, I'll just tell them to stop. Like, I won't tell them to go after steel on our future maps. Alright, so we got air conditioning, and now we got security doors. The air conditioning has a certain amount of value. I do try to be careful where I put my air conditioners to hopefully not lead them to getting attacked, because we've had really bad luck with that. It's also not as big of an issue these days, but it's fine. Alright, so let's begin in our scarification. And a lot of people are only at 1 and 2 scars, the couple at 3. Okay. And And then again, once people are up and not going after food again, we'll do another round. It's just going to take time catching up on our scars. Alright, and we'll do another one. Poor Lunar being the only one on the other shift is like, no, you have to wake up because at some point people need to do it. Is so much elephant meat? Yeah, no, that's one of the earliest runs that we did. That was I think we started with, I think it was the Arco Nexus run. The first time I did Arco Nexus, we had elephants as our main weapon. Like, you know, obviously had people shooting as well. And yeah, once you get to late game, you lose a lot of elephants along the way. Usually you can get them back in relatively short order. But it is just a constant thing of being like, up, had a big raid, 2 elephants died. Guess we've got food. Had another raid. Okay, well, we got a bunch of elephant clothes now. Cool. So you're up to 3, you've got 2, you've got 3, you've got 3, you've got 3, you've got 1, you've got 1. So I've got 3 people who aren't done. And this one's almost done. Half of the elephants died of friendly fire. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Because, like, it's always been a thing with the animals. Once you unleash them, there's no really microing the animals. You don't have that tight of control on them. So they charge forward. And you can try to, like, move your range closer to do that, but a lot of times some of those fights, they're fighting where there's no cover for your range people, and you're like, you know what, I'm sorry. The elephant just threw itself into the middle of that. That's just what it is. Alright, let's get another one knocked out. How much longer till we can leave? 3 days. That is gonna start being a problem. Because of food considerations, we're just gobbling up the food. Okay, so was that your 3rd scar? Yep. Alright, so we got 2 people with 1 scar, and everyone else is fully scarred up. Yeah, now we're basically killing time till our engine cools down, then we're gonna go hit the farm down there, which will be good because I'll need the food. And doing all these ceremonies is interrupting a lot of our productivity, but that's okay. Well, got a couple more of these before everyone's fully scarred up. But yeah, no, I keep interrupting Lunar Bell's sleep, so they're just not recovering. And they're a construction person, and that's why that floor is just not getting done. But that's okay. Alright. That means 3 more ceremony. Well, actually, you got a 4th scar on you. Why did it not go to the other 2? Huh. Oh. That is not a scarification. That's a regular old scar, and that doesn't count. I see. Okay, so I got 4 more of those rituals before everyone's fully scarred. Only the artistic scars count. Not natural ones. Alright, 1 second. Let's run down here. And we'll just tell him to put it out. And then we got ourselves some food. Hosting aristocrat, I physically can't do it. Who is our cook, by the way? Work. Our cook is Krask. And you're cooking meals. I'm gonna actually interrupt you and tell you to go ahead and butcher those really fast. Just having them haul stuff back real fast. So that'll give us a little bit more food. And then maybe we'll make some new animals show up on the tile. Self-cooking meals. Something like that. All right. And that's all of them. It's only self-cooked meals if you're named Krask. Yup. I probably have like, what, day and a half? Less than a day. Alright, so we're almost out of here. So I won't worry about any more scarifications right now. We'll just let Krask get some of those meals prepared of the meat laying around. Lunar will take a minute to keep getting those floors done. And then the moment that time's done, we go and we move over to the place with the, I think it was 12 enemies, as well as they also had, there's like 2,000-3,000 potatoes. So we're going to go and get our food sorted out. Once that location's done, we're going to try and jump south for just, you know, as far as we can see. That's going to be a bit of a trick, though, because we're going to need to be able to hit stuff farther away. But if we can start getting some proper weapons and armor and all that, we can start taking on some of the easier targets, like the Impid colonies and all that. Meanwhile, cloth drum. You're hauling stuff to the shelves. Please go haul the literal cash back to the shelf. All right. Go back for more of the money. Not super worried about the steel. Actually, stop mining the steel entirely. I don't need it. And the ship is almost ready to launch again. Because it's kind of the thing now is you don't sweat too much. All right, so I do want you to, before we launch, grab those components. Grab those components, and you grab that silver, and then we'll get out of here. Because might as well grab the valuables that are just laying on the ground. Okay, and launch the ship. Let's begin. It's time to hit our next target. They're going down here to the area that's got about 2,000 potatoes and 12 enemies. One thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to make room for a place to capture people. Because as we find pawns that are exceptionally good that get downed, we're going to want to bring them into the fold, or at least good. We still need to make a melee specialist. Alright, so the attack has begun. There are 12 of them. For right now, let's face this way. Because I'm not sure which location they're going to pop out of. Or what to be expecting combat-wise. And by turning this way, I've got my doors here and there. So I've got kind of some level of cover on my doors. Okay, they're all popping out here. Okay, full melee group. Let's move on up here. Get in there. All right. And no survivors. Okay, what do we got? Jogger, trigger happy, teetotaler. Tough. Just tough by itself. I do like tough, but not enough that I think it's worth taking up whatever spots with all that. Jogger could be, melee, yeah, but the problem is they're a teetotaler, and the issue with that is even taking some of like the medicine for helping yourself, they'll whine about. So I'd rather just not deal. They wouldn't be a bad person. They're certainly worth considering. But the other thing is I don't have a prison yet, so I would need to... You don't happen to have... Yeah, no one's inspired. I was going to see if someone had inspired recruiting. Yeah, because you... Trigger happy jogger. I'd honestly rather take them for range if they got trigger happy. But the teetotaler... I mean, that's recreational drugs. That wouldn't be the end of the world. Okay. Neither are you gonna survive. Do you have clothes I care about? Don't worry about it. Yeah, because I don't want to patch them up and then have them start going on their way up there. Just because my luck is they will stand up and they'll get a lucky hit or two in, potentially causing serious injury. Actually, that's fine. No, actually, that's not fine. So no human-like, no rotten. We will shrink this zone. We go down here, we'll give a fishing spot. We'll go over here and put down a regular stockpile of low priority. Now I'll go down here, get a low priority dumping spot for the bodies. Okay. Cool. Sensory mech ignites, everyone's favorite. Actually not that bad when you have pain as a virtue. Versus when you don't have pain as a virtue, everyone starts melting down because they're in pain. They don't like it. We can go here and go orders. Harvest. Don't worry about the steel. We're doing plenty good on steel. Grab all these components. Yeah, nothing too exciting materials-wise in the map. Alright. So we can launch again in about 2.5 days. Once they have a chance to haul all this junk in, will be good. And everyone's awake. So let's go ahead and do another scarring ritual. You've almost got all the flooring done in there. And once that's done, we'll start flooring more of the ship. Alright, it was boring, don't care. Okay, so you got one more that you need 2 more rituals, and then everyone's scarred up. We didn't have... Yeah, so no uranium, silver, or gold. You got 2 tiles left. Oh, sorry, 3 tiles left. Now it's 2 tiles. And then with that, we've got a fancy bedroom. Okay, and what are you working on? You're digging. That means you've run out of stuff. So go here and say, alright. There's your fancy slate floors. I'm going to queue up that hallway too. Oh, the heck with it. This is a terrible idea because it's going to make everything look awful until it's done. Just basically tell them anytime you find slate, just keep on putting it down. Most of those rooms, it won't matter. So it's just blowing up your wealth for no reason. But sometimes you blow up your wealth for no reason. Oh, hey, don't do that. Okay, stop expanding the home zone on your own. And Krayska has nothing better to do, so they're fishing. Get a security door. Yeah, we've gotten down to the point where Krayska and them are fishing. Well, I have them set for 3, so they would prioritize that over hauling. I think that's fine. That'll... well, no. Rual's bullying you about a good statue. Looks good, that's the best reason? Yeah. Yep. Yep, sometimes you just have to bully people until they do good statues. And then we got Dragon Rose in their 3-stream streak, catch the last 3 streams without missing a single one. So, thank you so much for that. Do better. I know, right? I wouldn't bully them about the subpar art if they would just make better art. Look, it took a bunch of times, but we finally did get a good statue. Now, granted, it wasn't even Kraysk who made it. It was Apple Lords who decided to be ironic about it and make the subject matter Kraysk. Just to kind of really just, you know, twist the knife a little bit in there. All right. Yeah, so how many beds do I have available? I actually have a decent number of beds available on the ship. I like in my head to think that these aren't actually individual slab beds, that you go into this room, and it's just this tiny little box, and there's just like these two long stone shelves. It's just like a countertop, but, you know, deeper, and just people climb up onto their countertop and go to sleep. And that's just the sleeping arrangements. No dividing lines between anything, just this big slab. And you just, you know, sleep on your stone slab. Okay, so the things we got in our colony is we still actually need a faction leader set. Ideally, we want that to be someone with social. So Lunar Bell could take that. So congratulations, you are now our Awoken Chief, apparently is what it decided the name is going to be. And we do need a melee specialist, but right now, I mean, Leon could become it, but I believe that will take away your ability to mine, which then means Lunar Bell is doing both the mining and the construction, which will eventually get us in trouble. But a melee specialist is pretty solid. Okay, let's check if I were to give you the melee specialist. You can cook, hunt, construct, grow, mine, plant cut, smith, tailor, or craft. But it does give you a +7 hit chance and a +7 dodge chance in melee. And then we can also give them Berserk Trance, which gives them another significant bonus to melee, but they can no longer identify friend from foe while in the Berserk Trance. Which basically means when things get real, you run them into the enemy, you hit Berserk Trance, and everyone else just stays the heck out of it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to probably regret it. One second. Daily on. Assign role. Melee specialist. Okay. Let's get all those roles set. Yeah, so if you look at the Berserk Trance, strength of the body past normal limits, but also means losing control and attacking every enemy nearby in an unstoppable rage. The Berserk state will last for 3 hours. Alright, and the ship's all prepared to launch. We're just going to give him a second to like quickly sleep and all that. Oh, wait. We're going to actually not launch right away and get these potatoes on board. Okay, so we don't have room in our storage for them, which is a bit of a problem. Alright. So let's go here. We need them to cut down some of these trees real quick. Do you need so much fabric? Not really, but I already have it, so it's kind of one of those things that if I leave it alone every time we make a piece of clothing, it'll eat up like, you know, 75, 100, that kind of thing. So you can actually get through fabric a little bit faster than you'd really think. So we're going to let them get this set up. Missing apparel. Oh, is there literally no apparel worth burning right now? Can you assign a role to a ghoul? No. At least I'm pretty sure you can't. Because I believe they have to, yeah, I'm pretty sure they don't count as a person anymore for the purposes of, like, that kind of thing. Like, if I were to get rid of something, I'd honestly get rid of the steel. Storage, for right now, I will allow meals on our weapon racks. And that should... And we'll drop that down to important. Because we do that, they should start moving the meals here. And that'll make room for the potatoes back here. I will also allow them to put the medicine here as well. Yeah, so with that, we just opened up a bunch of shelf space for the potatoes to be hauled over. Plate armor, that's fine. Royal host, can't do it. For right now, I'm going to unassign the wood from here. Just so they don't waste hauling time bringing it back and forth. They're finding every one of the random weapons all over the place. It's okay. Alright, so they're starting to bring all the potatoes in. Because that's the big thing we came for. Now, good news is while we're not getting that much more raw stuff, we are getting more pemmican. And that at least does work. But once I get those potatoes on the ship, we're going to get out of here. And we know we're full once we start seeing potatoes land down here again. Which I'm hoping we won't end up seeing much. Oh, something else we can work on is we got a decent amount of dye. That'll probably end up rotting. We can have our artists put in a little work. Do we want to change anything with the ship colors? Nah, that's fine. We'll just let them use the dye on their clothes until we run out of that. Oh, wait. We don't have the bench for dyeing our clothes, do we? Nor do I really have a place to put that. Welp. Alright, so we're starting to leave some of that out there. Is there anything else in here we could chuck? For the moment, well... How are we doing on our textiles? We still have a decent number of those. Do we have anything we got just a little bit of that I want to tell them to no longer shelf? It's fine. Is that including pemmican as a meal? No. So we can put the pemmican on here as well. We put the pemmican on there, that'll free up a couple of tiles. Makes room for more potatoes in here. Animal disease, plague on the thrumbo. Thanks, man. We got sensory mechanites going on as well. Leon is apparently feeding the Thrumbo while not tending to it. Alright. So while everyone's up, let's do another scarification real quick. Yeah, because we don't have another target after this, because we don't want to go up there, we need to be going down in this direction. So I'll probably end up jumping just somewhere along here. Just revealing what we can reveal and moving on. Okay. Oh, stop refueling those. Don't do that. We don't allow wood here, so that's not helping any of our inventory space. Now we get to the point with the machining bench and all that, where we get some decent guns and all that. That'd be something we could spend our money on. Yeah, is there anything else we'd want to make? So we already have the fire foam stuff. Is there anything else we'd want to make? So we got the steel. We've already got fire foam on one of our pawns, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we've got a fire foam pack. I don't really need a second one right now. The gas masks, not so much. Got almost all the potatoes moved over. Yeah, just keep looking down and see him carrying one in after another. It looks like they're opening the space. Only 2 more stacks of potatoes. If we get those in, we leave. Alright. We already got the components on the map in and all that, so it is time to roll. I mean, I could just blindly jump down here, right? I don't know what happens if we do this. Cannot land on impassable mountains. The searing heat here is a near lack of any arable land will make survival here a real challenge. So I can't see what I'm landing on. That's fine. We can't see what we're doing, so we are jumping blind. We have no idea what we're going to be landing in, other than it looks like it's extreme desert. I have a question. How do you disable the current DLC without checking them to run the game without them? So when you go to start your game, there's a little mods button. Here, I could show you. Can show you in a second. Give me 1 second to load in. Yeah, so just land here, I guess. Doesn't really matter where. Alright. Yeah, so if you wait 2 seconds... Alright, everyone's going to be nauseous from it, so if we quit the menu real fast, I'll quickly show you this because it only takes 2 seconds. But if you want to turn off DLC, you just go to your mod list, and you'll see them right up here. All these ones that have like the little police badge up there, those are the DLC, so if I didn't want to do Odyssey, I could hit disable, save and apply, and that means all the Odyssey content would be disabled. Be careful trying to turn off DLC in an already existing run. You can get weird issues because like you've got items on your people that are only available because of that DLC and yada yada. So if you're mid-run, you're probably just going to need to start a new run if you want to disable stuff. Yeah, generally just don't. Like you can disable it and then start a run, just if you already have your run going, don't remove stuff mid-run. Most of the time, it'll end badly for you. Alright, so compact. You got a little bit of machinery over there I don't care about. Can't you do that through the Steam API? Why would you go through the Steam API when it's literally built into the game? Steam API is more like signing up for getting content from the DLC and then turning it back off kind of thing. Cool. Let's put a passive cooler in those rooms because we are an extreme desert. I have air conditioners, I just don't want to have them exposed to the outside where the raids will attack them. We're stuck in this tile for 3 days. There's not going to be a whole lot for me to do on the tile. I can fish down there. It's a little risky, because that's pretty close to the edge of the tile. So I'll put a little spot down there. But that means I'll at least be bringing in some food as I'm parked here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. But yeah, like I said, it was just go back out to the mod menu and you can disable them. But like I said, don't do it mid-run. That's the big thing. If you started a save and you go, oh, I don't enjoy Anomaly, but Anomaly was turned on when you start the run, you're going to want to just stick it out, because more than likely you'll brick your run if you start removing mods in the middle. Now, that said, you can remove Anomaly and start a brand new save, and that'll be a-okay. But that's also true of mods. And generally you can add DLC and mods mid-run, and usually it's okay. You sometimes get weirdness about that. But again, removing is always the danger zone. It's one of the reasons why it's better to err on having less stuff, usually in mods, and then adding as you go, than the other way around. It just doesn't work if you go the other way around. Strange signal. Alright, well I'm going to go ahead and since we're stuck here, I'll pop the strange signal. And we're getting xenogenetics. Yeah, I very much enjoy Anomaly. I know when it first came out, it had a habit of kind of really just taking over everything. But honestly, past that, it's been pretty nice. Like, Chronophagy is really good. I really like the flares. The Hellcat's a really fun weapon. Where are you? Oh, you had the one animal in the corner that we hunted. That's fair. All right. Yeah, so with the Fog of War... Oh, I have to wait for it to regenerate, it's fine. But yeah, I know with the... Yeah, so with the Fog of War, I can't really see a lot. That's gonna be a whole thing. You apparently could see that there's an ancient uplink in this tile, in the dunes. But yeah, once we're recovered, we'll go after that grav core piece in the desert. Orders, I imagine we won't have much. I heard like one tree tick on the whole map, which might just be... I got one cactus over here in the corner. So we won't be doing any passive cooler stuff even if I want to. Distress signal. Alright. Assuming we don't find ourselves in any type of heat or food jeopardy, we can do that after we get the grav core piece. Yeah, I've been lucky that like every map we've gone to for the most part has had slate. They've been like slowly just flooring our entire ship with slate. Or unlucky because it's going to make my wealth unmanageable and it's a self-inflicted problem. But you know, it's probably okay. I believe we're bringing back little bits of fish. Which is fine, because we could slowly turn the potatoes into pemmican using that. There's also a low-key chance we fish up a good book or something else that's good while. It's an RNG thing. Okay. Considering how far we jumped, we got a lot of stuff. We have the old Mechanator mech site, so we could get mechs if we wanted. I'm probably going to say no to that, because this thing's already pretty full. The Mechanator stuff can... It's very good. Like, in one hand, the actual mechs part takes a lot of overhead and labor to do. On the other hand, then the mechs do most of your labor, because you just put out a little cleaning bot, and a little hauling bot, and a little agribot, and it frees up all your other people to work on other things. That's all fine. Okay. Well, we got most of the people up. Soon as one of these two gets up, we'll do more of the scarification, because I need to keep that going. Alright, because I think it's just you. Yeah, we just need 2 scars on Kraysk, and then Kraysk is fully scarred up, and then we won't be able to do any more because everyone will have their scars. You have inspired what? Inspired surgery and work frenzy. And it's a boring one. And you know what? I'm just going to immediately say we're following it up, doing it again, and just get it done. And then with that, we're good. So that means if we get a new recruit, I'll have to go through the rounds of scarring them up again and again. But until then, we got all our scars. Okay. So with that, everyone is fully scarred. So I don't even get the option of doing another round. Cool. And then 12 in-game hours, we can go on to the next target, which will be going straight for the Grav Core is the plan. Once the Grav Core is done, we'll hop back over here to probably hitting the distress signal. See if we can't get anything good out of that. And we'll see what we can do. It is a little weird just jumping blind from one area to the other. Oh, do we have... I should be showing these markers, because while I can't see what the markers are, it means it can tell us to land at a point of interest. So even though I don't know what the point of interest is, it could be all sorts of things. It could be just, you know, an oasis, a tunnel or whatever. It could also be an ancient uplink and all that. I think it would be good to deliberately land at one of those if I don't have a better target nearby. Alright. But yeah, the reason I want to go out to the cores is for a ship expansion. Because once we get in our core, you know, I can potentially put another section onto the ship over here. That's probably what I'll actually do. Alright, and with that, it is go time. Okay. And we do know that this is an oasis. Alright. And our people are going to be dealing with acidic smog and all that. So you're going to be pretty unhappy we're going onto a polluted tile. I didn't even look. I don't think that's an ancient danger. Alright. But yeah, no, I very much... Okay, so it's this one. Alright, yeah, being relatively center map is good enough. Yeah, so this is the one where we've got a handful of mechs all over the map. And then we gotta hack the things. Unfortunately, it looks like this entire tile, except for this little pocket in the middle, is polluted. So thruster breakdown. There's an ancient danger down there. So we'll want to do that before we leave. You got a vein of uranium over here. Alright, so let's grab everyone. So plan straightforward. First, we kill the mechs. So you just zip on over there and give that Tesseron a smack in the face, because you can handle that solo. Then we can kill the 2 Scythers, and then we'll queue up that they can hack all those things. Which is going to be a little rough, because it means our poor person who's hacking is going to have to stand in pollution the whole time. Alright. So you're available for being hacked. Okay. Now work our way down there. And that'll be the ancient danger. You just have a bruise, right? Yeah. Okay, and got to shift you a little farther forward. All right. Cool. And then while we've got everyone already out here, let's get over here. Let's pop the ancient danger. Because that way, then it's just a matter of letting them slowly hack all that stuff, keeping an eye on everyone's toxic buildup. The good news, we have our face masks, and that does reduce our pollution buildup by by 50%, I believe? Yep, I'm aware. Yeah, so no one's even got initial toxic buildup yet, despite running around it. Because if you look at the tile, it's pollution. Okay, we got a centipede burner, 2 scorchers, and a pikeman. That is not my idea of a great time. So I'm gonna have you step back before you get burnt in the face. Step back, step back, step back. All right, Thrombo is in it. Come on. Bring out your centipede. Okay, and get you back up here. Are you gonna get back over here? Alright, so you start tending to them. Meanwhile, you poke over here. Let's see what we got going on with this. This is where things can potentially get dicey. Okay, it's a dud. We got one hostile. Alright, and you're in. Okay, what are you bringing to the table, Johnny? Chemical interest? With a coagulator. That's not terrible. What about you, Robin? What are you bringing to the table? Misogynist, you've lost my interest. And you didn't survive to give me anything. Alright, so you all get out of here. Strip that man. Strip them. Strip them. Strip them. Strip them. Strip them. And it's okay. I won't leave you to die. I'll put you in the cryo caskets, back where you came from. So that someday, someone less awful could show up and maybe save your lives. So I have a heavy SMG and a chain shotgun. You took a hit, not bad. Grace is going to be dealing with stuff here. So how about we have you equip that heavy SMG, and you haul this back. Actually, you haul... Change of plan. You haul that back. We need this open. You're hacking one of the relays. You pop that open. Orders, allow all this stuff. Okay. So I got a whole bunch of goodies. Dumping stockpile. Regular stockpile. Low priority. Actually, do any of you have... You have a good one. I didn't realize you had a good bolt action. So you do that, and then we'll have Pretzel grab the chain shotgun. Alright, and slowly we're getting ourselves some better armor. You need to be treated. Yeah, so they Leon has a little bit of toxic buildup. Yeah, you're running around here. That's fine. I don't care about that. Okay, and sometimes you can have more than one ancient danger, so let's take a little look, because I wasn't watching that carefully. Thank you for the sky meat. Yeah, we're not going to bother with the steel. Okay. You got like the psychic soothers and all that. Not gonna worry about that extra bolt action down there. If we get it, we get it. If we don't, we don't. Getting all of our engines fixed after we had a rough landing. Poor Thrombo is still being treated. Because it ran around in fire inside that room and just got pelted with that needle gun the whole time. That's okay. Meanwhile, let's go and double check. So, animal migration of iguanas. If you find time. Right, so zones. Pollution removal zone. Just in case. If we happen to have the availability to deal with it. Yeah, because I'm going to just pull up the pollution real fast. The person hacking doesn't have to stand in it the whole time. Alright, so it's going to be a little while till we can manage to hack all those things. But we'll get there. Yeah, so you don't have any slates, so you're just cutting and hauling and all that. Alright, so we got 2 of those at about halfway. I don't think anyone's worked on that. Yeah, so we got 2 of these at about halfway. A little bit over. We do all 3 of these, and then this thing we'll be able to get a hold of. It'll crash down. At which point, you usually have to do a little fighting. There won't be much in the way of trees. We'll grab what we can get. Okay, so Thrombo's back in action. Slowly building up some scars. With our first Odyssey victory, towards the end, we got our Thrombo addicted to, our Alpha Thrombo addicted to Luciferum, which worked out relatively well, but also was obnoxious because you can't tell the Alpha Thrombo, hey, when you need more Luciferum, like, go get it. You know, you have to manually tell it to get the Luciferum every time. Or sorry, you have to, like, manually give it like it's a medical operation kind of thing. Okay, so you're getting all the mechs. Already got most of the good stuff there. There's still some gold in these laying down there. We'll want to grab those if we can find the space. Which I'm imagining we've got the space now, because as we're eating the food we ransacked, that's just going to free up some space in there. We haven't gotten too much stuff to add to our collection. Okay, so you're about to finish this one. And we got the one down there that everyone's just left alone. Cool, first stabilizer is done. And how are we doing for our next reformation? About halfway. Okay, everyone's already fully healed. And then the second one's about to be done, and we just have one left. Oh, we should have also checked. I didn't see one. Because sometimes you can have like an underground area. I wasn't expecting one in one of the quest maps, but you never know. So your hacking speed's been slowing down. Strange signal, we'll accept that as well. I'm a little nervous about this because that's right on the edge of the map, so hopefully get that done relatively quick. Cool, then we got the monolith here. So we can keep the research going for anomaly. Because I want the chronophagy, we're going to need that soon. Because they Leon is getting, for RimWorld, up there in years. RimWorld's very unkind to people based on age. Okay, we'll just go over here and say zone. So they get those corpses out of there. With RimWorld, it's like, oh, you hit your mid-50s. Oh man, you're basically already dead. Just go ahead and fall over. Yeah, you got cataract, you got dementia, you got frail bad back. Go ahead and just, you know, just lay down. Don't wake up. That's the way it feels. It's like you hit like your mid-50s and your characters start taking all of these like severe health things. You're like, calm down, game. It's like, age can be rough. Don't get me wrong. But that's a whole lot coming a whole lot fast. Speaking of unkind base and age, Astronauts does that real hard. I haven't played Astronauts yet. Just let the Cougar Manhunter wave do its job. No, I mean, these days I just de-age them. It's so easy, like, especially with Anomaly, de-aging is such a, you know, quick and cheap thing to do. It's all downhill from 40. I think with RimWorld, it's all downhill from birth. You're born, and that's like the high note. The more aware you become of the world around you, the worse everything is. It's very, yeah, so space is a terrible place for humans. You've already got health problems at 20, and by 40 you're basically Noctarian. Sight Stealer revealed, don't be, okay. Alright, so good news, the Sight Stealer is right by the ship. So you get over here. Animal, get in there. The rest of you just start trying to pile in over here. I don't know why it stopped moving, but I can get behind that. That is really inconvenient to have here. So schedule, safe. That is really inconvenient because I need to go down here and finish hacking that. And if we're caught out there by ourselves way out on the edge of everything, that person's just gonna die. All right. I think we're going to take a chance that when everyone wakes up, we're going to take the whole group out together. We're going to go babysit someone as they hack that thing off of the corner of the map. We're going to take the whole group back. This thing will come down. We can pop it and we can leave. I don't really care to try and keep a Sight Stealer if I don't have to. Everyone's pretty much ready. Get them all over here. They, Leon, stand at the door. Alright. Move on down here. Yeah, no, I've heard good things about it. Parker taking their own route was not the move. Please don't get killed, Parker. You go hack this thing. Well, everyone looms over you. $499. Locked out. Wait 8 hours. Okay. So undraft and start heading back there. The zones, I just realized.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
All right. Animals. What are you going for? That's fine. You'll bring it back to the ship. Yeah, so that destabilizes in 2 hours. Then we can destroy it for what we came here for. The Thrumbo finding the one tile of good grass on the map. Okay, relay crash. Get out there immediately. Alright, so schedule. We're going to unrestrict them. You haul that. You haul this. You haul this. You haul this. Get it on the ship. Because once we have that, we have no reason to stay, so we can just get the heck out of Dodge. And just say, hey, all these sightseers that are about to attack us, we don't want any. The schedule back to the safety of the ship. Because it's potentially 3 waves. They might give me a little bioferry and a chart or something like that. But there's no food on this map or anything of use. So we're gonna go ahead and take off now. We got what we came here for. The Thrumbo has wandered off the ship. Get back on the ship, please. Okay. So, ideally, we want a place that we can get ourselves a bit of food. I'm gonna go with jumping. Man, it sucks that this is all extreme desert over here. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the distress signal. They should have some meals and all that there for us. Maybe some equipment. But then we're gonna eventually need to find a place that we can camp down for a little while, which means getting out of the extreme desert. Okay, we got in trouble for dumping toxic waste. I mean, I guess I did bag it. Okay. Grab core detected. That's fine. Okay, we got all of them. We've got you and you left. Okay, and we can just loop on down here. And then we can peek all these rooms and see if there's anything good. And this does count as raiding someone for purposes of our ideology. Schedule unrestricted, animals unrestricted. Claim all the doors. Okay. We got an ambush up here. So rally everyone back all over again. Okay. So you took a couple of hits. No big deal. Alright. Well, let's let you get patched up real fast. We'll go ahead and also allow you to grab all those meals and all that out there. I didn't see any exciting weapons. Got some pump shotguns and all that. You have, is that a tox pack thing in your back? Nah, it's a smoke pack. It's not amazing. We'll want to destroy that. That can have goodies in it. I mean, it will have goodies in it, it's just whether or not I care about the goodies. We can go here and go compact. And we don't care about the steel. Alright, one thing we want to do is go out here, destroy that. Destroy this. So that while this is going, we have a little bit of time to work on our ship. Because we did get 165 panels and a grav core. So we can go in here and we'll need to do a grav core extender. So what my plan is to get the extender over here somewhere. Once I get the panels down. You got treated? You did not. Alright, so back to what you were doing, which is poking all these doors for goodies. Okay, we had more enemies in there, which I was actually not expecting. Okay, so I can go over here, get you into position, just start shooting that stuff. It also looks like there's a corner back here that's hidden. Okay, and it's popping around the corner. Okay, we can go over here. We'll want to pop that for its loot. Okay, so that one just had a shard. While we've got everyone out here, I'm just going to run up here, deal with that one. Meanwhile, you start poking these doors. Ooh, obsidian. Okay, I'm not expecting to find anything we care about in here. I'm going to push through the other side. Alright. Cool. So with that, we'll go and claim and uninstall the battery. Claim, uninstall the battery. Order, allow everything. Not really worried about a lot of that stuff. Don't really care about that. The obsidian's nice. The obsidian's a fun one because if we were to build a smith and make an obsidian longsword, that is one of the best weapons in the game right now. How are you doing underneath? You're actually doing fine, so I'm going to have you run over here. Clear that goop out away from the ship. Very good. Okay, so we got 165 tiles to work with. So let's do kind of the same thing on this side, where we have that over there. I'm sure they won't be even, and I actually don't care. So start with that and see how far we get, both from a time aspect and from actually building it, because our food is getting dangerously low. Again. Realistically, I'm going to have to jump all the way away from, like, the water and all that. Or not from the water's fine. Away from the desert. Now, we don't know where the desert is and isn't. We did get another stockpile here, but the problem is that stockpile is probably still in desert. So that's just a bay. We can jump all the way up here, and that'll give me more pemmican. And we can refresh our wood and all that. So we're probably going to hit that hunting ground. Yeah, because it's still good for 7 days. We'll hit the hunting ground. It'll satisfy our raiding stuff. And getting all that going. Our schedule is unrestricted, so that's good. Oh, also, let's go here. Zone. Dumping stockpile back in that corner. Regular stockpile over here. Actually, regular stockpile up here. Low priority. Alright, Nilly Spid's the one mining? Yeah, that's fair. I don't think I saw an ancient danger, but let's take a quick peek. Solar flare, don't really care. Yep, none that are obvious. Because you still have 2 days of cooldown. That'll get a bunch of steel out of our storage room as well, which will be nice. That said, I don't know what I'm doing with the space down here off the top of my head. Our rec room, like our barracks and our rec room and all that are fine. I don't really need to do much there. We've got a production room, we've got a storage room, that's fine. I could put a fridge down there. We honestly don't have food that stays around long enough to go bad, really. So it's not been much of an issue. The xenogenetics could be kind of a fun meme, but right now we don't really have the power infrastructure I'd want for that. And actually, Leon, if I can have you go smack that real quick. There you go. Okay. Let's see. Lehman's Secret. Not gonna worry about that. Let's just get this thing built. Because we get the flooring down, I can continue building at the next location. Meanwhile, wildlife, kill it if it's on the map. Because it is technically more food. I definitely see putting our defensive position on this side as well. Okay, and you have exceeded what the grav core handles. Yeah, and I'm gonna put like a little outcropping to put the grav core. Actually, forget that spot. Build this back here. And we, for right now, can just tuck the grav core in along this wall somewhere. So same thing we did this on this side. Steel doors here. Oh, I made that one narrower, didn't I? That's fine. We can do that. Okay. But need to get the grav core in here somewhere. You know, honestly, for right now, I could just shove it back here. Because you don't need it for the bigger space now, I just need it for... Oh, those are your animal sleeping spots. Okay, we would go like this and like this. Actually, we won't worry about that. I'm just going to tuck it in the corner. Alright, so grav core extender. We can put it right there, which is the maximum distance it can go in that direction, giving us the largest area of cover for future expansion. Okay, and then what we can do from here is 5, 5, 6. Do I want to make it that way? Let's not make it that way. This will be a mistake for now, but that's fine. So I've got 11 tiles left. So let's go over here. So there's 5 tiles there. There's 5 tiles there. But one in the middle just to get rid of the spare. Oh, no, you have enough. You just need to build it. All you can do is go here and go to security, barricade, uranium. And so right now that's just a defensive position. What I could do is make this have a wall here and put the lab back there. That'd free up room in my production room. Or, sorry, yeah, free up room here and then make a dedicated lab. We can lock that door open. Love how the ships have diagonal walls. It's so much smoother. Oh, yeah. It's such like an unexpected addition, too. I know you're drinking a beer, but this needs to be built. I can't physically leave till it is. Alright. So we need to get out of here soon because of food. Okay. I was gonna sit there and put some of these sentry guns we got. I was gonna put them up there. Now, problem is I don't want to put them where we're gonna be keeping our people behind cover, because you know that'll end badly. That's all our tiles, so that's fine. Meanwhile, we're gonna leave all that. Okay. So I think we're good for leaving the tile now. Because we got all the stuff built and dragged in that we care about. So animals, back to the ship. Illispid, why would you lay down and cloud watch next to a rotting corpse? Why are you the way you are? Alright, so we need to go... I can't reach it. Alright, so we got problems. Everyone needs a friend. And the problem is, I can't see what's over here. And we're low on food, so we're gonna just jump up here to this temperate forest on the coast. The tile is occupied. Okay. Starting to get people who have tattered apparel, which isn't great. Alright, so what we need to do is we need to recoup our food, and then we can go after that next grav core down there. You know, and the ancient complex and those kind of things. Alright, so let's move you being fairly close to the edge down here. Alright, so zones. Fishing zone right back here. We can go to our actual stockpile. We'll be right back there. Well, actually, dumping stockpile over there. Our actual stockpile. Yeah, no, it'll have to be back here. I just don't want it to be on the water. I'll set that to be low priority. And we need to start recouping food. We can go up here and just have a really big zone right there and say, rice it up. We can go ahead and have you mine that. Get the jade. Ignore the steel for right now. I'll make it. We'll leave those ones there. I got 141 components. And that's way up on the edge of the map. Okay, and I didn't see an ancient danger or anything that looks like an ancient danger. Got xenogenetics, so we're now researching cocoa, which certainly is a priority. We're probably never going to use that, but that's okay. So meanwhile, reinstall that research bench there. Reinstall this research bench here. Install that battery there. Install this battery here. Install this battery here. Install this battery here. I may have stolen more batteries than I probably should have. Install this battery here. We'll go power. Strange signal. We will accept that because we're going to be here for a little while we get our food settled. Then go to furniture, light. Put 2 lights on there. We will allow studying of the monolith. And where is our plants person and why aren't you doing plants? You are asleep. That's fair. Oh, and we will want to home zone that whole thing. Before I forget about that. Alright. I could deconstruct the front of this and put the sentry guns here. They'll just get destroyed. But no, they'll just get destroyed. That'll be just a waste. Yeah, we'll definitely want to put those out there. I could potentially put them like right behind my troops, and it should be fine because I think the rules with friendly fire are the same with the sentry guns. So we put them here and here. That should be fine. The big danger with this is just the fact that those effectively operate as landmines when they get blown up. Oh, and we will want to reinstall the bookshelf. Be shoved in that corner, I guess. Put a seat here. Put a seat there. All right. Yeah, so getting lots of goodies. We are getting the rice planted. Rare catch. One of the trees that gives you rich soil and air. That's a pretty solid catch. The downside is, with the fact that you can't bring the tree with you, utterly useless for our cause. Adding in the fact that we're raiders and we're making everyone around us hate our guts. So even trading it will become difficult. Alright, with that said, chat, I'm going to take myself a quick, 2-3 minute break while the ads are running, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning back in, and I'll be back here in just a minute. I am with you. We will stop the oppression of the trees. We knew this all along. They didn't believe me. But, I mean, it'll distract you, maybe. Or just frustrate you. I don't know. I have a crush on a young man, but he doesn't feel the same. That drives me character. I need a potion. Yes. What do you mean? What do you mean? Come on. You have a crush on a young man. He doesn't feel the same way. Come on. Look. I'm not gonna tell you how that works. But I'm telling you, this potion is going to solve your problem. It may create a new series of other problems. But him not paying attention to you will not be a thing. No, give him the potion, not her. Well, no, I give her the potion to give to him. I'm sure she can figure it out. It'll work. Oh, yes, please. Please face that way. Yes, please. You right now, right now. Oh, thank you. Thank you for removing yourself from the entire rest of the horde. I can't tell. Do you have a gas mask? I cannot tell. I don't think you do. You do have a gas mask. You are just the best zombie. Did I ever tell you you're my favorite zombie? Did I ever tell you? This zombie right here, I mean seriously, guys. You seen this guy? best zombie in the world. Straight up. Even brought me a snack. Mayhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Ooh. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? Okay. You saw that crazy move? The one where I advanced on him with the axe, like hit him with the axe and ran through him. I did not feel good about that move, but I'm like, man, I'm getting cornered here. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. So let's go ahead and do that. Hey, you must be the new farmer in town. I am, excuse me, ma'am. I'm going to need you to not slide sideways into another human being like some sort of demonic presence. I'm off by that. All right, and I'm back. Just wanted to actually eat that dinner that I got earlier. Okay. Because if I didn't, it was going to start messing with me because I was getting the munchies. I have so many batteries we've stolen. I need to stop stealing the batteries. Because the batteries, every one of them does have a, like, it slightly discharges. So if we look at all these batteries I've got, that basically means I've got 35 watts just draining because batteries. Yeah, sliding in like a demonic presence. Yeah, no, that was Sunnyside. That's it's another game kind of in like the Stardew Valley-esque side of things. It was one that showed so much potential, but like when it came out, it was genuinely in pretty rocky shape. And then the devs didn't make the sales they really needed to, so last I heard they had paused development on it. And then they had like another project they were trying to, like, they ultimately want to see Sunnyside get the love it should have. But they had to like kind of pivot over to another project for the time being, and there's a lot of times that if you run into that situation, you never quite get to return to that previous project. So it's a bummer. It showed a lot of potential, but just when it came out, it kind of didn't really deliver. Like, I had a bunch of cool things for it. But, yeah. It happens. It would be great if we completely see... Yeah, no, it's understandable. Like, if you put all the time into a game and you release it, and it just doesn't sell well, you get yourself in that weird place. Because on one hand, you feel like you'd have an obligation to your existing players to make sure, you know, they spent their money. They should at least feel like they got their money's worth out of it. On the other hand, all that time you're spending doing development on the game that people didn't buy in the first place, your likelihood of getting the money you need to keep your lights on starts getting pretty grim. So there is a balance there, because you can also get a reputation as someone who releases games and then doesn't support them after that point, which can also come back to bite you in the butt. So it's definitely one of those ones that doesn't really have a right answer. There's a balance you gotta do. And a lot of time, a lot of those decisions are gonna end up pissing off your player base, because a lot of times the right answer is, this game didn't sell, kill it. I mean, in that case, it's not kill it, it's cease future development of it. I don't need to pick up that stuff. And Coco. Next up in Mortars. Nah, it's just a normal statue. You're gonna have to try again. You'll get it one of these days, Kraisk. That's actually something you become keenly aware of as you're getting closer and closer to the life cycle side of development. The moment you learn the situation when you're saying, we'll fix it later, you're flirting it with, you'll fix it never. Yeah, there is never a more permanent setup in a game or application than a temporary setup. Like, it's just one of those things. You just kind of accept, if you're not taking the time to change it now, you'll probably take the time to change it never. Okay, so you've got that mostly planted. We get a potato zone. Honestly, just potato zones. I'll make you strawberries. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to bother getting more of those up. And in the meantime, if people find them having nothing else to work on, we'll go ahead and just tell you to chop down the entire forest. You're not going to get much progress there. Your white whale is something like 20 years of technical debt in a code base. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the worst thing is sometimes you're sitting there, you kind of know that stuff is going to be there forever as you're working on it, and it becomes such a pain. Alright, draw animals. I didn't even see, it was the proximity detector. It just ends up being kind of one of those things that you just know it's going to be there. You're never really going to get the time to fix it proper. That's actually one of the projects I worked on that I was very proud of. Was there was an application, and they were basically, there's a lot of pressure saying, hey, we're not going, like, we don't have time to do like this code cleanup, you know, we just have to like work our way through it. And the technical debt was just, is the point you go to make one change, like change the color of a button. You know, something really benign that should take you like 30 seconds. But because of how kludgy everything had gotten, where you had like, you'd change like a function of a button and have to change it like 8 different places because you'd have layers upon layers of stuff from just, you know, all this technical debt that had gone acquired. And I was so over it. I had gone to my boss. I can't remember what he asked me to do in the first place. Another thing that didn't matter. But I kind of was like, I'm not working on that. I'm fixing our code base. Like, you know, like, I'll talk to you later, but I'm not working on the thing you want me to work on. And he basically was like, no, I need you to. It's like, then you gotta fire me. Because I'm past okay with this. I'm fixing this. And to his credit, he didn't fire me. But like, it was a good couple weeks that I just kind of disappeared into working on it. I'm sure he was like, do I fire him? What do I do with this? And I basically just was sitting there, like, just kind of going through each and every section of the application and just, okay, what does it do? All right, let's get this garbage out of here. Okay, you know, we've got our orders object, and we've got this object over here for handling the products, and through technical debt, now the products themselves have a bunch of the order functionality has bled into them. All right, let's take each of these and one by one move them over, and just kind of slowly getting everything into a clean place. Taking the time to go through and just be like, all right, we've got this thing, let's put an interface in front of it, we can set up all of our unit testing and all that, so in the future, we don't have to deal with all these pains because we can't test stuff properly. that our testing regimen we had before that was, hey, Jeff is in the corner. Jeff is a really good DBA. He's got some availability on his schedule. Okay, Jeff, this is a new functionality. See if you can break it. And don't get me wrong, Jeff was pretty good at doing that. But that does not make for actual proper testing. The number of bugs that crept by because it was like elaborate stuff that you wouldn't have thought to test was a bunch before that. And then I got like the whole thing reworked. And then, you know, sat down with the team and like, we got this clean. So like we got rules now. Like if you're putting out functionality and it isn't putting out an immediate fire, I'm going to reject your thing if it doesn't have its unit tests. Like if you add functionality and it does not have a way to test that functionality, automatic failure on the code review. Again, different if like, hey, you can't run a transaction because the payment processor changed. Like odd, you know, you get what done in emergency. Yep, heck, it doesn't even need to be elaborate. Just something you need your QA didn't think of for whatever reason. Found one of those today. Yeah. Well, that was kind of the thing. It's like, I don't care if you like get every possible test or whatever. I just want a basic, here is the thing this application is supposed to do. You should write a test that checks to see if it does the thing it's supposed to do. If you come up with additional tests, awesome, you should do that. But like at a minimum, I'm going to reject it if it doesn't have a test to be like, hey, this is the create order function. Did it create an order? Yes, no. If it answers no, the test fails. Try again. And that was just to avoid regression, where basically you'd make the method, it would create the order, and then that way now you've got that unit test run, so every time you go to push new code, it runs that test. So if you change something, and suddenly that create order method isn't creating an order, it, you know, it flags it, and you're like, oh, I broke something. Or I need to update my test because for some reason the create order method doesn't create an order. And it's supposed to. But the point being, you can at least catch those things. But man, my boss was not happy when I told him I wasn't going to work on whatever the crap the thing was. But I was at that stage like, here's the deal, man. I can't do this anymore. Either I'm fixing this or I'm like getting fired, like you're firing me, or I'm quitting. Like I cannot deal with this anymore. The same handful of problems have been here since I've started. I've been here for years, and I know I only need a couple weeks to a month to get this all resolved, and I just need the time. Because half the crap we got asked to do was utterly inane and utterly meaningless. Hey, Krace, look at that, man! You didn't get just one good statue out, you got two! Oh, there's a Shambler Assault to make sure I have to run away before we get to put those in our room. The Shamblers, they're very strict art critics. And they are not okay with the quality of your work. That's 25. We can handle that. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is let's get everyone here. I'm going to pop both our boosts. And what I'm going to try to do is force them to start chasing me across the water. And then we're going to retreat back to a choke point. I think that's a bad idea. I think we actually go to choke point immediately. So the problem is they are going to destroy those sentry guns. But I think with abusing the water, we should be in good shape. We also gave ourselves about all the boosts we can. So we should have ridiculous accuracy going into this. As like every single bullet is hitting. So now it's just a matter of, do we have enough damage to drop enough of them so that we don't get overwhelmed? So far we're holding up fine, we're dropping them like flies. Get in the ring, coach. And I got a couple who are going after our sentry guns. That went smoothly. We actually didn't get hit at all till the very end there. Alright, so they did destroy the one sentry gun. I do want you to finish the job. Now, the big problem is everyone's going to have all the mood penalties from seeing too many corpses that are rotting. And that's just what it is. We did get a bunch of bioferrite, which is good. And what are you? That's going to be one that was in space, right? Read that map, read that map. And that's the Fog of War mod thing. That makes the maps go here. Okay, so you're good. Yeah, so it's they Leon who's in trouble. You took a scratch to the neck. Okay, you're already on it. That's good news. And we did already get ourselves a zone for dropping the corpses. Human-like. Do not allow rotten. And low priority. Okay, that's going to take a bit to clean it all up. The good news is most of the corpses are over there, so it'll only be the person who's farming that'll be dealing with that at all. Yeah, no, you just got bruised. Literally, it's just they Leon, which again is our frontline person. So no surprise. Even the Thrumbo healed up real fast. I'm willing to bet if they did take injuries, it's probably because we ended up shooting them. Yeah, so you're getting to the point we can see some of the settlements around here. Alright. Yeah, so we're going to start hauling all these corpses out of here. The good news with all the conquest stuff, we shouldn't be dealing with too bad of mood penalties from all this. So I'm going to do in the meantime is we are going to add an electric... We're going to remove the heater up. We're going to put an electric smithy down here. And what I'm hoping we can do is... Oh, do I have the ability to make long blades? I think we do, right? No. But if we get the ability to make long blades, and we get a inspired creativity on our crafter, we will make an obsidian longsword. In the meantime... I'm just going to turn it off. Because we did get some obsidian. But if we manage to get the obsidian longsword and get like a masterwork or a legendary or something like that, that is an endgame weapon at that stage. In production, is there anything else I wanted to set up there? Oh yeah, we could actually put a proper butchering table in there again. Right, because we got rid of that because we lacked the space. Meanwhile, for furniture, let's burn some cloth and put some fancy chairs in. So clear up some of our inventory back here. Real big problem is we are fast running out of food. And, well, I mean, we're really close to actually having the rice up. Just need to hold out a little longer. Can I get you to harvest the berries? That'll give us a little bit more food. Yeah, because these are at like 90%, some of them. Okay. Rare thrombos. Don't do this to me, man. Alright, so quick adjustment. Okay, so we're gonna go up here, we're gonna say cancel on all of these trees they're cutting down. We've already got enough. And let's find a berry bush. And have them keep harvesting the berry bushes. And they're both male. So I need them to get enough food so we can try and tame those thrombos. Because if we get a breeding pair, then we get to have shenanigans here. Okay. We're getting the last of the corpses out of here, which is good news. Yeah, we got ones here. They're all pretty close to like 90% or so. They should be good tomorrow. And in the meantime, Illispit here is ripping up all the berries. All right. Come on, I just need a little food. The longer we're sitting here without food is the longer that we could potentially be getting some taming on them. That's not happening. Cargo pods. Unfertilized cobra eggs. Isn't that like the third time we've gotten cobra eggs specifically? Hey, Rachel Sweeney, how's it going? Okay, you're bringing a stack of berries back. All right, come on. I'm losing taming time while you're taking forever to get that stuff. Right, you're right about to get that rice. Yeah, once we start pulling up that rice, we're gonna have plenty of food for stuff. Yeah, see, at least 97%. Yeah, there's one at 99%. So when we wake up in the morning, we should have more than enough food for him. Probably only get like 2 or 3 attempts to try and tame him. Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. Also plays a lot of RimWorld. Definitely someone I would recommend checking out if you like RimWorld. But generally a good time over there and all that. So thank you again for popping in and all that. It's good to have you. So again, check him out. If you like RimWorld, more RimWorld to be found. They are, in fact, a tree. Is waking up? Happy Monday? Yeah. Okay, so Illyspid should get up and start hacking up all of this. Alright. Get that rice. Okay, you dropped in storage. It should be available. There. Get the taming. This radar idea isn't surviving much, is it? I mean, to be fair, we had one death. The other one actually didn't die. We got bugged because of the unstable branch update. That the run got bricked, so it didn't even die. Like, it didn't have a satisfaction ending of any kind. It just literally became non-functional. Last time we checked, we were on Extreme Desert Tile. Did methane being big? Not really. We expanded the ship a bit. That's about the only big thing that's happened. But yeah, no, like, so we died yesterday's stream, but the stream before that we didn't die. That was a save getting bricked. It wouldn't matter what run we were doing. If a save gets bricked, it gets bricked. And granted, in my entire time with RimWorld, I think that's only happened like twice. But basically what's happening is after the unstable branch update happened, I was unable to get credit for raiding people, which means we just had the negative mood modifier just kept escalating till it would get to like -18 permanently, and I had no way to alleviate it. So we tried reverting from the unstable branch to the stable branch, and that made it so the ship became non-functional. We didn't have a launch button. So that was properly busted at that point. They've actually only died twice in this run. We've only had, like, other attempts, we only took 2 losses. And the one was I attacked people I had no business attacking very early on and got wrecked. When after the Yatkin landed, they were in marine armor. I had one flak jacket between all of my people. It's like, oh, they have better guns, better armor, more numbers, better stats, and they have better positioning. It's like, okay, I see how this goes. This is just where I die. I understand. Psychic drone. We'll probably look at that in a minute. Sub-personicore and Evanometric power. I will end up taking that. I'm going to wait till it's closer to done. Because the Evanometric power is really good. Because then it means I just pull out a battery and I put the Vanometric in its place. And it's just permanent power. Okay, they're trying to leave the map. Let's get this tame off. Why did you die? I'll take your meals. Get it. And that's the Thrumbo's gone. So, no luck this time. Mortars, so you get smoke packs. Alright, so basically we can get this sort of the the tech subpersonic core, I'm not super worried about that, but the vanometric power, that I'm willing to take a chance. Okay, the pods have arrived. Let's grab you. Actually, for this, for the time being, I'll shove the vanometric power over here. Now, we don't want to use the tech proof right now. We want to wait till it gets to be a fairly long research. Proximity detector, sleep suppressor. Alright. They've got you, so form caravan, go there. Return, accept. Thrumbo. Because we can ride that. They Leon is going to go. And you are going to be supported. I'm trying to remember who was our shooting specialist. I don't think it was Krask. It was you. And you two are going to go. Let's get this installed. We're going to beeline over. So we got our combat specialists going out there, taking care of things. You wish Thrumbo were pack animals too? Yeah, but I mean, they're already kind of ridiculously powerful. There's got to be at least a couple things they can't do. I think they used to be pack animals way back. But it's just kind of one of those things that they were so ridiculously powerful. Alright, that's actually pretty bad. So the question is, can I sneak on in here? Okay. That escalated way faster than I was hoping for. You just do your best popping your shots off. You went down instantly? Oh, that is not good. Took a direct head and neck hit and instantly dropped. That is the end of these two, is what that is. Because you're 88% movement speed, you can't run this. Try running. Nope, you immediately got a headshot. I'm trying to have you shoot back, man. Yeah, no, that's just really unlucky RNG that the Scyther Blade cut head and neck. And they're both on fire, so the chances of them getting back up from the pain. And the Thrumbos here. Actually, that might actually work for us. Furniture, sleeping spots, medical. It's unlikely, but the Thrumbo could technically get up, rescue you, and maybe you make it. They Leon, there's no way. And there's no way I can't caravan to get here in time. It's settled one way or the other. Rumbo, protect yourself, man. Oh, we went up to check what it is. Usually they'll be asleep. We ran up and they immediately aggroed before I even got near it, because there's a psychic suppressor there. Well, there goes our Persona Zeus hammer. Rumbo, man. Yeah, and honestly, we probably would have been okay. Like I said, it was just that Scyther got the hit in. Metal horror emerging. Okay. Alright, apparently that's a thing going on. I was really hoping if the Thrumbo did a rescue, then potentially we could save it. But the Thrumbo is just non-responsive right now. It's just fleeing. Can I assign you? Yeah, just that. If they can manage to catch the Thrumbo and put it in melee, there is a good chance the Thrumbo would just fight back. Because the Thrumbo could actually... Okay, or you could just run to the fire and immediately have that. Alright, Caravan lost. Well, that sucks. That means we lost our only melee pawn. We do have our grower, our crafter. We do still have our full distribution of skills, fortunately. We unfortunately do not have a melee pawn at all now. Well, right now we're recouping our food. We are going to want to leave. Smoke pop. Yeah, no, it's recruitment time. That sucked. Like, don't get me wrong, it was always risky, but the fact that the Scyther very, very first hit... Does that mean the Metal Horror is on the ship, maybe? Probably not. Most likely that Metal Horror was the only Metal Horror. Because I believe if the Metal Horror would have popped out over there, we would have gotten it over here too. I could be wrong. I've never had that situation where I've had a Metal Horror pop from losing a caravan. And check out Allison Adventures and our fantastic content creator. Someone you should definitely consider looking at. They've got Product Zomboid, they've got RimWorld, they got other good stuff like Abiotic Factor and a whole bunch of stuff going on over there. So if any of that's your jam, you can find it there. Well, that cost us our Thrumbo, our melee specialist, and our range specialist. That's the reason why it didn't take any of our skills for the most part. Is because it was our combat specialists, and our combat specialists were basically only able to, like, haul and such, because that's the limitation. But yeah, no, we definitely need to get more people now. Just did 18 hours of RimWorld? Yeah. Allison does do some long streams. Man, I'm still pretty salty that was just literally opening hit, straight on down, head and neck, drop the person instantly. Like, Scythers are always dangerous where they could just take off a leg and all that stuff. At least they weren't assigned to work that would have spread Thaleon's Metal Horror, unless they were married. Doesn't matter if they're married because I didn't make group beds. They're all just individual beds, I didn't bother. Because in this case, I'm not looking to have a bunch of children who are going to be doing a lot of raiding. Well, I was going to attack the Impids after that, but after losing 2 people, I'm not in a position to do that. It also doesn't help that we now have our consciousness penalized pretty badly. How long till this stuff pops up? Oh, it's not the consciousness, it's the psychic droner. Your wife died. And you're the only person who can't reassure yourself. Cool, man. How long till we can leave? Oh, we can leave anytime we want, but I want the food. Like, that's the whole reason we stopped, is I needed to top off our food. Now, that said, I still did get a vanometric power. So, you know, it wasn't a total loss. I don't think I can do a funeral because they were lost away. If they disappeared on the tile, I would have been able to. Ah, cool. Flak armor's next. You see steel? I have thousands of steel on board. I don't really need more steel. I want that inventory space for not steel. 1.3k? Yeah, that's plenty. The 1.3k is a lot of steel. Yes, if I have the grav core thing and I'm building on a new section of ship, that'll go away. But without having that on the table, that steel will last us a long while. What I don't have is more... 30,000 is get yourself killed levels wealth of steel. Nah, you gotta remember, I gotta have some place to put it, man. Does it look like I got a lot of space in here? You got like 2 spots I can put steel there, and a spot I can put steel there. So I do not have room for steel. What I need is room for food. You made a massive storage area? I can't make it bigger. I don't have floors. You'd be showing that back to some kind of land base? Yeah, no, unfortunately with the way the game works right now, maintaining a land base and maintaining your ship doesn't work great. It just really kind of messes with a lot of the raid stuff. You'll get like really weird scaling on your rating and all that. They're playing on... like, it really doesn't work well. Multiple colonies has never worked well in RimWorld. But with the grav ship, it's in how wealth creating this thing is. It's kind of even worse than normal. Yeah, I'm hoping to get that harvest really fast. And go with that. Do I say chasing berry bushes? Is that what's going on here? No, you're a construction person. Besides, I'm going to chill for a moment. Your sister died. Your friend died. Colonist died. Well, I can help you with that. Cool. You're jealous of the shelves? Yeah. Lost Travelers. Okay. We got 2 Lost Travelers. You are terrible and awful. Excellent. Copy and paste. You will be allowed to help research. I'm fine with that. You can help with the plants. I'm fine with that. You can help fish, and that's fine. Alright. Your colors demanded geothermal instead. Yep. Major break risk on Grace. Oh, low psychic drone. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not super worried about that. You have a good time. Yeah, I just want to get... not even all of it. Like, the potatoes are going to take too long. I want to get, like, a bunch of more of this rice and the berries in there. so I could hopefully get a bunch of food stocked. Just because I don't want to have to stop and go for more food again. What targets do we have nearby? I don't need the wood. That I don't want to deal with right now. How are strawberries? They're okay. The big bonus with them is they're just, so when you get them, they're the same as berries, like you get off the bushes. The big thing is you can eat them without cooking them, and you won't take the 8 raw food penalty. But, you know, at the same time, that's not that big. Insulting spree on Grace. Grace, you are tempting fate that you might actually die here. If you're the thing that pushes over the edge where everyone starts losing their mind, Grace, it's not going to end well for you. All right. Take out Grace's tongue? No, if I go to a refugee and I organ harvest them, instantly failed refugee thing. If I'm doing that, then I'm abandoning them and just not worrying about it. Besides, it was insulting spree, not other stuff. And literally anyone who's able is able to insulting spree, and so just cutting out literally everyone's tongue isn't going to do you any good. It's stuff like when you have people who are like abrasive or disturbing or stuff like that, that it's worth considering cutting out a tongue, or meanderist, misogynist, that kind of thing. Alright, so we're getting all that rice. So, like I said, when we see it get hauled down there, that means this is full. Inhuman probably way to go if you don't have the kind of genes that stop social fights. No, so the big cost of Inhumane is while it does prevent so many of the negatives you have to worry about, the consequences, you get very few of the bonuses that are social as well. So you don't get stuff for like loving, and you don't get stuff for like, you know, happy baby, and I want to say stuff like, you know, your really nice bedroom and all that don't apply either. So it ends up being kind of a net loss in the long run, because while you can ignore a lot of negatives, you just don't get any of the positives to make up for them. Nuzzled? Yeah, I don't think you get nuzzled either. I was pretty disappointed with the, like, inhumane, or, like, inhumanization kind of thing, is that it's got its benefits. I'm not saying it's objectively bad, but for helping with moods, I actually think it's a net loss, not a net gain. Because so many of your mood bonuses that you look at your people that you've got up here, a lot of these you won't get. Like, the, where was the beautiful environment? Inhumanization won't get that. You know what, all that? Screw you, Cassandra. Oh, they did drop some berries outside. So we're full anyways, so that's good enough. Alright, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's get out of here. They blighted the rest of the crops. Usually try to buy kind of a dead calm gene. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and seek vengeance. Should I? No. Is there a reason to? Not really. But I'm a bit salty about that, and I'd like the rest of the team to roll in and get their sweet vengeance. And even though it's the same makeup, it's not the same mechs, because we actually killed, like, the Militar and all that. So, you know, it does reload, respawn, all that stuff. So you can confirm the landing. They will likely come right after us right away. The pikeman is the big concern when it comes to stuff running up to us, and, like, just shooting at us at distance. Grab all of you. Put you behind the line of turrets. Grab the 2 refugees. And Craze Cure is going to kick it off. Any day now. You can do it. Don't worry. You can, you make this happen anytime you want. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Come on, seriously, what's your shooting? 9? There you go. You got there eventually. So you drop back here. You drop back there. And there's the pikeman. Grace, get on it. Okay, can you reach me from where you're at? Yes, you can. So what we're going to do is we're going to duck in here real fast. And start flanking out around. Okay. Then get rid of the psychic droner. Yeah, you're probably gonna die over there, aren't you? We'll deal with that in a minute. So we did get revenge for our lost people. You know, I see the fire, I don't care. That's not even in my ship. And nothing was flammable, so we got sprayed with fire, but whatever. Okay. So save who you can. Let's see here. Got some components I don't really care that much about. All right. Okay, and they did their job. You have a lot of burns on you know that? It's easy to find material. You found colorblind mod to highlight ores. Yeah, usually what I do is I do a little loop around because I'm also looking for ancient dangers. But you can go compact, and you'll list it all here. And then you can turn around here and go ore. And between the two of them, you will see almost everything. Hey, don't burn through corners, that's against the rules. Needless to say, both Grace and Webb got pretty hurt. Webb may have taken an injury or two. Really high chance they're going to get some infections in there. Meanwhile, I'll go here and go zones. There you go, as I mentioned. All right. Yeah, and I'm not too worried about it. We got literally hundreds of herbal medicine. So like you can't waste something you'd like to get out of your inventory. Cool. So with that, it's time to go to you. Bills, no more simple helmets. Flak helmet due until you have one of at least 80% quality. We'll say 90% quality. Then make flak pants. Do until you have one of at least 90%. Flak vest. Do until you have one of at least 90%. Remove silver from the table. Helmet shouldn't have silver. Yeah, it doesn't have silver. Yeah, it doesn't default to helmet having it. Generally speaking, almost all the things will default to just materials that make sense. There is sometimes you want to nitpick it a little bit, but usually it's pretty reliable. Do I have a smoke grenade launcher? I think we do at this stage, right? Disease, plague. Why does it always hit the doctor? It always hits the doctor. Why did you get up? Come on, good tend. Alright. So because our doctor did get hit, we're going to preach health Krask. Because Krask here, their tens are going to get worse and worse as time goes on, as their plague builds up. So we're going to try to do our best. We do have some decent medicine. But that's super annoying. And I guess in the meantime, we'll tell them to cut down some trees. Keep that chem fuel supply. Aw, man, you're gonna catch up to it. But because you're stuck self-tending, and there's no one even remotely close to as good with doctoring as you. So that's just gonna be a bad time. Masterwork flak helmet. Sweet. 83%, thank you. And did that while we still had the preach health active, so that should help a lot. We got a lot of people on tattered apparel. "100% tend, love to see it." Okay, so you're gonna get over your infection. Yeah, I'll just leave it. Because you'll get over your infection regardless. You don't actually need a tend. Alright, so here's hoping that 80% tend you got with the preach health. Okay, yeah, that got you 8% ahead. That's good, because you're like 0.1% behind, but catching up before. Yeah, and it's going to be basically when your 80% tend runs out is the same time the preach health will run out. Did I make... Yeah, I have my zones. Okay. Alright, you got your full time out of your 10. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, there's 40%. Alright, well, at least with that preach health and the really good tend we had there, that's enough that we got like a 20% lead, well, 15% lead. That should be more than enough to survive. We'd have to have multiple, like, 0% tens for it to not go through. Hey, Warren! How goes your stream and all that stuff? It's good to have you in, and thank you so much for that raid. But how was your stream and all that stuff? What'd you get up to and all that? Can we get a shout out for Warren, by the way? If we got one of my mods here. But yes, how was your stream? How's the colony doing? We just had some pretty bad losses. Our melee specialist and our range specialist died. Because we got into a mech raid and the very first hit from a scyther hit my melee pawn and hit them in the head and the neck, downing them instantly. And that didn't go great. But check out Warren, another fantastic content creator. Does like lots of, 500%, no pause, all those kind of things in RimWorld. Really, really solid stuff. Definitely go check him out. Good time. Okay, Warren going straight to sleep. No problem. Absolutely understand the need to raid and run and do your self-care and all that stuff. But thank you again so much for that raid. But yeah, so it was just one of those fights where it's like, okay, this isn't a great fight. And then got one tapped and went, oh, this is a real bad fight now. So we lost the two of them. We also lost our Thrumbo because the Thrumbo was their ride. And so, when the melee pawn went down, the range pawn just got steamrolled. We are a raider and a pain is virtue ideology. So yeah, so we are getting all covered in scars, and we are raiding people and all that stuff. Right now we're licking our wounds after the mechs took out two of our people. And yeah. Nerd has a job or something? Yep, it happens. We're also dealing with plague right now, which is wonderful, but we're on the end of it, so we should be good. It just, of course, hit my only doctor, because that's what all diseases do, is hit your doctor. Oh yeah, and when our melee pawn went down, a metal horror popped out that we hadn't even seen the grain flesh prompt or anything. Literally just went, slice, collapsed. A metal horror emerges. And you're going, okay, why not? That's fine. Put it on the pile. Alright, so we got some boomalope. Looks like it's going to be 5 of them. Let's grab our people. Try and quickly shift them over here so you can get to shooting at them before they get to me. Yeah, looks like all the boomalope are coming from the southwest. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that we were just in the middle of it and just suddenly metal horror. I'm like, okay, apparently there's a metal horror in our people. Oh, hey, Grace. I don't have a melee pawn right now. They kind of died recently. I know you're just a refugee here, but if I could have you... Oh, yeah, I forgot I had that 1 sentry gun in the back. And thank you for those files. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Surprisingly, we started with a cat, and we actually do still have the cat. Which is actually a pretty momentous thing in RimWorld, to have a cat survive. Because RimWorld has designed cats to practically do everything in their power to ensure their survival is short. Metal horrors might be your least favorite anomaly. I don't mind metal horrors, but they are one of the ones that you do have to take... Like, it's kind of the moment you're alerted, you immediately take everyone off doctoring and cooking, and then try and, you know, if you can suss out the potential culprits, you know, you get someone to doctor even if they're terrible outside those culprits. If it's one of those things where it drops in the middle of your break room so you have no idea who it is, usually then I'll arrest someone and just start interrogating them a bunch of times. So it's like, okay, what are the odds I haven't managed to suss out that this person is the metal whore? So after a couple of days of that, it's like, all right, they're the only doctor. Yeah, so right now I'm kind of killing time. This is a psychic suppressor site. So I'm just trying to get things sorted out here. I would really like to get another range specialist, but I don't have someone who can really do it. We got some spare bolt action. We get rid of the helmets. We got flak helmets now, so those aren't needed. We've got... Oh, you don't have money. Do you have anything I want? I'll take your medicine. Now get out of my sight. A collection of valuables, components. You always suspect my melee pawns when they get hit by an anomaly mob. But yeah, keep in mind yet again, with the way the metal horror works, it's not like a site stealer shows up at your colony and it goes, that site stealer has a metal horror, and then it hits you and you get it kind of thing. It's the game rolls, okay, you've had the event, it's metal horror. And then the game kind of reaches back in the vault and says, okay, well that pawn got hit recently, that's where we're going to say it came from. It makes up a reason. The only exception being is if there isn't a valid reason, it'll bring a creepy joiner onto your map, and then the creepy joiner will have a metal horror in them. So that's the only deterministic one. It's just like in the art, when you make an art thing, it kind of just makes up a thing, like looks back at what happened previously. It's not like it's gone and your artist began the piece and said, this is why. It just rolls the dice. So, if your pawns get hit with it by anomalies, you don't have to worry. That's not actually the source of the metal horror. It was just an RNG event that happened, and then it backtracked and said that's why. Yeah, no, I kind of dislike that it does it the way it does, just because it does lead to that confusion, being like, oh no, I need to make sure I don't get into melee with anomalies in case it gives me metal horror. It's like, no, you actually don't need to worry about that. Alright, none of them were mature enough to give me Bioferrite, which is fine. Okay, so I don't actually want to get anything from the logging camp, but we do need recruits. The big negative is it'll be 14 on 7, of which 2 are refugees who aren't very good at anything. But depending on what that is, it's still doable. But we are going to recruit through violence. Now, wait. Oh, don't give this a name. Why would I name this? Okay, let's move. Reload the turrets? It's fine. They're not going to run out of they're not going to run it. Like, the fight's going to be settled one way or the other long before that becomes relevant. Alright, so we are going to go hit their logging camp. I don't need the wood at all. But, the hope here is we can get them to, like, down 1 or 2 of them, and I don't know where I'm going to shove them as a prisoner, probably into their own base. But, potentially recruit stuff. Because right now, I'm desperate for a melee pawn, and I would definitely like a replacement range pawn. Okay. Can we see what weapons you got? You got a knife? Alright, so it's looking like it's going to be primarily a melee situation. Yeah, that's the fog of war. It's actually called, like, exploration mode or whatever. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deliberately try and line this up. To use that water. Yeah, that's fine, because then I can just yank that out from behind the engine. Alright. Overheated grav engine. Alright, so their full group is out here. Okay, I was wrong. Alright, so they're set up mostly short range and melee. That's still fine. We're set up mostly long range to mid range. So I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to play a little bit of a risky game here. I'm going to immediately pop my combat thing. Hey, Grace and Webb. I know you didn't sign up for this, but I also don't care. Alright, so what we're going to need to do is, Grace, hold that door for me. We're going to open up on them. We see how many we can knock. Okay, it was just one. So you all get here. Grace is holding the door so it'd go a little faster. We're going to force them to run through the water to give us a little extra time on target. Right, Grace, get into position over there. And then meanwhile, we will put the bolt action here. And the assault rifle will go there. Are you just going to keep pushing that door? That's inconvenient. Well, the cat finally died. That's unfortunate. So let's open this door and see if we can't get them to come after us. Okay. So, I'm going to try to chase and see if we have any real, like any candidates. Psychically deaf. Psychically sensitive. You go put that out. You're not going to be able to help there. Okay. So we got psychically... we got a psychically deaf pawn that can do a lot of medical, but is worthless otherwise. I'm going to actually accept that. So what I'm going to need to do... You don't have a sentry gun over here, right? You do, you smug whatevers. Alright, so what we can do here is for right now, we can go furniture... Boom and boom. You are a prison now. So you... Well, never mind. Go chase that person. You won't catch him, but that's fine. Yeah, so run over there, see if we can't catch any of them. You go back, because you're going too slow. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so we didn't get ourselves any new recruits. Oh, I also Oh, I missed that there was a fire up here. Well, you're just gonna get to it. It's already pretty hot in there. But we got a fire foam pack for a reason. Okay, how long do you have till you bleed out? Do we have time? I don't know that I'm going to be able to take this person. You don't really offer me much either. We're going to give a moment for everyone to deal with their stuff. Read the map. For those who don't have the map around, that's the Fog of War mod. So what that's done is that's revealed Purple Bramble wherever that's located on our map. Like, I can search for it, so... Purple Bramble. So basically it revealed their town over there. Not particularly useful, but if it's sitting on my map anyways, eh. Alright, so we're gonna go over here. Dumping stockpile up there. Regular stockpile down here. Put it down there. Low priority. Okay, so what's going to need to happen is they've got a sentry gun here. We could take care of that pretty easy. I just go out and around it and then break the cable. Be able to steal the fire foam popper and all your stuff. Yeah, that's pretty annoying that they actually went after that door anyways, but... Oh, there's another guy in here. I missed that this one survived. Steadfast, capable of shooting, already has a scar. We can make this work. So we'll go here, go to furniture, drop here, do this. You're a prisoner room. Chris, get in there, capture that person right now. Because of, like, having the floor still being built there. Okay, prisoner. So, you're going to be a bit of a pain to deal with. But that's fine. Alright. Major break risk on you because you're greedy for impressive bedroom. You observed a corpse. Yep. That all sounds about right. Hey, Grayson Webb. I don't feel like dealing with you right now, so I'm going to send you off on a little journey. Oh, or that's convenient. I mean, with the solar flare going on, hey, we could just claim and uninstall it. So we're gonna go ahead and put you on construction. You just uninstall it. And disarmed. Oh, and also, I know it's gonna anger you and you're probably going to go and mutiny and try and kill me or whatever, but I'd rather you just deal with this while you're about to melt down anyway, so you melt down over there. Alright. Take apart all the lights. We got ourselves a free fire foam popper. Let's put it right here in the middle of the room full of chem fuel. Because that feels like an appropriate place for it. Disease plague. We just did this. Alright, health. Good medicine. And of course they hit our moral guide. They're like, fine, we won't hit your doctor, we'll hit your moral guide. So you can't preach health. See? We're mixing it up. Okay, you're tending to Bud. Bud's probably not going to make it with the rate all these things are happening. With blood loss, severe, plague, and infection, that's not going to be particularly encouraging on their survival chances. Oh, you actually did manage to destroy some of my benches. So statue, do forever. Yeah, do forever, but only Jade. And I didn't see if they destroyed any other benches. I don't think they destroyed. I think I forgot to ever set it. And we don't have long blades yet, so that's why it's turned off. Alright, so we're good. So we only got the one bench. And apparently my shelf. Strip him. Actually, you do. Well, I mean, I'm not going to use the hat. I mean, it's a Mega Sloth Duster and all that, but we got Flak Jacket, so yeah, and I'm not going to bother. That means if they break, I have a chance of knocking them down without killing them as easy. Because we don't need wealth, because we're raiders, so we don't have friends to trade with. Meanwhile, we need to destroy that and that to make sure our engine's not blocked. Okay, we never did check for what the resources were on the map, so let's see. Compact. Sure, I'll queue that up. I don't really need this many components, but there's gold. I definitely don't need steel. Well, actually, steel's starting to now get low. Let's look for whatever steel node looks like it's the closest nearby. It's looking like there isn't a close by steel node. There you go. Yeah, no, I realize we need steel and components for Flak Vest, but I'm sitting on 150-ish components. I'll still grab them if I have the opportunity. I just won't go out of the way of them. But we are starting to burn through our steel finally. Which is good. We're also slowly burning through our cotton now, which is good, because I had like 2,000 in there, and it was just sitting there taking up space. Starvation on Grace. I have food, so go eat it. Yeah, so Bud here joins. I'm happy to bring him along. Assuming they survive, which so far is not looking good. If I'm being honest, that arm looks like it might get the better of you. And genuinely, if you lose your arm, I'm probably not going to hold on to you, because you are just steadfast. You got a couple of passions here. Alright, well, we'll see. We'll roll the dice. If I can manage to save you from your arm, maybe you stay, maybe you don't. So we'll amputate that arm. Because if nothing else, it's medical practice. Stop the steal? Oh. No. That big sack of garbage. I understand you're giving a joke, but... Unfortunately, too many people bought into that sack of crap. Yeah, no, it's just annoying. Well, you did get that arm off. Still probably won't keep you around. We'll see. I might recruit them. Basically, while the comment was not used in the way, it was a political call from one of the political parties here in the US. Around one party accusing the other party of, you know, like illicit voting practices, that kind of thing. It was based on literally nothing and garbage. I still have... Oh, right, because I stole the turret from here. Yeah, no, you're all good. It's just, you know, politics. I can reinstall you here. It'll shove that battery there. I don't need it. I have more batteries than I know what to do with. You're avoiding your politics just because it's sad and painful. No, and I understand people taking that stand, which is fine. It's not a very recent thing. It's going back a couple of years. Anyways. Yeah, so Bud here, I'm gonna need an arm to make them worth keeping. We'll work on recruiting them just to see. And it'll practice our social and all that. But honestly, getting a brand new pawn who's missing an arm, even with the passions, it's better than nothing. But that's not going to help us too much. Alright, do we have another good target we can go after right away? So we're at the lumber camp right now. This is just a bay. We are definitely not in a position to take on the actual colony. Oh, long blades. Well, that's perfect. Because with long blades up, we can go here. Bills, make longsword. Honestly, do forever. If you have obsidian. Yeah, and I missed the joke at the beginning. Nah, for me, like, it would be funnier, except, unfortunately, I knew people who bought into that stuff really bad, and they've honestly become pretty, like, not because of their political alignment, but they've kind of become pretty awful people by buying into a lot of pretty awful narratives that are going on right now. And so it's, like, particularly sour because these are people I thought very highly of in the past, and they're kind of going against what their previous values were because they've been convinced of stuff that's just not true. So it's difficult to see kind of, you know, good people, you know, be fed conspiracy garbage and just ride right on with it. Otherwise, it'd probably be a lot more chill about it, but, you know, it kind of hits close to home. Alright, this person's probably going to try and break out at least once before we recruit them. So the problem is I need a new target, and that is going to be pretty ambitious. I don't think we go... So the ancient stockpile. We're not going to get a new recruit from that, but we will get a grav core. So that'll boost our wealth, which is certainly what we need right now. I don't have a better target, in all honesty. Because I can't see what these waypoints are because of the fog of war. I can see that they are there. We could hit the ancient mechanator complex, but that's not going to give us a new recruit, probably a thing to help. Alright, I think we're just going to go straight for the next grav core. I think what we're going to do. I've got a decent amount of food in storage, especially since our numbers are down. How much longer do I have for these refugees? Are they going to be out of here soon? Nah, I mean, 6 days isn't a long time. Probably let them carry some of that metal back. Food is rotting? Yeah, that's not a surprise. It's not our rice that we just got. It's some of the stuff that we had some leftover corn. I apparently have a little bit of psychoid leaves laying around as well. We get people getting their flak vests and all that. Yeah, still, it is a problem because I don't have a significant surplus. That's also... Because this is all desert down here from the looks of it. That's also a thing to not go that way. And these are other waypoints here. I'm assuming there's a colony up there that I'd have to worry about. We could just try landing on one of these random markers. My big concern is this is all desert down here. And with our food being what it is... do we have any... I mean, there's a grav core way up there. Maybe we'll just go to one of these markers up here. Because this one's just a bay, it's meaningless. So I think I'm going to just drop on whatever that is, and we'll just go with the, hopefully this works out. If not, well, sucks, I guess. Okay, so please haul those. I'm not going to worry about that gold right now. That's just going to be a bunch of wealth. And without being able to trade. Let's see, you've got 8 mostly naked refugees on your pulse jet pigeon. And you're big concerned about their quest will end when you're going into orbital platform. They wouldn't be stupid enough to just walk off the ship, right? I mean, I honestly don't know what they'll do if they end up there. They might automatically betray you because they can't leave the ship. They might wait until you land. I have no idea. I haven't tried. I'm sure someone knows because it seems like something people would absolutely test. Oh, I can't go anywhere anyways. We're on engine cooldown. Right. That is a mechanic. Well, if I knew I was going to be here that long, I would have planted some rice. But now it's not worth me doing it. Alright, so we look at our crafter. That's Pretzel. If we see Pretzel get a, like, creative inspiration, join offer on web. The abrasive misogynist who's ugly and is only good at shooting. And has cataract in both eyes. And has injuries on both legs. I am going to go with a no on that one, friend. I don't think you're what we're looking for in this colony. I shouldn't be installing all these batteries. That's gonna be, what? 50 watts of power that's just being drained by batteries being installed? On the plus side, if my power stuff goes out, I got enough batteries to run that ship for a while before those batteries drain. Paid psychic suppression. I don't really have need of those. And the Psychic Harmonizer, I don't have a doctor I'd have confidence installing it. We'll probably ignore that. And then Grace here is still really upset about basically everything in existence. Grace has no grace. Grace is just angry. Queue up more steel to be mined. It's funny, we're desperate for new colonists, and we're still like, nope, we're not that desperate. Oh yeah, like, abrasive, like, meanders, whatever, sure I can cut out their tongue, but then, like, so ugly is gonna hurt their social interactions. They're going to insult people, so we need to cut out their tongue there. They're gonna insult people, so we're gonna cut out their tongue there. They're set up to be passionate about shooting, but then also they are heavily reduced sight. So the one thing they're good at, because their sight is crap, they're bad at. And if it's way later on, cataracts is not a big deal to deal with. You just shove some bionic eyes in them. Yeah, 62 years old? Yep. Yeah, and that's why they have cataracts in the game. So just kind of one of those things that you're looking at going, man, you do not give me much to work with here. Like, your one and only thing you're good at, you're also bad at. So, you know, that's a struggle. Oh, we should go on here. No longer make pants. No longer make the duster. No longer make the sashes. And the reason we've removed all those is because of the flak armor. I've got the middle layer, I've got the outer layer, and I've got the pants. Well, and the helmet, but, you know, we already handled that a while back. Alright, so prisoner, start recruiting. And we can leave with the ship in less than a day. All right, let's go to the stone bench for right now. Suspend, 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 suspend. No. Yeah, so suspend these three so that they stop making stuff I'm not using. The marble we need to replace some of the shelves that got destroyed, and the slate is for putting down the floor. Alright, this will be a little weird. That's the third round of plague we've had in like one in-game season. Cassandra, get like a new MO, friend. Cassandra's like, nah, plague. What if plague? Could we plague? Send sleeping sickness? Well, I mean, that would be upsetting, mostly because this tile's not actually eligible for sleeping sickness. Did you remember what you're supposed to have on it? Yeah, you did. You can only get sleeping sickness on, I believe it was Tropical Swamp and Tropical Rainforest, if I remember correctly. Did you get the Penny Oxen? Well, that's the worst thing, is I have it, but I can no longer trade, so getting Nutrimine is kind of hard. Because people don't like me. I mean, I guess technically I could trade with that faction, but that's because I haven't learned better yet. We'll get there. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get you over here. And you're 3 days still? Alright, let's go ahead and get our flight going to our next target. And we're just going to randomly choose that icon right there. We know nothing about it. And what do we get? Because we can't see what's there. It just got a pin on it, and I want to get out of this place to somewhere new. And unfortunately, like I said, I'd like to go do these pins, but this is all desert down here. So I'm trying to avoid the desert. And this one will throw down some crops, assuming it's a compatible tile. So hopefully we can stock up. Oh, okay. I live with this. So move the landing zone. And yeah, if we do something like that, we could force the enemies to walk through the water to hit our defensive position, and we can just walk out on the land. Sure. So it's like an archipelago. Yeah, we're on the beach episode now, so now's where we have a lot of our character growth. And then we'll promptly forget about it in the next episode. Okay, so we got the fishing zone. We'll put the dumping stockpile over here. A regular stockpile down here. Set you to the low one. Fan service episode inbound? Yes. We just had, like, the really intense fight, and so now they have an episode where everyone's going to be, you know, kind of just down in it, working through their stuff. We got components. We got uranium. Components. Steel. Components. Uranium. Steel. Components. There's probably way too much steel. Components. Definitely no ancient danger to speak of on this map. At least it's more entertaining than the flashback episode. Oh yeah, and there's the pain. A lot of those flashback episodes, if you look back to where they came from, a lot of them were because of like you know, voice actor strikes, artist strikes, like whatever was going on at the time, that, you know, the studio would be like, no, we're not caving to your demands, and they're like, okay. And then they went on strike, and then the episode quality just absolutely bottomed out because they could just reuse footage. So you don't kick Piggy off a clip? Yeah, sorry, I don't know it. Alright. I will tell you to go ahead and haul those, because those are going to make us go slowly over them. Alright. Meanwhile, we already got the... So it was Parker who had? Someone here... Oh, wait. Yeah, so it was Pretzel's turn to have the plague. Yeah, you're winning just fine. How are we doing on medicine with all this plague? Alright, so we still got a couple good medicine, but we are slowly just depleting all of our good medicine because of this. Yeah, so let me guess, it was just Archipelago? Yeah. And that's Bay, and I'm assuming this is just the water line. So if we wanted something more interesting, I'd probably have to go over there. Alright. Okay, medical treatment needed on you for your plague. Good. We have food poisoning. Oh, and also, once you're done with that, per the usual, cut down the local trees. Yeah, I want you to keep getting that rice field down. I didn't really need to disassemble that. I mistook that as, I think, steel just at a quick glance. That's fine. Yeah, and everyone's moving slow because of food poisoning. Alright, bud, how are we doing on getting you recruited? Not great. To be fair, that is not exactly a nice prison cell we've got them in, so that is undermining our ability to recruit them faster. I definitely feel like this game does stack negative events to target your food or medicine. I mean, a part of it is there's like just so many things that ultimately do impact it. Psychic ship. Alright, so where are you dropping? We got a pair of lancers, a militar, and all that. And that's a low psychic drone. We can make this work. Alright. So what we're going to do is Grace and Webb here have volunteered that they said they can go ahead and take care of those lancers, not to worry about it. I appreciate their volunteering. It means a lot. Meanwhile, everyone else can certainly take care of the others without a problem. And by that I mean Grace and Webb are going to run straight at the lancers and go punch them, while everyone else in my group just offloads ammo and, you know, that's fine. Alright, I know you're in an extreme break risk. If you could just hold together till you get punched in the face, that'd be swell. Okay, so get her shorter range ones. You scooch up. Webb, again, too far ahead, friend. Alright, Grace, we're taking it at your pace, okay? Take your time. Do I move up and give up my cover? I think we do. Because if they've got them tied up, we should be good here. Okay, all of you, open fire on the Scyther. I'm regretting this. Don't get a lucky brain shot. Come on. All right, we're fine. So the only one took hits is you got bruised and you got hit in the leg. The solid hit in the leg. I should have stayed in the cover. It's fine. All right, so you get out of here and self-tend. You scooch on up real fast. Oh, you also had food poisoning. Did you? Okay. Alright, and... sorted. Okay, so let's take a look. So Webb here...
Hankering for education, are we?
So Trickle says, so you don't lean into drugs for community reasons and therefore unfamiliar with their usage. One of your refugees has go juice dependency. Do I need to be administrator or will it sort itself out? As long as when you look at their assignments here, they've got like social drugs or anything like that, you're good. You don't have to worry about it. Because what'll happen is if you look under your drug policies, you'll see here where it has the go juice, and this one here says if they're addicted, they will take care of their addictions. So as long as you don't have them on the no drug policy, you should be fine. So rescue them. And you rescue them. Alright, so let's get you in the ship. And tend to you before you have problems with that leg. Berserk on Bud. Look, it's not a good time for this. Grace, go punch that man. They'll probably win the fight between the two of you because you're half dead already. You're being carried still, so Illy is the one carrying. You better fall down, bud, before the others get here. I am going to shoot you because I'm really not that invested in keeping you. Yeah, you're fine. Wait, Parker is tending to you? Oh no, you're reserved because Parker's feeding you. Why are you moving so incredibly slow, even for food poisoning? Goju's been on you. Disease infection on Grace. Bud here. Probably not going to make it. Medical emergency on... Oh, you're so dead. Quest failed. Tend to Grace real fast. Alright. And haul that body out of there before it starts stinking up and upsetting everyone. Well, the refugees didn't make it. But, you know, they helped. They did their job. They were both pretty awful. So, you know, that worked out. Yeah, so grabbing all the stuff down there and hauling it back to work on it. Alright, so we got a while to work on that. And meanwhile, for the others, you're almost back into it. Yeah, because that got a little dodgy when Grace went down immediately, and then we basically friendly fired. Farm, fishing? Yeah, we got fish going here, we got farming going down there. We're just dealing with people being injured from a fight. Yeah, you'll make it. It's fine. Quest expires. I don't want to really do the Sanguiphage. And for people who like Sanguiphages are very strong. The reason I'm not taking the Sanguiphage is just the fact with the Sanguiphage. I mean, the other thing I could do is I could take the Sanguiphage, I could hack off their legs and basically like leave them permanently comaed. And use them for gene splicing later, but I'll wait till we have that stuff available. But I don't like taking the Sanguiphages, because the only way to properly deal with them is to blood bag, which is basically taking prisoners, hack off their legs, and then just keep using them to re-up your blood. Vanilla RimWorld doesn't give you a way to be like, hey, my people are bloodletting people who like being bitten. You know, could you make it not a manual process? So I could say, hey, this person, you know, like, when you get the thirst, this person's who you bite. I would love for them to add that kind of functionality without mods before anyone sits there and be like, oh, there's a mod for that. I'm sure there is. And I probably won't download it. But for me, you know, keeping a couple of people locked in the cellar. There is, right? Oh, there has to be. The fire weakness is so crippling with the Sanguiphages. There's so much fire in battle. Yeah, and that's another thing, is the many sources of fire can be a real difficult thing with them as well. Not said if I'm doing, like, the gene splicing, all that, I could absolutely see just having a Sanguiphage locked in the back room with them having no legs, and just continuing to... Why are you cutting... Oh, it's because it's so cold outside that I can't grow stuff right now. I didn't realize they had moved that far up here. How long is your growth season? Let's see. Man, it's gonna be like 10 days away. You get your colonists to donate blood and build up a few things. Yeah, let's see. Or scheduling your pawns for weekly blood donation for bags. Yeah, that's what I'd want, is like the ability to put it on some kind of a schedule. Or at least have a button to be like, hey, it's time to donate, where I can just hit a button and it queues up everyone to be able to give a blood donation or whatever. Like, my problem is mostly just having to be like, okay, here's you, health, hemogen, here's you, health, operations, hemogen, here's you, health, operations, hemogen, here's you. Like, having to do that gets pretty old pretty fast. Which is why you blood bag. You can just lock someone in the cellar and be like, hemogen farm that person. Well, I think the reality is, I was gonna grow crops here, but I don't think that's gonna happen. We're in this weird situation where we got an extreme desert and I go like 10 tiles away, and then we're dealing with like a very... I mean, even the desert has not even a full year-round grow season. Never mind, it's a cold desert. Whereas down here is extreme. Oh, we actually have a caravan who doesn't hate me? Well, caravan being used lightly. Alright, we'll score a little bit of food off this person. You blood bag all your prisoners so they drop faster during break? Yeah, I mean... There's a lot of reasons to do a bunch of that stuff. Okay. Right, I still have that core. I will take your meals. I don't really need your components. You can have my side tea. I'll take your medicine. You can have my yayo and go juice. You can have my sashes. Are either of you really good? A delicate pyromaniac and a meanderist with chemical fascination. No, the answer is no. Neither of them are really good. Alright, so haul this in. Haul those in. Alright. So I don't think we stay on this tile very long. Oh. Are my batteries still... No, my batteries aren't in the positive. So if you could go ahead and refuel these real fast. So I think what we do is we don't stick around. Yeah, I don't care about it. Hey, Grace? Can you get up on your own now? Can you kindly leave? How much longer do you have? You got 2 health. I'll let you get off my ship. That way you'll come back someday and we'll probably end up having to kill you. Get off my ship. Okay, you're off the ship. Alright, so we're going to try and hop down to a different landmark. Let's go... I can't actually go very far, can I? That's pretty limiting, actually. I'm gonna go to whatever this landmark is. I mean, I should have probably stayed here and actually hunted these things. I would have had no shortage of food. But I'm so much of just like move forward, move forward, move forward. That's like, oh yeah, we could just like straight up hunt food. Right. That's a mechanic we take advantage of literally earlier today and almost all the time. We could have attacked that logging place, but we already moved on. Okay, so this is just another like interesting tile, not anything that's got anything on it. Minor graph crash, so we got some damage. Wild animals, hunt it all, kill it all. We're definitely not growing anything here. Some of the berry bushes can be harvested, but this will be one of those tiles that we're only here for as long as it takes to cool off the engine, because there's nothing here for us that I really care about too much. And meanwhile, we can go down here. Checking for meaningful ores and the ancient danger. So I got the steel. We have 1,500 steel, so we're not going to bother grabbing steel right now. Yep, a whole lot of nada. Okay, and everyone should be set up to hunt. All of our people are ranged right now, so they should all be able to do it. And there's Horrocks cultists. Looks like only a small group over there. So let's immediately grab everyone and start running them over. Yeah, so it's 5 on 5. I'm not going to be able to wait for Illispid. Oh, that's dirty. Alright, so you're going to make me go wide over this way. Because they're using the kidnapping ritual. So what'll happen is as it charges up, they'll eventually teleport my people over there. Okay, there's the last one. Do you have death refusal? None of them do. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we could run you down over here. That'll get you a good angle. Meanwhile, what's your scoop? Iron-willed depressive. Cannot dumb labor, intellectual, cooking, or caring. It is a shame they died instantly. Okay, handled. And then no rotten and no human-like corpses. Okay, so we got that all handled. There's just the one left. We're just going to leave them there. Clothing-wise, we don't care about their clothing, so that's fine. We got a whole bunch of people set up to hunt. And we're yanking all the berries we can. Because we're here for a couple of days. Death refusal? No, they don't have death refusal. You can actually look at death refusal. It'll be right up there. That's the reason I actually took 1 second to like look around and went, oh yeah, none of them have it. Yeah, so you're grabbing all the berries. Now we should have multiple people start running around hunting. Okay, so this one, we have a cavern with dry ground, and that one's a cavern. We definitely don't want to go up this way, so we can try starting moving down this way, and see if we can't find a way to get to warmer climates that's not desert. Okay, and Bud here's almost recruited. Bud won't be too bad of a candidate with Steadfast. They did lose an arm because they got uppity, but we can live with that. We'll get him a new arm when we're ready. But that'll let them fill in wherever we want to have them fill in so we can separate people out more. Yeah, because they got plants, cooking, crafting, and animals. No problem, Boxbox. You have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. You get that sleep. Alright, so Lunar's fixing all the damage on the ship because we crash landed. And we've already converted them to our ideology. The thing I do need to get ourselves proper melee. I mean, Krace has a passion for melee. It's not a big one. But at this point, you've already got a lot of shooting skill. I don't really want to pivot you if I don't have to. But that might be something we just need to do. How go our moods? We're probably over... Yeah, so we canceled that one. We have so many mood bonuses that even though it's like wife died and everything's like, nah. Your grandparent CJ died? I have no idea who that is. These two are rebuffing each other. They're two people who are definitely into each other, but also not willing to go with it. They're being just difficult. Being like, do you want to go out? No, I don't think so. Do you want to go out? No, I don't think so. It's like, man, we both know you both want to go out. Get over yourselves and just agree. You talk about it all the time. It's okay. Surprised. Oh, even you know what? No, actually, they're set to. Oh no, these are that. We'll let Krask have that as a 3, so Krask can go out hunting. They've got the best weapon for hunting, anyways, or out of the people we have right now. And how much longer on that? Day and a half. Alright, so I want your glitter world. Biomutation pulsars, I apparently have 2 of them. Okay. Fundamentals, that's prosthetics, give. Architect arm. Okay, well our brand new colonist is gonna be well set up. Alright, let's see if we can give him a little bit more something to sweeten the deal. Honestly, I'm willing to give that up. Alright, so we got goodies. I really don't. I should have thought about where I'm putting that mega screen TV before I worried about it. Look, alright, well we'll deal with the mega screen TV later. For right now, haul that in, haul this in, and haul this in. And we'll say mega screen TV can be put in there. So I'm gonna need to thicken this part. So we can probably just like move this up a little bit. That'll let me like squish this stuff back a little. And then if we do that, I can fit the mega screen TV in there. Alright, but here's the deal, man. If you join, you get yourself a brand new Architect arm, friend. You're going to be in the colony for 2 seconds, have a brand new arm that's going to be the fanciest arm in the entire colony. Only 2 more conversations and you should be brought on board. Great bow. Hydroponics is next. Better get the TV up and running before calculation is... Calculon is on? Nah, that's sorry. You'll have to catch it in rerun. It's fine. No one watches television anymore. Yeah, because what it can do, move the art. We'll get rid of the fire entirely. We'll move the art up here. I'll widen this area, put this on that side, and then put the big mega screen TV here, which will make it available to this side of the room. But before we can do that, I need more platform. Alright, so reinstall you up there. There you go. Few more conversations. Alright, next conversation, and they're one of us. So honestly, that'll probably be right before we leave. So we'll get them on board, and we will immediately do surgery using our newly gotten glitter world. To get that Architect arm slapped in there as best we can. And I believe we were keeping you. You had medical as well, right? No, that was the other one that we were potentially looking at, and then realized they were not a good time. Yeah, so we're hunting all the elk on the map, trying desperately to keep food on the table. New recruit Bud. Health. Best. And install Architect Arm. It is your left arm that is missing. Install Architect Arm, left arm, schedule, recreation, work. Get all your stuff fixed here. Okay, so we got people who can do lots of stuff here. I need to figure out what I want them to do. So I could have them take over cooking, and if we took over cooking, that would allow Krask to take over the combat role. If we gave you the shooting role, does that disable... So it's cook, construct, grow, mine, plant cut, and all that. But it doesn't remove handle. So that makes Krask into our dedicated hauler, all that, who can hunt. I think we do that. I think Bud here becomes our brand new cook. And so what we'll go ahead and do real fast is you're going to have your name drawn. And so we got our brand new pawn here, which will be Avenging Elephant. Oh, wait, we got to get a... Right, we were giving them all, like, unwelcome solicitor type things. And we had ones mentioned earlier, and I completely forgot what they were. Because we had a whole bunch of them that came by. Oh, what is it, where you have people who are, like, trying, like, whatever political thing that they're going about, canvassings. So, we'd have canvasser. Sure. Alright, go take a bolt action, because that's what I got handy sitting on the shelf. Alright, and Krask, you're the best doctor. I'm going to have you get that brand new fancy arm on there. You're going to burn a third of that glitter world we just got to try and give us the best odds that it lands. Because the last time I did like an architect leg, the person died with like a doctor of like 13 medical in a hospital. I was pretty salty. Okay, so you're back down to normal stuff. And you want to join. You have shooting of 9. But with that, before we go anywhere, assign role, shooting specialist, okay on Krask. That does not disable doctoring, right? No. You mentioned Avon, but do you think the good one would be like BBC TV tax accessor? Yeah, you got to keep in mind like the length I can make it is very short. It's very, very limited. All right, so with that, Krask's job around here is they clean, they haul, and then they shoot stuff. Okay, and you're ready to launch. How are you doing? You still got your aesthetic. Alright, so what we can go ahead and do here is you're butchering that animal real fast. We'll go ahead and open these doors again. And while we've got you, let's go ahead and scar you up. Our ideology demands it. We'll get you some scars real fast, and then it's time to move on to our next destination, because our food is holding for the moment, but not well. So we're definitely going to need to land and resupply someplace. But the issue we're dealing with right now is unfortunately just, you know, I gotta find a place where we can get some food. Alright, so where would I go from here? So we've got a town there. It is the Neanderthal tribe. That sounds like a good way of dying. We hit the log camp, but they're not going to have much food for us. Those are just caverns and all that, so I could jump down to another waypoint down here to see what we find. Alright, so give people a chance to wake up. Scar again, and then we leave. We'll say that's good enough. Alright, let's get our scars. And then we'll celebrate our collection of scars by immediately ditching and finding a new target to murder. Okay, and if we check on our quests real fast. There's a logging site, but otherwise you don't have any really solid targets. Alright. So let's just let them grab that meal. You're good? Let's get moving. Alright, so I'm going to pop down to whatever this landmark is. We're going to start working our way back down towards the grav core, and I'm just kind of hoping we find a tile that either has food or I can grow food on it. If we hit extreme desert and there's no animals, we're going to have a really rough time. Just all the random little, like, pockets of things we've seen because I'm hitting the landmarks trying to look for stuff. That is the one thing about having the Fog of War. There's probably a whole bunch of enemy bases around here that I can't see. If we get ourselves a solid melee person... Okay, so abandoned colony tile. Let's go ahead and we'll park down here. I'm actually trying to deliberately not land on that bird. Because it looks like you got 3 or 4 animals on here. We're probably going to need to eat anything that moves. Okay, lovely. Alright, so let's have you quickly run down here. I'm pretty sure the abandoned colony, I shouldn't have to worry about traps or anything. If we do, you are wearing marine armor, so that should help. Come on, have a little food. Nope, but they've got more batteries. Okay, and we'll reinstall you into that room. Deconstruct you. Alright, grab her, people. Gonna go and take her go at the emus and ostriches and everything. Just have everyone go after it. Be quick. Because sending crates to hunt them are on their own. While it's probably would be okay, you never know when they're gonna get that first hit, aggro it, then just get nothing. Okay, and then down here. That should give at least a little food. Alright. And we should be good. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the tile for materials. We do have a tiny bit of plasteel showing right there. We'll mine the components, and the components, and the components. Steel-wise, I'm going to ignore it for just the moment. I want to make sure they get the plasteel at a higher priority. And then there's no just straight-up ore on here. I'll take a quick peek. There's some jade. Strange signal, we'll accept that, so we can at least get some work on the anomaly thing, so hopefully we can get chronophagy. So we're just taking a quick peek real fast, see if we see any obvious ancient dangers. It's not looking like it. Alright, so Monolith has arrived. It's available for research. Okay, so unfortunately, there's another tile we're not going to be getting any real amount of food on, or anything like that. It is another desert tile. It is a cold desert at that. So even though I wanted to plant in these little gaps, it's not going to go well. So we're basically here just for as long as we need to be. Meanwhile, we want to go up here and say stockpile. Dumping stockpile. Alright. So yeah, so the fog of war is killing us right now because this is all desert in this whole area here. We can't really see where the edges are. And I'm kind of hopping around hoping for the best. But other than just going back and landing on one of our earlier tiles and then just waiting on food, not doing too good. It might be one of those things I might have to like jump back to the logging site, attack it to get our next conquest credit for. How are we doing? Yeah, so we're gonna have to conquest something soon. Okay, so you are a desert. Yes, this whole area seems like it's all desert over here. And if we got another grav core, I could potentially expand the I could potentially expand the area we're using, and if we're lucky, then I would potentially be able to put that to use to get ourselves more power set up and maybe set up hydroponics. All right, am I just disassembling these batteries? Because at this point, it's kind of a meme. Yeah, let's just disassemble those two batteries for their components. Because they keep grabbing all the batteries, and genuinely, this is not helpful, the number of batteries they have. Yeah, I think these two batteries go as well. I'll keep all the ridiculous ones shoved into the science room until we get the larger science benches. At which point, then this will become a large science bench. And I might just do away with the second one, which will slow down our research. But then we could start rearranging all these batteries, like shove them up against that wall to make room. Yeah, because I could move these two over there. This would go here. We could move this stuff around to get the bookshelf over there, and then the multi-analyzer there. Yeah, that'll work. Considering, you know, one of our researchers isn't here for anymore for some reason. Can't quite put my finger on why. Well, we got dromedaries. Let's go ahead and hunt those immediately. Alright, we'll add a bill after all of that. Cook simple meal, do forever, if it is made with meat. That way we don't run to where we just had that, where some of that meat rotted in there. Because the meat only lasts for like 2 days, versus the meals last for like 4 or 5 days. Without refrigeration or anything like that. Okay, you're making a statue real quick. Yep, you struck plasteel. How much longer until we get to reform our ideology? Okay, like 2-3 more attacks will do it. Alright, so there's the hydroponics. And then we are going to get the microelectronics next. And that's the point where, like I said, I'll probably rip out these 2 research benches. Put the more advanced one here. In fact, we can probably already make the advanced one, right? No, not yet. Right, yeah, no, that's we get that one, then we have the multi-analyzer. Alright. We also should be getting to the point, yeah, once we get the microelectronics, we could potentially get the bigger grav ship parts. Granted, I don't really need those right now. With how limited our vision space is with the Fog of War, getting a really long jump range doesn't do much for me. It's not nothing. Hey, an excellent statue! Would you look at that? We'll go and put that in your workroom, so you can remind yourself what the art's all about. Okay, spring has begun. I'm going to have you prioritize killing those real fast. Kraiska's desperately trying to get an angle on this other one, and it is just going everywhere. Cool. So you've got both of them knocked down. You sense your sarcasm, sir. You do not appreciate it. Hey, no, you've actually made some good statues now. You're getting it done now. It was just weird that your character had such a long run of not good ones. It was like, that was the only thing that's weirding me out. I was like, man, you're at 11 art. Like, don't get me wrong, every once in a while at 11 you should still get like one bad statue or one okay statue. But 11 you should be pulling, you know, mostly good with the occasional not as great one, and then like the offhanded excellent. But you just had a couple of really bad rolls back to back. Alright, so we got 11 hours there. They've already carried the plasteel out, so that's good. Let's get you to haul the jade back. Because already processing those dromedaries. Alright. Once I get that on board, that should be all the goodies we have. There's nothing left to hunt. Let's get out of here. I gotta wait 2 more in-game hours. That's fine. Okay. You feel like the fact that it is statistically improbable makes it more impressive than making something impressive? This is true. It is like the person who it's like they've got, you know, they're doing a tabletop game and they only need like a 4 out of 6 or better to win the roll, and they're like, cool, I got one thing I gotta hit. Just one thing I gotta hit. And I only need to have a 4 out of 6 to do it. And then they manage not to do it out of like 40 rolls, and you're just like... Alright, so we're gonna jump all the way over to this one. I'm basically just trying to keep going east right now. Okay, that's the symbol for extreme desert. This whole area of the map sucks. so much. Makes better fight stories. Oh yeah, no, when you have like 10 dice and all of them roll 1, you're like, alright, just screw me, I guess. So I don't know what's here. We're gonna go here. Because it's temperate forest. We can probably grow something because our food supply is getting low. It'll also put me in range that it can possibly attack that logging camp. The next one. Yeah, because you're still desert. Watch, I'll have landed directly on an enemy base or something like that. Let ship design to get there? Well, thank you. I want to expand it, but everything is desert on this area, and with the fog of war, I can't see where I can land to actually get some food happening. And it's been a problem. We're getting a wee bit peckish. Thruster breakdown, that's honestly fine. Go here, grow zone. Just plunk a big old zone back there. You are now planting rice. We'll let you get that figured out. We'll go over here. Dumping stockpile. Regular stockpile. For the dumping stockpile, do not allow rotten or human-like corpses. And we'll let that get all going. So from here, we can go to wildlife and say, yep. 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 Just start hunting everything that moves. Alright, so compact. And for the record, it's kind of a mistake to do that, because spending your time hunting something that's going to give you crap for food, not really worth your time, but, you know. That's someone else's problem. That's someone else being mostly me. Alright. So no ore. Okay. Steel-wise, we're doing fine for right now. Let's check for an ancient danger. What's all this green stuff? Is this the legendary not sand you've heard of? Yeah, well, that's the reason we jumped all the way back to an area we were familiar with. It was one of the only places I could, you know, see that there was area I could land to grow things. Now, we can get the hydroponics setup, which will definitely require me to having another ship part. You know, and some better power. But if we can get that set up, that will make it a lot more flexible. We also haven't had one of the actual work camps in a while, because we have this one, but it's wood. We've missed out, we haven't had, like, a food camp in a while. Now, we do have a little bit of time before they start getting upset about... Not actually that much. We don't have much time before they start getting upset that we haven't conquested anyone for a while, so we are going to go after that logging camp. But I really, really want to get, you know, a batch of food first. Alright, so we're getting those crops put down as fast as we can. Oh, wife died? Yeah, no, we had, It was already going to be a rough fight, but we had a fight with a couple of mechs, and my main melee pawn walked up and got hit right across the head and neck. So, like, didn't get decapitated, but got, like, a massive bleed on both and instantly went down. And it was just one of those things as, like, oh, well, having my melee pawn get one shot here is not good. And it did not improve from that. Like, it was just like, oh, it's just, okay, everything is just going downhill the whole time. Alright, so we got a jade statue of good quality. Mad Cougar. That's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and actually run over here. Because what I'm gonna do is while that cougar approaches, I'm gonna start blasting all the dangerous animals that are in the area. Alright. Timberwolf. You are sure taking the scenic... Oh, you're gonna go get yourself killed by my sentry guns? Alright. And we can pop up over here. Refugees came to your grab ship asking for like 2k silver, and later sent you a venometric power cell. Pretty good. Oh yeah. Well, that's like nowadays with the bonus where if you do stuff for them, they'll like reveal map locations on your map so far as like unique weapons and all that. It's even more worth it. But even before that, you know, I would help them out and then sometimes be like, oh yeah, here's just, you know, you're just a masterwork cataphract armor, and you're like, I'm running around with a spearman and a cataphract apparently. Thanks. You're only here for 7 days, so I'm not sure why it was that big a thing, but apparently when you get back on your feet, you get back on your feet hard, man. Like, so I always would, like, almost always would end up taking, you know, like, the refugees visiting or, like, giving them whatever they ask for. It's only, again, if I just really couldn't. Like, if we're massively starving and no food is in the future, like, it's middle of winter, there's no animals on the map, they're like, oh, yeah, 5 refugees. It's like, all right, hang on. I can't do that. Or if, you know, they show up and you're in the middle of fighting, like, malaria, and they're like, oh, yeah, you got 20 medicine? We would like your 20 medicine. And you go... Nah, man. I'm real attached to that 20 medicine right now. I would love to help you, but in this particular case, it's gonna be a big old no in my book. Alright. Yeah, so we're just gonna grow that rice field. Basically just try and get ourselves a full harvest of rice. You always try to imprison the beggars. You usually end up killing most of them. Yeah, that's not really uncommon. There's, it's just a thing with RimWorld that a lot of people, like, will default in just whatever, like, the most aggressive kind of thing is. It is what it is. The game lets you kind of do whatever. It doesn't mean you're, like, a bad person for doing the right thing. But, you know, it's like... You know, you don't go up to people who play, you know, Mass Effect, they go, oh, you're doing a Renegade run? You're a bad person. It's like, look, man, it literally gave me the option. And honestly, so, like, I hadn't talked about this in a long time. You know, you get into those games, and thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. You get into those games like Mass Effect, and, like, honestly, mostly BioWare games, but you get to those ones where they have, like, the good path and the bad path, and it'd be like, the good path, cuddle a puppy, pet a kitten, give, you know, food to the poor, build an orphanage, adopt a child. Like, it'd be like all these like over-the-top, like altruistic and amazing things, like give up this wonderful thing to the benefit of others, and just like really over-the-top nice things. And then you go to the evil path and it's the exact opposite. It's like kick a puppy, torture a small child, burn a village, you know, staple someone's hand to their eye. Just like all these things, like poison the reservoir for this town. And you're like, but why am I doing this? It's like, can I have a middle of the road option here? Can I have the, I'll generally help you out if it's convenient, but you know, like I'm not like, can I have something between like adopting the puppy and kicking the puppy? Can I just give the puppy a little scritch on the head and then move on? Yeah, create orphans for the orphanage. Can I, like, just donate money to the cause or something? That was the Star Wars MMO, the one that's still around. Was it Knights of the Old Republic? There's a couple of those that get pretty over the top too. Like there was I think it was on the Sith side that you had, because you can be Sith and a good person in that game and all that, but you're on like the Sith side, and you'd sit there and be like, there is like this village, they're uprising against us, we need you to get them back in line. And so the bad thing to do is you basically concoct this poison that tortures them. So it doesn't kill them, it just makes them absolutely miserable, thereby putting down the uprising because they feel too sickly to really do anything. And it's just torture. It's just cruel for the sake of being cruel. But then the good option is to make the poison way more severe so they just die from it, thereby freeing them from slavery. And you're like, hang on a second. Can I, like, go with the third option of maybe not poisoning them and, like, trying to help them escape? It's a whole planet. I'm willing to bet we can ferry these people out somewhere. It doesn't need to be over the top. It can be basically, kind of kicking them out of the way and being like, there, hey man, you're on your own from here. Good luck. But it was just definitely one of those ones that, like, this good option doesn't really feel that good. I have this feeling this good option here is pretty bad, actually. I enjoyed that one. Not enough to pay a monthly pass a little while. Like, me and my wife played it for a bit. But, once you get to, like, the end game, you get to the typical, like, raiding and all that. And when the game first came out, the raids were buggy as all get out. Things wouldn't telegraph right. You'd have to, like, jump on elevators to lower down, but you'd jump and you'd hit the elevator, and it was buggy, so you'd just fall through the elevator and then die because of fall damage. And all that. And that was just not, like... Toon was not really into that. She wanted more of, like, the story and your choices and how they impact things. So when it came to, like, let's do the same dungeon again and again to get better gear, she had zero interest in that. You absolutely dislike when the evil path playthrough means ruining any alliances and sabotaging your own people for the sake of itself. Yeah, it's like, can I have, like, the pragmatic evil versus the what if I tried to murder everyone just because? Like, have the one who, like, the awful thing they do is they promise they're gonna do stuff with money and then, like, pocket the money and move on. And just be like, I don't know what happened to the money. No, we can't have corpo evil in games. We don't want to remind people that it exists. Maybe you've missed a lot of games for a while. The company town story has been a very popular story in a lot of games. The old company towns where you basically are put into indentured servitude with the company because they put you in debt. Fable was your favorite good evil game? Fable was pretty good. I liked Fable. Yeah, that one didn't stand out to me as, like, the moral decisions were just, weirdly over the top or anything like that. And then you also got to walk around and be chicken chaser. Chasing chickens. Alright, so we're not leaving yet because we are down to 11 meals. And we would really like to eat those meals. Like, we'd really like to have more than 11 meals. We've got a grizzly bear nearby. So we're going to go ahead and roll over there to the grizzly bear. Hey, grizzly bear, have you ever been shot in the face aggressively? No? And now you have. Alright, where's that warg? Over here? Yeah, you're by the ship as well. You feel like it's much more evil to continuously take advantage of someone and manipulate them than just killing them? That's just self-destructive. Evil onto yourself in a way. Yeah, well, I mean, there's definitely that argument being like, if you do something terrible and a person doesn't make it kind of thing, that's bad. But, like, kind of going way over the top to be like, no, we're going to drag this out. That's certainly worse. I mean, they're both wrong and terrible. But yeah, no, it's always one of those things. And then usually when we get into talking about, like, morality systems in games, one of the ones that irks me so much is when you go into a game and you'll walk up to a hallway and there'll be a dog in the middle of the hallway. It'll be like, okay, kick the dog. You're like, but I don't want to kick the dog. Like, let me try and work my way around the dog. He's like, no, kick the dog. And you're like, look, man, I don't want to kick the dog. The dog isn't even growling. It's just there. Let me go past the dog. It's not important to the story. It's nothing weird. There's just a dog you put here. And then finally you're like, okay, I cannot progress the game. I'll kick the stupid dog. And you kick the dog. And then like one scene later, it's like, oh my God, how could you do that? How could you kick the dog? What kind of terrible person are you? And you're like, dude, don't hold this against me. You didn't give me this decision. You made me do it. The alternative was to shut off your stupid game. So I do get really annoyed when they have like a forced bad morality in a game, but then like, you know, kind of preach at you that you did the bad thing. Like, it's one thing if there's a game that's like, okay, you can do the really difficult good thing and, you know, go through this elaborate way to get around this dog. Or B, you can do the evil path, you just walk up and you kick the dog. Sure, by all means, yell at me for kicking the dog then. But when it's not really a decision, tone deaf's not the word I'd use for it, because it's not that. It's more like you're being punished for something that you didn't get a choice on. And you're just kind of being like, what's your problem, man? You first shot in the rump to turn around to see who shot in the butt, too? Yeah. It honestly took a little bit more firepower to take down that bear than I expected. It took quite a bit of abuse. But yeah, I haven't run to one of those games in a while, but every once in a while I'd bump into a game that, you know, it's a game that the narrative have a point, and I'm actually way on board with games that do have that. It's like, hey, there is something we're trying to show you and trying to like get across. There's a message to this game. I'm cool with that. But when it was a thing, it's just kind of, you know, where you're having forced decisions and then the game preaches at you for making the wrong forced decision. That's where I get frustrated. Let's say pragmatic evil seems much more believable to me than the long-term viable. Otherwise, someone's going to stop you if you weren't the main character. Eventually, you piss the right person off. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, that's the thing. When you have the over-the-top... Like, this is the thing that happens in, you know, zombie apocalypse stuff, where they'll always have, like, the person who becomes this, like, dictator who takes over the whole area, that he has, like, his 2 thugs with him, and they manage to run shot on everybody, and you're like, nah, man. It's like, don't get me wrong, when you get to a certain size that people can be tyrannical and all that kind of stuff, like, it happens. You're not wrong. But it takes a certain expectation of just how awful people can be, and that nobody is going to stand up for it. If you're in this situation where everyone's just scraping by and one person's being a bully, usually they might last a little while, but they're not going to last very long. Especially when you have, you know, this threat that never ever sleeps running around. And, you know, you gotta have people watching your back at all times, day and night. And those people feeling threatened are probably not gonna do a good job. But it's like the same thing as I get tired of like the cannibalism trope in zombie movies, because you're like, or zombie media. Because you're like, you know what's the worst thing you could possibly eat when you have a highly infectious disease that infects people and it, you know, has cross-contamination? You would eat the thing that has the high chance of having the infectious disease. Because cooking doesn't solve all foodborne illness. That would be like, yeah, those people remove themselves from the population because they would undercook it once or find out it's not reliable and then be gone. It'd take a truly stupid person to decide to do that. And especially, why would you go and hunt one of the most dangerous things at the time when other food would be far easier to get a hold of? But it is one of those tropes that is like in every form of zombie thing. It's just like, nope, gotta check that cannibalism box, gotta put it on there. It's a requirement. You got zombie up here, you gotta have cannibalism down here. I don't make the rules, it's just there. Let's say you've done that with the game before, but it wasn't for a bad game design. The game is amazing. You just came to a moral crossroads and opted to turn away. Yeah. But yeah, that's there's a lot of them that, you know, patient zero at questionable sushi at a gas station in a sketchy neighborhood. But yeah, no, it's just, It's just one of those things that you see and like, why is this such a popular thing? Why, like, there's and it's not just games, it's like media in general. You'll have like your Stardew Valley game. And Stardew Valley is a wild success. It's a good game, it's a great game. If you haven't played it, you should actually do that. But then every game going that genre, it's like, nope, they use stamina in Stardew Valley, we need to have stamina. Nope, they had a mine in that game that had combat in it. Nope, we need to have a mine that has combat in it. Nope, they had sprinklers, we need to have sprinklers. That is a lot of bluebirds. Alright. This... You know what? We got a bunch of that planted. Schedule. Get into the safe zone of the ship. Because those birds will surprisingly ruin your day. Like, they don't hit hard and they die really easy, but they move really fast. I wonder if they'll just stay back and let that gun shoot at it. Nope. I really don't want them to destroy all my guns. Okay, so let's try and mash ourselves into this little corridor here. So they're going to destroy that gun most likely. Okay, so we are sparing the gun. Yeah, that's fine. I was more worried about getting swarmed by them, because you see, they did actually get a bunch of little hits. Nothing that actually... I mean, honestly, nothing that got through. I may have overestimated. We had one colony that got wiped by vultures, that we had like 50, 60 vultures show up. And it was one... No, actually, did we get wiped or we just lost people? I think we just lost people. So as well as situations I had a pond like here, the vultures showed up there, and then the ship was back there. And those vultures just overtook that person before they got any distance away at all. Yeah, self-delivering food. Unfortunately, most of those rotted. So schedule, unrestrict. There's apparently one bluebird that I'd overlooked. But that's okay. The little sentry gun on my ship took care of it. Alright, monolith arrival. Keep researching it. Yeah, so like I said, we're trying to hold out till we get this. And Krace should be out hunting. That's just what they do now. We're gonna let them just keep working up that shooting skill. It'll be fine. Oh, for all the rotten corpses. You thought the wood in our crops was the swarm of birds eating it all? Yeah, no, the whole swarm of birds is like right here. Except for the couple who went and came after the steel mini turret. The steel mini turret was gonna die. That's actually the reason I went out there. I was like, okay, you know, it's got like 5 or 6 of them tied up. We can pop out and probably get a good number of hits into them before they turn on us. And even then, they'll probably like split target a little bit. Yeah, so that went fine. Like I said, they don't hit very hard. Oh, let's get that sorted. That's still from Plague again. They don't hit very hard. It's just, it can be, like, they can catch you out on your own and they get you lots of hits. And one of the things that's actually kind of bad about that is I can actually destroy your armor really easily. Just the way RimWorld works. A lot of little hits will destroy armor very rapidly versus, you know, fewer really hard hits. It's always one of the dangers is getting, like, you know, manhunting pack of cats catch your melee pawn by themselves, and they just keep picking at it till like the armor's just, you know, just disappears off them, and then suddenly they get destroyed because now they've got no defense. Okay, that's already getting pretty far along. Okay. Needless to say, I'm planting way more rice than we can carry. That's kind of the goal, is just have a huge field of rice. The moment we can harvest, get that thing filled up, we move on to the next target. Because we are going to be riding our mood issue here. Because recent conquest is right about to fall off, and then it'll start becoming a negative, and we're fine for the moment dealing with it, but it will continue to escalate. So the plan for right now is to hit this lumber area next, unless a better target presents itself. And if we're lucky, we'll get someone who could do some melee. Speaking of which, how are we doing so far as... Alright, so the mood debuffs from losing our previous combat pawns is finally gone. Still salty with the helmet and all that, just taking a direct hit to head and neck, dropping instantly. Which, you know, it happens. But it was just like, well, I sent both my combat pawns in what should have been a relatively okay situation. I just misread it. Because we were doing the one where we had to do a Psychic Soother or whatever, and you just go in, you know, break into the thing and destroyed it. And it was just not the type I thought it was. So when we got close, the mechs aggroed versus normally you can just kind of slip in, destroy it, and get out. And then we just tried to like make a stand to survive. These helmets are dumpy, or ugly. Dump them and put on the shade cones. Low key, I almost never saw pawns wearing the shade cones until recently. This run we've had one of the factions I think has a preferred headwear of shade cones, so I'm seeing a lot of people wear shade cones from the one faction. How is our cook doing? Right, you're my cook, and you got into a fist fight with someone else and needs to recover. Oh, and some of our actual legit armor is starting to wear out. That's fine. We've had it since pretty close to the beginning, so it's not surprising that some of it's starting to go. What are your jackets made of material-wise? Being flak jackets, they're steel. Flak jackets have a fairly limited recipe. Like, you can go in and make them uranium or whatever, but it's usually not really worth putting the effort in on flak jackets to make them out of more exotic materials. At least not in my experience. And then we're not using any dusters or anything like that. The jacket is what we got. Yeah, they're taking a preference of the flak jacket. Oh, you know what? Yeah, they're probably taking the preference of the flak jacket over the marine armor, which I think is fair because the marine armor has a decent movement speed penalty. It's not as bad as it used to be. Rare thrombos. All right, let's do this. I would like thrombo. The odds we get them both are slim, especially considering we're out of food. Kraiska's bringing it in as fast as they can. We just gotta hold for a tiny bit longer. We could just murder the thrombo, and now it'd be a lot of food at once. You're at 90% on the rice. Yeah, and then you're gonna harvest berries. Yeah, we should be fine there. Okay, so you're going to get to butchering the animals and then cooking. Sleep suppressor. There's a bioferrite harvester. Oh, you know, I just realized the person we really needed to de-age, we don't need to de-age them anymore. They're not here anymore. As happens. I'm mostly salty we lost the Masterwork shield belt. Because once we lost the tile because they were caravanning when it happened, you know, it was gone. Versus they had died on the tile with us, we could have stripped the belt off and reused it. It's fine. We'll probably get more, maybe. Still waiting for you to get inspired creativity so we can go for the Obsidian Longstore. When a problem solves itself. Yeah. So we should get a bunch of food very soon. With that said, chat, I've been going a little bit long, but we are going to be wrapping up here because I do have another stream tomorrow. For those who aren't aware, I am going to be traveling here for about 2 weeks very soon. After this stream, I've got one stream tomorrow and then the stream the next day, and then I'm gone for like 2 weeks to celebrate the anniversary with my wife and all that. But in the meantime, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. That is how this whole streaming thing works. If you're watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't really have a host lined up. And thank you for that follow. Welcome to stream. I don't really have a host lined up over there. So I do really appreciate you all hanging out. Don't forget to like and subscribe. But, you know, the stream will be dropping for you. And for everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. Because what I'm going to go ahead and do is put up my ending stream screen and seeing who I